everybody, and welcome to the Iame series here in Dubai Kartdrome. We are back for round 2 of the Iame series UAE in the built-up area of Motor City. Last time out we were around the rack track, and now welcome to Dubai Kartdrome. We are more central today, and you can see there a lovely windy shot with a nice breeze out there as we enter the winter of our UAE seasons. And look at those lovely sponsors getting a nice little shot there. Of course, thank you to Iame, the Iame series UAE, Dubai Kartdrome, Rack Track, Emzo, and Media Friends for bringing us the live stream that will be bringing you all of your graphics and all of that sort of stuff along the way. And there we have it. Look at that track on that board. Dubai Kartdrome, an amazing circuit here in the heart of Dubai. Last time out we were at Rack Track, and I'm sure at some point today you will see the rest of the calendar. But look at that, look at the sponsorships growing. Quick shout out to Media Friends, by the way. If you're looking to sponsor this fantastic event, which is bringing you coverage of all of the young drivers, then please reach out to Media Friends. There you have your calendar. Round 1 complete at Rack Track, Dubai Kartdrome. We've got a double header this weekend, round 2 and 3, before heading to a double header at Sharjah Kart Track for round 4 and 5. Then to the Formula 1 circuit of Yas Marina for round 6 and 7, and then another double header at Al Fassan International Circuit before the 10th round at the Rack Track, a Rack Track sandwich for the Iame season this season. There's your timings for the event schedule today. Pretty much the same format as before: mini, Bambinos, juniors and seniors, and that will repeat throughout the day with qualifying, heats, pre-finals and finals, with each race getting that little bit longer for everybody above the Bambino category. The Bambinos, of course, just doing time trials due to their age. Of course, the time trials are still important, but no wheel-to-wheel racing. I'm sure we will still see them going at it, though. We often see some overtakes. There's some nice sponsorship boards there. Shout out to MVA, Drivers Lab, Predator, Damwell's Management, Comet, can't forget Comet, the tyre suppliers, Align Pilates, Dia Designs. I think I mentioned Damwell's Driver Management, but there's Media Friends in the background, of course, as we see some of the drivers getting ready for the stubs, looking relaxed and ready to go. Okay, so whilst we see the drivers come onto the grid, let's have a quick look at our sponsor video.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs C's and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Okay, there's great quick shout out for our sponsors for today, and I'm sure we'll see many more from them throughout today. But here we are, we've got some more drivers preparing. We're gonna have a quick look at the track itself. So we're at Dubai Kartdrome for today and tomorrow, so I expect to see all of the viewers on today's stream return tomorrow for pretty much similar, if not more, action for this fantastic series. But Dubai Kartdrome is a technical track, let's say. Rack was quite high speed. We've got a nice mix of corners today, and there we go. We can see it on your screen. 17 turns of absolute chaos, 3 sectors, and look at these sections. So there you have it. Confirmation that it's 17 turns means I know what I'm talking about. Fast sector 1, we've got a flat out right into a heavy braking zone of turn 2 before you go into the left-hander of 3 and then across the bridge into 4. That's the end of sector 1. And then a downhill right into a fast left, and then flat out all the way around the long left of 7 and 8 under the tunnel and up the hill into the chicane of 8, 9 and 10, and then into 11 and 12. And then sector 3 is a long series of corners, heavy braking zone in 13, and then you've got chicane after chicane with 14, 15, 16 and 17 rounding off the track before you go down the main straight to try and create yourself another overtaking opportunity. We've got people waiting there, checking their watches to see, come on guys, when's the qualifying going to begin? It's not long. Oh look, there's Mr. Team Boss Alan Curry above the driver's lab sign. Has he just realized he's on the screen? Maybe he'll give us a wave. So, right, anyway, without further ado, let's cut to the mini category and let's see who's going to be driving today. So a healthy grid then for the mini category, and we will be having a look at the specifications very shortly for this category. But honestly, they provide so much entertainment. Here we go. So 8 to 12 years old, the engine, it will show up now. So 8 to 12 years old in the mini category. All the ages are different throughout today. The engine is an Iame X30 Mini, 10 horsepower, 60 cc's. And you'll see the speeds they reach down the straight, 95 to 100 kilometers an hour, which is crazy for the ages that they are. Tires, as mentioned earlier in the sponsors, are provided by Comet, and I believe they have to run the same set all day. Model K1D M tires, minimum weight 110 kilograms for this category. Racing numbers from 100 to 199 in the minis. You will see those change depending on the category. So if it starts with a 100, you will know that they are between the age of 8 and 12 and they're racing in the mini category. But without further ado, I think it's time I introduce you to our co-hosts of today. So I'm going to pass you over to Matt and Joanna in the pit lane.
Good morning, racing fans. We're here at round 2 of the Iame Championship in the iconic Dubai Kartdrome. The weather is so much better this time around. My name is Joanna Bergan, and I'm going to be bringing you exclusive interviews with drivers post-race and some key individuals that make this championship happen. I'm going to pass on the mic to my co-host Matthew to introduce himself.
Hello everyone. Yes, fantastic to be here for round 2 of the Iame. Now a huge grid over here, 35 mini drivers for the qualifying session as they're ready and about to head out. So we are going to be passing the camera back to Jack and let these mini drivers head out on track and give their best. Jack, back to you.
Thank you, Matthew. So we're on board with what looks like one of the XL drivers here as they await to go out for qualifying then. The qualifying session, of course, determines our grid order for the day. Last time out in the mini category, I believe it was Achilles Peruzzi, number 116, taking pole position. As we see some nice shots of some new sponsors, I think. The Almeida Racing Academy definitely joining the roster after round 1. As I said, sponsorship still open for the Iame season. So if you're interested, contact media friends and you can join our amazing array of sponsors, as you see there on the banner. And I can hear engines outside, so it sounds like qualifying is underway as we see number 146 in the Telios Racing Team car looking over at his counterparts. Number 146 is Hamad Koramifa. And then you've got 133 there. That's Francesco Lisignoli. 196 is Vaiko Pajamaki. Someone just went flying through there. Oh, there we go. A nice shot of side-by-side already. In the first lap of today, we've already got some side-by-side action as they go under the famous Dubai Kartdrome bridge. And there's number 120, Louis Batelli. He is a novice driver on today's grid. And people still waiting. This is quite a common theme, actually. We saw this last time out in the rack track opener, where some of the drivers across the series will wait for the final 3 minutes or so. But this track is a little bit longer than the last track, so they're going to have less time to get the laps in. But like I said, tyres-wise, I think this is a strategy to just hold on to their tyre life throughout the day, because they've got plenty of driving to do on this set. Of course, qualifying, then you have a heat, and then you've got a pre-final where you can score points, and then you've got the final where you also score points. Look at that, Bagat sets a personal sector 1, personal best sector 1, fastest of anyone so far, number 131. I was just about to mention Achilles Peruzzi again, number 116. Keep an eye on this boy. He got pole position last time out, but I think he was actually the only driver in round 1 to start his season off with a Grand Slam. He won every race that day, started on pole, won every race, as we see Sakar go fastest in Sector 2. And now we've got more karts going out of the pit lane then, with 3 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. And we see Ivan Bagat then, confirmation of the first to set his time. Lucas Sucker goes above, a 106.9 for Bagat, 106.4 for Lucas there on the top. Actually, I don't know if this is much longer than before. After thinking about it, now I'm struggling because I can't remember the pole time. I'll have to look that up for the lap times in rack track. I'll find that out. Whoa, look at that! Bounced over the curb there. And he continues his way in qualifying. 3 minutes remaining, so if you leave around this point, as most of the grid have, and they're averaging 106s at the moment on their first timed runs, they're only going to get effectively 2 timed laps. And else going to pop in a late pole position. Baptiste Augustin up into 3rd, Tabaza 4th, Al-Sheikh 5th, Sami in 6th, Chopra, Pajamaki in 8th, still does have a checkered flag next to his name, so might get one more lap in here. And Peruzzi, last time pole sitter, is currently down in 9th place, 6/10 off of pole. Charlie Page, another strong performer from last time out, is currently in 10th, as we see Batal walking away from his kart. So the GGM driver having an issue out there. Not sure if it was contact or just a breakdown, but his qualifying ending early. What a late change up there, as we see everybody all of a sudden try and sort themselves out for some lap times, and a great mini qualifying. We will confirm those results with you very shortly as we wait for the last few karts to cross the checkered line and come back to the pits. There's the famous hand wave. We mentioned this a few times out in round 1. Raising the hand to let people know they're going in the pits. It's just karting etiquette, and for safety, just to warn the drivers around you, even if there's no driver behind you. Much like an indicator, of which many drivers have a stereotype for not using. Confirmation then of your top 3. Lisignoli on pole, Theocaris in 2nd for Predator Motorsports. So it's GGM on pole and GGM in 3rd, with Pajamaki being in 3rd place. But a great drive from all of your top 3. In fact, all of your drivers across the grid. A nice healthy grid is the minis. There is number 133, Lisignoli, celebrating, fist bumps the air as he sees his lap time and that he's on pole position. So now let's get ready to watch the highlights, and then afterwards we're going to cut to Joanna in the pit lane. the pits.
2 kilometers long, so for these kids that is a very, very long track. As we see the 1 minute board right now, as these drivers are mentally getting prepared to head out onto the track and give their best. Now I will give you back to Jack as he will follow them on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. So, more people having conversations about today. Some interesting facts there from Matt, actually. 1.2 kilometers. Like I said, it is a long circuit that they are driving today, and we're getting ready for the youngest category of the day. So these guys will be doing a warm-up session, followed by 3 time trials before they go out on track for the warm-up. Here we go then. So 5 to 8 years old, as Matt said, some of these drivers as young as 6, the Bambino category. Iame M1 engine, 2 horsepower, 60 cc. You can see the image on the right of your screens of what they're using. A top speed of 50 to 55 kilometers an hour, which they'll likely reach on a track with such long straights. Again, Comet tires throughout every category today provided to the teams, and a minimum weight of 77 kilograms for this category. The Iame Series UAE, the 100, and the Bambinos before that are your 1 to 99 numbers. As we 88 get a nice little slide on. You can see it's still powerful enough to get a little bit of a slide on the accelerator as he exited that corner. That was Mark Ristic, who last time out had a very strong day with 2 seconds and 2 firsts if you count the warm-up. But if you just look at the time trials, it was a second and then 2 wins for the number 88. Another shout out to Sam Tester, who I remember having a lot of fans in the chat, a lot of family watching from Malta, and the Maltese flag being shown quite a lot that day. Sam Tester last time out was first in the warm-up, first in time trial 1, and then second and third in time trial 2 and 3. That is number 31 on your screen, Sam Tester, who I was talking about. There's number 7. So this is Yusuf Al-Kayat on your screen. 44, that is Cheyenne Asgomi, who throws it in. Look at that. I love the size of these karts, and I can't get over it every single time. After you see them chucking it around the track. Number 10 there, Yeshwin Kishore Kumar for the Synergy UAE team. I believe Synergy have a partnership actually with one of our sponsors here for today, one of the new sponsors joining the Iame Series category, which is Almeida Race Academy. Famous sim racer Suelio Almeida, and he's one of the many guys now that is showing that sim racing can lead to real racing pathways. He's got many racing courses online teaching people about various ways of driving, whether it's in sim or real life. And I believe this race sponsor is in collaboration with Synergy Karting team that have many Bambino drivers on this grid, which, as I said, is the start of many future karting careers. That's number 95, Robert Alganyang. He's in a Kart Advisor kart, the CS55, Carlos Sainz kart, according to my sheet. But it's Sam Tester then, resuming his strong performance with the 1:14.0. Kumar in second, Ristic currently in third. Quick shout out again to Al-Kayat number 7, because you may, for those of you that watched last time out, and for those of you that are also joining me for the first time or joining us for the first time today, Yusuf Al-Kayat missed round 1 and is recovering currently with a broken, I can't remember if it was thumb or wrist or something to do with his hand. He had a broken something on his hand, so he didn't take part in round 1, but there was much respect between these young drivers. I think Sam Tester posting He's missing his rival and buddy. There he is, number 7 in the Yas Heat Kart. Yusuf Al-Kayat returning and recovered well. And very talkative, actually. Bumped into him yesterday in the paddock. I think he was looking at driving the Drivers Lab Sims, another sponsor of the Iame series. Drivers Lab being a driver coaching academy type thing, where they are based in Motor City, actually, and they can train you on their simulators from Formula cars, F4, F3, GT cars, and karting as well from the young ages. Run by 2 GT3 drivers themselves, or Super Trofeo drivers, Dan Wells and Oscar Lee. Speaking of Dan Wells, he has a driver management company also, where he can help you as a driver with such things as nutrition and fitness, could be contract negotiations or even PR training. Another sponsor of today's weekend. You may also see 800 Sport out there. Speaking of fitness, 800 Sport, a provider of gym equipment, all types of sport equipment actually, for your private villas, your schools, or any big towers. And actually that segues nicely into another sponsor who they provide equipment for, Align Pilates, who are based in the heart of JLT and offer all sorts of Pilates classes aiming to get you fit and healthy. With 4 seconds left of the Bambino warm-up, then Testa drops into the 111s by the end of it. The checkered flag has come out. A 111.3, 2.7 seconds ahead of Kumar. Ristic 4 seconds off at the moment. Aganyang goes up into 5th, just ahead of Asgomi. Alan Sari currently in 7th. Sam Karajkovic no time. Kumar 3 seconds behind as it starts to change around. I think that's because Sam Testa, just set a new fastest lap, so give that kid a round of applause. There he is then, Sam Testa. Fastest in the warm-up by 3 seconds exactly. And then you've got Kumar, does find half a second at the end there to close that gap. Ristic 4 seconds off. Al-Kayat, 1 more lap, I think, until he gets the checkered flag. There he is, number 7 in the Yas Heat Kart. Number 95, Aganyang has already finished, so there is the green, the famous Yas green, crossing the line. Al-Kayat finishing his lap. Number 88 with a Red Bull livery, Ristic, has already crossed the checkered flag, and there we go, confirmation. And Al-Kayat did set a faster time, shoots up to P3 then on that last run. 3.5 seconds off, just beating Ristic. So a great effort there from the young drivers. But it's confirmation with the pit sign. Karajkovic not getting out on track for the warm-up. Number 6, Alan Sari. 17 seconds back at the moment. And actually, just whilst I was talking about sponsors there, I think there's just worth mentioning one more before we head on to the next section, which was Minerva School Online, the MVA banners that you see around the track, which is a online school effectively for young athletes, and well worth looking into, because as I said earlier, this is a double header, Saturday and Sunday, and some of these guys have been practicing all week for round 2 of quite a long season, a great long season for Iame Series UAE. 10 rounds, can you believe it? A real slog of a championship, but it can be quite stressful, I imagine, to balance schoolwork and competing in such a tight field, and in such intense heat sometimes in the UAE. So MVA is there to fill that gap with online schooling, covering year 7 all the way up to GCSE, I believe. You'll see that later in another sponsor video. But for now, we can confirm the results then for your Bambino category. As we see them just cross over the weighbridge. Before we get confirmation of the results, let's have a quick look at the highlights then. There's number 88 going over the bridge, having a quick little fight with number 31. That is Mark Ristic and Sam Tester. There's Yusuf Al-Kaya using all the curbs as he bounces the car up the up one of the corners there. 44 sliding around Cheyenne Asgomi. And there is a nice, there's some beautiful shots here of these. I can't stress, honestly, I can't stress how small these karts look in real life. Like, you can just about see it on the screen, but honestly, it's so funny to see these things going at speed. Let's hand you over to Joanna in a second, just for the interview with P1, which will be Sam Tester. You can see there number 6 coming into the pit lane. I think we're ready to head over to the pit lane. Let me hand you over to Joanna.
I'm standing back here with our pole sitter from the Bambino category after our qualifying session, Sam Testa. How much fun was it out there on the track?
Very fun. It wasn't bad, I'm gonna say, but it was good.
That's awesome. I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite part about racing? Is it overtaking? Is it going fast? Is it your family cheering for you?
All of them.
All of them. I love that answer. Do you have a lot of family watching you today?
Yes, a lot.
A lot. Do you want to say anything to them?
I love you.
Awesome. Okay, let's end it off with show me after you win a race, what's your victory pose? Do it and then look at the camera. Let's go. That's it, you guys got it right there. Sam Testa, our pole sitter. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck. We're going to hand it over to Matt to see what's happening back there on the grid.
Yes, here we go on the pre-grid for the qualifying of juniors right now. And we have Alex Gill, number 294, Connor Clancy's coach, mentor, mechanic. Alex, tell us a bit about the experience. How has it been so far with Connor and your hopes for this qualifying session?
Yeah, it's not been too bad. We've been testing here since Thursday. Obviously, Connor didn't do the first round as he was out of the commitment. So no, it's been going so far. Qualifying, I'll tell you in about 10 minutes after qualifying's finished how it's going to go.
Fantastic. And so now this is the junior class, just below the senior class. They have a lot more horsepower than the previous class of the Bambinos, around 30 horsepower with these karts and a total weight of around 150 kgs. Now, Alex, what's the plan now for Connor Clancy for pole position?
The plan is to just try to get a bit of a clear space and just try to do his best there. It's going to be difficult because there's obviously 26, 27 kids on the track, so getting the space is the most important thing, but I can just send him out when I think it's best, and then it's just down to him after that. So.
Perfect. Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck to you and Connor Clancy. And here we go. Let's keep walking along as we see a lot of karts. Now, this is not new for this season. We've seen plenty of karts, and here we go with the junior class about to head out on track. The junior class drivers aged between 12 to 14, if I'm not mistaken, and they're all about to head out soon. So a lot of karts right now, and now we are going to be sending it back to Jack for the qualifying prep. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the junior category then, age 12 to 15 years old. Let's go through some of those engine stats. As Matt already mentioned, the Iame S125 junior engine, 29 horsepower and 125 cc with top speeds of 120 to 125 kilometers an hour. Tyres, once again, the Comet, model K3H for this category, and the minimum weight 145 kilograms for this category, the junior category. The racing numbers this time, you guessed it, we're going up that order, 200 to 299. And this is important that you remember these race numbers for those of you that are joining us for the first time, or the second time, or the third time. But if you don't know, we will come back to these racing numbers situation in this senior class, which will be after this junior qualifying, because there's an important difference in that multi-class category. So, reminder so far, 1 to 99, Bambinos, the little ones, the young ones. 100 to 199, the minis. And now we're watching the juniors, 200 to 299. I'll let you guys guess and work out what the seniors and the senior 170s are going to be. But qualifying underway with 5 minutes remaining, and we've already got some drivers on track. But again, not all of them. Some of the drivers waiting for later in the qualifying session. Last time out for the juniors was Matanch Jain on pole position for Mumbai Falcons in the OTK kart. And then I believe he also went on to win the heat and the pre-final. But no luck in the final for Matanch Jain. He was almost the second driver to complete a Grand Slam that weekend at the rack track for round one. But he couldn't quite pull it off in the last race of the day. 200 Barracordi, they're all in number order at the moment on the left. Debussy, the first to set a time of 58.3, so we've started to enter the sub 1 minute range for the day. And I imagine we expect the same from the next class as well in the senior category. But Debussy sets the pace so far with a 58.3. That's Maluk Debussy. Then you've got the novice, Jasfir Bhatia, in second place, with Pratish in third currently, Ivan Boranov in fourth, and Iham Siddiqui, both of them novices, in fourth and fifth. The first to set the times. Place your bets, guys. Who do you think is going to take pole position in today's qualifying in the junior category? Use this time whilst they all do their outlaps to thank media friends and Iame and Emzo for this. Don't forget to subscribe to this to stay updated with the season. Subscribe to YouTube, follow us on Instagram. And Bhatia sets the new fastest lap, 57.5. Make sure you give us some comments on the YouTube chat. I'll be catching up with the YouTube chat in a bit after I open it up and seeing who's supporting who. So don't forget to get those comments coming in. It helps share this. Don't forget, I know there's a lot of parents watching for sure. So every little bit of engagement throws out this stream to get your little ones more eyes, which they deserve for their future careers. As we said, this is the stepping stone. This is the start of the motorsport journey for many of these drivers. And Steigl up there, 2:13, sets the fastest time, 57.2. Funny story. An ex-student of mine from, as I was or technically still am, a secondary school teacher, and he's currently on pole position. You can see there he sets another fastest sector 2, but so does Jack Doe in sector 1. No, Henry King takes the fastest sector 1, a 21.8, and Steigl goes faster yet again as we wait for some more times to come in. Currently only 9 times on the board. And look at this, tight stuff. Senaniaki, fastest sector 2. Looks to me that they're all crossing that white line on the exit of the final turn there, to be honest, in terms of track limits, but I don't know how strict the track limits are this weekend. I'm sure we'll find out when the classification gets revealed later on. That's not my place to say. Of course, we've got Emzo stewards here making these sorts of serious decisions. I mean, track limits is one thing, contact and all of that stuff that we might see later on in the races is another. So shout out to Emzo and their stewarding panel. Number 299 gets a warning, that's Portaro. Jane goes fastest, number 255, a 56.6 ahead of Sanayaki. Seigel again, 55.8, the first into the 55s. Londono in second place, the 209 driver. Londono there for Axel GP going into second place. Seigel driving for MN Motorsport. Singh and Peruzzi join him in the 55s. Peruzzi 227 for Predator Motorsport, showing off at 55.720. But Singh and Seigel only a tenth behind. So a very tight qualifying so far, with only 20 seconds remaining for your junior practice. I said practice because I was reading it on the screen, but qualifying. The touch chain back up to the top of the times, 55.3. Only 3 tenths away from entering the 54s. Stevens was second, goes down to third as Seigel slots in between. Peruzzi now down in fourth place. But everybody, no checkered flags shown yet, so everybody with one more lap to go. Who is going to take pole position? Qualifying, a checkered flag is out. Singh to the top of the times. Peruzzi not far behind in second. It's Jane in third still, he's got 1 lap to go. King in fourth, Joe currently fifth. Seigel still to set a time. Stevens and Realstone also yet to set a time. Barracordi, Alcasemi looks finished and done in 9th place, but could drop down the order further as we wait for the last few drivers. Jane does it, he enters the 54s. 54.9 for Matanch Jane then. Number 255, the Mumbai Falcons. Connor Clancy, a last second entry into the front row. Number 294 for Mumbai Falcons, also making it a 1-2. And Singh for 217. GGM there in third place. Peruzzi down to fourth. And Seigel in fifth place. So some late changes there, but only one driver in the 54s, and that honour goes to Matanch Chain, making it 2 pole positions out of 2. And the first driver to do so this season, after we saw Peruzzi, Achilles Peruzzi I should say, not get pole in the mini category this time. And there we go, your top 3. Matanch Chain in first, Connor Clancy second, confirmation of Mumbai Falcons 1-2, and then in third place, Mr. Singh for GGM, Aryan Singh there. A great qualifying for the juniors as we see them push their carts off the weighbridge, and now I think we're already ready. Great quick job from the director there to see the highlights of your junior qualifying. So here we go then. And nice, I love the shot. I'll tell you what, it's very clever branding of the bridge for the Dubai Kartdrome, as you see the nice shot of them going under. You can see them flying around the corners. Listen. So an extremely tight qualifying then. Saw a little bit of a bump there as we saw them go into the pit lane. Number 299, Luca Portaro. And here's confirmation then. Matanch Jain, Connor Clancy, Aryan Singh, your top 3 with Peruzzi, Seigel, Chopra, Realstone, Barracordi, Stevens and Londono rounding off your top 10. Then it's Henry King, Jack Doe, Mohamed Al-Qasemi, Ari Kallenberg, and Aaron Mason, your next 5. You got Arhan Qureshi in 16th. Johansa Senaniaki, Luca Portaro, Kalyani Pratish, and Darren Rivera rounding off your top 20. Malik Debussy, Jazfir Bhatia, Ivan Borinov, and Iham Siddiqui are your top 24. Then it's Leo Aina, Giuseppe Montanari, Rayan Albani, and Savali Kage in 28th place for GGM. So there's confirmation of your order so far, provisional confirmation. I'm going to hand you over to Matt in the pit lane.
Okay, and here we are for the senior qualifying. Now, the last qualifying of the day. We are here with Andre Khoury, number 444, currently sitting second in the Senior Master Championship. Still very early stages, but let's have a chat with him. You've got your rivals behind you there, 478 Yusuf, and right in front of you. What's your plan for the qualifying? You've got 7 minutes. You have to make it count.
We got to play it safe now. We're going to strategize to keep the tires up to temp. We're going to keep the condition of the tires. So we'll see what we could do throughout quali. It's going to be a short one, but we'll push through the heats.
Fantastic. Yes, as you mentioned, it is a very warm day. So it's still early in the morning, but it's definitely quite warm. So what's your favorite corner of this track?
I would say the chicane. Chicane is fun. You get it wrong, you're sliding. You get it right, you're booming past it. So, yeah.
Fantastic. The chicane right after the tunnel. A great and super technical corner. Now, can you tell us a bit of the mentality going into, what are you? Are you calm? Are you focused? Any specific pre-rituals that you have in order to get the best out of the kart and you?
Just to listen to good tunes, be calm, and just send it as much as possible, I guess.
Yeah? So we've got a few drivers and a few parents and fans watching. Could you tell us what is your favorite tune in order to get you into the zone?
Oof, it's a rock song, so it would be Bad Wolves, Zombie, as a cover-up or a remix, but yeah.
Fantastic. Bad Wolf Zombie. Now we're going to wish him the best of luck, and to all the other senior drivers out there. Now let's head back to Jack.
Thank you, Matt. So, as he mentioned, we are now on for the senior and the senior 170 categories. Hearing from Andre Khoury there, whose strategy was quite simply put as just send it. And I'm sure, and he also actually mentioned a little bit about tyre strategy. So be aware of that as we see some fans in the audience there. Let's go to Joanna in the pit lane.
I'm standing right here with driver number 255, our pole sitter, Mitanj Jain, for the junior category after qualifying. I love the smile on your face. How did the kart setup feel on the race today?
It was okay. I mean, we were quickest. It felt nice. I was in my own air, so it was okay. Yeah.
What do you feel like is going to be the biggest challenge going into the heat?
I mean, there will be people behind me, but I just have to pull away, and that should be the race.
Is there a specific person that's going to be your toughest rival?
No.
And how do you keep that confidence under so much pressure from all the drivers behind you? You've got so many drivers in your category. How do you keep pushing through the race?
I mean, you have to think you're the best, you know? I mean, statistics can be statistics, but you have to believe that you're the best, and that's how I do it.
That's awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much for the interview. And we're going to pass it back to you to see the next setup.
Okay, welcome back, guys. The Senior and Senior 170 category on the way. The specifications for this one on your screen. So 15 years and over. As you can see, we had some of the older drivers in that little video introducing everybody. It's the Iame S125 Senior, 37 horsepower, 125cc. Top speeds of 125 to 130 kilometers an hour. Tires, once again, of course, comment with the model K3M spec, and the minimum weight 158 kilos or 170 for the 170 category, hence where it gets its name from. Remember I mentioned the numbers? Yeah, of course you do. So the seniors are number 300 to 399, and the senior 170s are the 400 to 499. Now this is important because they are both on track at the same time, and as you can see, there is a weight difference in the class. So it's very key to see during the race that when there's some overtaking going on, or if people are battling, that the 300s are technically not fighting the 400s as they are in their own class. And a quick shout out to actually the senior 170 drivers, namely Alex, last time out on his return to racing, getting a podium, and he looks very happy, and I think we're set for a nice little fight between Alex and Andre throughout the season. But actually, if I remember rightly, it was a different driver. Let me just get my driver list back out. It was a different driver taking the victory last time out. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure they will later when I bump into them, but Yusuf Busanad, the novice, I think, taking victory last time at Rack Track for round one, with Andre in second and Alexandros Anivas in third place last time out. And there is Andre on your screen, 444 with 478 behind him. Yusuf Busanad, just as we were talking about them. 4 minutes remaining of the qualifying session. So here we go. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far, those that are watching online. I think I'm also being heard in the paddock, so good morning, another good morning to everybody. Welcome to round 2 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome. If you're joining us for the first time so far, don't worry, you've only missed one round, but it was a great round nonetheless, and you will see plenty more action throughout today. And even when the day has ended, there's even more fun and games to come whilst we wait for the final podium, so don't go anywhere when the race is over. Oh, we've got an issue already for number 459. That is Alexandros Anivas in his plain black kart, and out he gets and pushes it back into a safe zone. So we should see no interruption of the session as he enters qualifying a little bit early for today. But as I was saying, yeah, it's round 2 of our 10-round championship for Iame UAE, and we have a double header this weekend. Dubai Kartdrome hosting the first doubleheader of the season. Tomorrow will be round 3 with a similar format to today. We got 55 seconds for lap time to start then from the Jose Nagoma, currently on pole position. Let's cut to a replay, see if we can see what happened. Oh, look at that, there's contact there on the main straight between 2 of the karts. We'll come back to that in a second. I'm sure they'll get a replay of this. This is Alex Anivas just pulling over, putting his arm up to warn anyone behind him. So definitely some sort of, I'm assuming, engine issue. But I'm hoping that we can get a replay of whatever just happened on the straight. It looked like it may have been 2 teammates, but someone went up in the air there. Confirmation that it's being checked for, and you can still see people shuffling around to try and find space. We don't normally see that type of contact until the racing starts, so really unusual to see that in qualifying. 55-0 for Jose Nagoma. Okay, I think we've got a replay, so let's cut to see what just happened on the main straight then. Here we go, and just look in the background there. I think it's some XL karts, 3 of them. Oh, look at that! Oh, that was very a misjudgment there, I think, from the kart that's on the red part. 308 was the one that ended up getting spun. That's Antonios Haddad for XL Motorsport. They were all there was 3 XL karts involved in that, so I'm sure the team will have something to say when those drivers come back. I'm not saying it's okay when it's a different team, but when it's the same team, there's definitely, which has happened, there's a lot of drivers out there for a lot of the same teams, but it's definitely considered the cardinal sin of racing if you crash into your teammate from a team's perspective. But it's only qualifying, so I'm hoping that everything will be okay with those karts for the XL team and they can continue their day as planned. As we see Qureshi then, Rayan Qureshi, 54.7 at the top of the times, and it's Jagrat Troja in second place currently, with Nkosi Ngoma all within 0.1 seconds, which is pretty impressive. Number 386 driver for Mumbai Falcons in a Cosmic Kart is Qureshi. 363 Troja driving for Axel. And the checkered flag is waved. Oh, Mohan was 1,000th away from pole position, but now it's all changed as Volung Vicious goes to pole with a 54.5. Troja holds on to second. Max Dexter in third within a 10th. Qureshi within a 10th. 48 thousandths, only 3 thousandths separates Qureshi and Dexter. 2 tenths back is Ngoma. Mohan, who briefly topped the timesheets, is now in 6th. That's Shivan Kartik Mohan in 6th place, number 332. And now we wait for the last few drivers. Goots has finished, Al-Qasemi finished, Bray and Yamin have crossed the line. Anivas has crossed the line. Well, he was out earlier, as we saw. I don't know if he got back onto the track, to be honest. As we see number 413, another one of the senior 170s. That's Bray, who I believe is the fastest of the senior 170 category, so you can consider him pole for that category. Swan up to the top of the times. Dharmadasa takes it as the last second. Rayan Dharmadasa pips Jeremy Montgomery Swan then by nearly 2 tenths of a second. So Dharmadasa on pole, Swan in second, Dumont in third. Nathan Pope up there in the top 4. Last round's final winner, Nathan Pope, due to a penalty between Amani and Montgomery Swan. I'm sure that's going to happen more times throughout the day where I say things like last week, but I'll try and keep it to a minimum. But feel free to call me up on it, guys, in the chat. And don't forget to say hello in the YouTube chat and subscribe. Confirmation of your top 3. Dharmadasa, Mumbai Falcons, Jeremy Montgomery Swan for JNKD Racing on the front row as well, and Dumont for Jules Dumont for Telios Racing Team in the top 3 then. I will get to the YouTube chat eventually and catch up on all your messages, but I'm going to say it again. Don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, follow on Instagram. If you have TikTok, follow on TikTok, as you'll see increasing amounts of posts from media friends over the season. And here's your senior 170 class. A quick shout out to these guys, the 400s. Oscar Bray, confirmation that he got pole position for CRG Middle East. Busanad for AK Karting in second, and Andre Curry for AK Karting in third. Let's cut to a highlights reel for your senior qualifying. Okay, the highlights from the senior qualifying. So let's go through to the full results then of your senior order. Dharmadasa, Swan and Dumont, your top 3. Then it's Pope, El Bassioni, Volung Vicious, Troja, Dexter, Qureshi and Haddad, your top 10. Then it's Rain K. Ruse, Nkosi Ngoma, Shivan Kartik Mohan and Amani Kinua in 14th place. Biren Piri in 15th with Krishay Gut in 16th. Sakir Al-Qasemi in 17th. Oscar Bray in 18th overall, but pole for the senior 170s. Stefan Yamin in P19 with Yusuf Busanad in 20th. Andre Curie 21st. Alexandros Anivas in 22nd. And another two drivers down there just rounding off the field, which is Louis Hartmann and Rafael Martinez. So, whilst we wait to pass over into the pit lane, let's have a quick shout out to some sponsors that weren't mentioned earlier, which is Dia Design, the Italian company helmet design and painting, and Drake Kart, also an Italian company, a karting shop that's online, K-Roos Associates, and Key Soul, also our sponsors for today. Let's cut to Joanna in the pit lane.
I'm standing here with Oscar Bray, our pole sitter of the senior 170 category after the qualifying session. How did it feel out there on the track today? How was the kart setup going for you?
Definitely a challenge was the new tires, trying to scrub them in at the start of qualifying. Had a bit of a slippery ride on the outlap, but I put it together in the end.
Do you feel like there was a specific part of the track that gave you that advantage?
As a senior 170, I don't think we have an advantage anyway, really. We've got the extra weight, and so it's slower coming out of corners, and we have to brake harder on the corner entries.
Did this qualifying session kind of give you, or do you foresee any challenges for the heat session?
Definitely going to be challenging with the battling the back of the senior grid. It's a bit challenging trying to get through the less experienced drivers at the back of that grid. When they're fighting each other, it kind of backs up into the senior 170 grid.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Oscar. I know you've not been doing this for a while yet. You're always coming on top, so well done. I hope to see you again after the heat session, so best of luck. Thank you very much. So we're going to wait for our senior category winner, our pole sitter, Rian Darmadasa. Welcome. Congrats, great qualifying. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, good. Just got a good position in the end and just went.
You need to smile more. You're doing a good job today. Again, like I asked, do you feel like there was any parts of the track that gave you an advantage?
Yeah, I think I'm strong in sector 1 and good in the other 2, which is enough.
And do you feel after this qualifying session, your strategy is going to change in any way?
No, it's just they try to stay in the lead for the whole race and be strong.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Rianne. I hope to see you again for the heat session. That is it for our pole sitters in the senior and senior 170 category. We're going to just have a quick look at our sponsors for this evening.
Okay, so thank you, Joanna, talking to some of the senior drivers there. And look at that, a great shot of the Comet tyres. That's not a shout out for advertisement for Comet, I don't know what is. They're providing all the tyres for today. Just quickly going back to mentioning the guys I was mentioning earlier, had Dia Design, the helmet painting company, Drake Kart, the shop, K-Roos Associates, one of the best legal offices in the UAE, and Key Soul, which invests in frontier technology and visionary teams. In fact, speaking of sponsors, let's cut to the sponsor video for today's round.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Standing back here with Luigi Gariano, the team manager of Telios Racing Team. You've been managing teams since 2010. Can you just give us a quick snippet of the growth overall in the UAE in motorsports?
First of all, good morning, everyone. Yeah, it was a beautiful journey, in my opinion, because when we started, we were a few teams with small tents, and to see what a marvelous job all the teams they did it. This is a job that we did all together, and I'm really grateful because we brought all this European experience in a new country like the UAE, and now look what we have. We have a very interesting grid of drivers. Our drivers now, they are going in Europe with really good skills, and it's a competitive championship.
How do you prepare the drivers in your team? How do you give them that strength mentally and physically to do well on the track?
Yeah, everything changed in the latest 20 years, let's say. Before it was pure skills, and now we are preparing also from the mental point of view. We are doing a 360 degrees job. It's completely different from before, but we have to be ready for whatever the drivers need.
And I wanted to ask you, because you do have some international worldwide experience, how is it different here in the UAE? Do you feel like it's progressing over time very well, or how is your overall experience in motorsports shaping up to where you are today?
There's no doubt. We are improving year after year, and look also at the number of drivers. Every year we are improving the number of drivers. The championship has become more competitive. People from abroad are interested in coming and do some races here, thanks now also to this beautiful weather. And I'm sure that this is just the beginning. We are growing more.
Awesome. I mean, I have one last question for you. Your last race was in 2015, from my understanding. How does it feel like to be on the other side of the track? I'm sure the drivers on your team are very lucky to have a mentor like yourself helping them and guiding them. But how does it feel to be on the other side now?
Listen, 2015, it was my last race. At the end, I was totally exhausted, and I was already full-time in karting. But I prefer on that moment to try to give all my experience and all my advices to the drivers. It's totally different, but being also on the other side, you understand more sometimes the driver's needs, and that is probably the advantage of having experience also in racing. Even if it was not purely karting, because my first love, everybody knows that is rally, but motorsport in general, because I got the chance also to run team in GT4, GT3, but karting is something really extraordinary because 90% is the driver.
You are truly right with what you said, and honestly, they're very lucky to have you on as a team manager. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing for the drivers, and I wish your team the best of luck.
Keep the finger crossed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There's it. You guys have it. We're going to just pass it back to Jack to see what's happening.
Okay, thank you very much, Joanna. Some more shots of your drivers in the pit lane, and we will see the starting grid very shortly for the minis. And here we go then. So, front row, Lisignoli and Theocaris, with Augustin and Tabaza behind. Al-Sheikh and Sami, then Chopra and Peruzzi, Page and Patton, your top 10. Then it's Al Khalifa and O'Hanlon, Baggett and Voronins, Sakar and Karajkovic up to 16th place. Then Mir down there as well. Koramifa, Kumar, Schutzman, Alabavli, Rashid, Preetham, Falzerano, Kumar, Junior Dazani, Mazzali, Gray, Freenstein, Garushk, Pajamaki and Bataille there, rounding off your 33-car field. I think I missed out LBJ Stubbs there. That was next to Atika Mir in the mid-pack, just behind Benjamin Karajkovic. And we have a 9-lap final, if I'm not mistaken. Not final, sorry, heat. There we go, second slip of the day. 9 laps for your first heat of the day. So we finished qualifying, and now in the same order, we will see the first races of today. Round 2 of the Iame Series, UAE. Come on, guys out there. Let's get excited. Let's see your comments in the chat. say hello. Who are you supporting? Minis are up next for the first race of the day, and they will provide us the action. Plenty of racing throughout today. In fact, mentioning YouTube chat, I think it's about time I caught up with all of our viewers who are watching from the stream. I know there's plenty of you in the paddock listening to me as well, but let me say hello. Who's supporting from the start of the day? Vidya Lal says heart emoji, thumbs up. Navy Blue says, come on, Luca Portaro, for the later races. I'm glad they clarified. Much support from Australia. So we've got viewers on the other side of the world today. Thomas Kaplan says, hello. Then you got good luck. Sam Tester, aunties watching from Malta. Proud of you, God bless. The Maltese family always out in force watching from there. And like I mentioned last time, a true test of my geography skills, as I had to scramble my brain to figure out the flag at first. But now I've done it the first time. For the rest of the season, it's easy. There we go, Maltese flag. There's Gio Dizani there, the CEO of Media Friends, on the screen, talking to MVA hat-wearing... I can't see the shirt. I was going to mention the shirt there, but the MVA representatives, the #1 school for athletes and performance. Maybe they're talking about... some sort of sponsorship deal for the next season. Who knows? Back to the chat. Arta Dodonka says, hello, Jack. Nice commenting skills. Oh, thank you, Arta. A go-karter himself. Come on, Aryan, says Trisha. Come on, Ari again. Well done, Connor and Aryan, says Arta. Bravo, Sam Tester. Let's go, Amani. P14317 says Kiwi K. Yip, yip, go, Oscar. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. Ciao, Luigi, says Arta Dodonka. We just heard from Luigi. #1 Luigi. They're saying in chat for the team manager of Telios Racing Team. I'm seeing a lot of hearts keep popping up, so I'm seeing some people like the stream. Come on, don't be shy. Get in the chat and say hello. I'll read it out at some point today. If not now, then later on. We've got the Hyper Hollands saying, come on, Austin Gray. Aditya Pandit, where are you from? I don't know if that's talking to me or people in chat, but... I mean, I'm from the UK, so I'll answer the question anyway. Morn Slabbert says, watching from Malaysia. So we've got more people around the world watching the stream. Come on, guys, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell as well so that you're updated with the full season. We've got 7 rounds after this. Round 3 is tomorrow at Dubai Kartdrome. And don't forget, we'll be heading to Sharjah racetrack for round 5 and 6. Yas Marina for the other round. Sorry, round 4 and 5 is Sharjah racetrack. 6 and 7 is Yas Marina circuit. 8 and 9 is Al Fassan circuit, and then the final is back at Rack Track for the Rack Track sandwich of the Iame Series UAE. Big H 2016 says hi. Jean-Vieve Leclerc says let's go to GGM team with strong arm emoji. And then Shavad Koramifa says, we love you, Luigi. And this is favoritism, because I know that most of these guys are representatives of Telios saying Luigi #1. But that means that at least they're in the chat, getting involved. Where's the rest of the teams? Come on, say hello in the YouTube chat. Francesco Lisignoli on pole, I believe. Baptiste Augustin there, also getting ready. A nice shot of a photographer getting his media shots there on your screens. It's all about the lens, says the director. I don't know, I mean, I'm not a camera nerd, to be honest, but I should look into it more with social media becoming ever prominent. Speaking of social media being prominent, I keep saying it, but Media Friends is providing such a good platform for the UAE's young drivers right now in this series. These guys are starting their motorsport careers with some established teams. Luigi, an example in that interview, saying he's been doing it for years, over 10 years. That's a decade, for those of you that like words like that. And, I mean, these guys are coming through the ranks. They're all aiming to go from karting to potentially F4, GT cars. And whilst they all do their own social media posts, they probably have a media manager if it's not the parents doing it. Obviously, shout out to the parents and the team supporting these drivers as well. In fact, the parents don't get enough limelight, in my opinion, because they also have to get up early and bring their children to the track. Boys and girls that are on the grid today. There's Thea Karras looking relaxed, showing the number 1 finger. He's starting on the front row next to Lisignoli. But yeah, shout out to the parents once again for supporting their young ones in their early stages of the motorsport career. Who knows where these drivers are going to go? You've got XL on your screens right now, Tabasa, and I know that they've got their own F4 team, and I think they just ventured into GB3 as well. I'm sure they'll tell me if I'm right or wrong when I bump into them later, but giving a direct link to motorsport, and I'm sure most of the teams will also have links to other F4 teams. Oh, gee, oh, look at that, a spin for number 128 before we've even gone. And that is the danger of extreme tyre warm-up. That was Alexander Theocaris, ever confident in the pit lane, on the formation lap, spinning as he warmed up his tyres. I can't remember if we saw that in round 1 with anyone, but I think we've got a replay for you, so let's have another look. Tyre warm-up and preparation. Look at this. Hard right, and there it is. Too hard a left, and you can see that'll be a flat spot on the rear left, I reckon. I hope he hasn't got damage from the little tap with the wall, but he'll rejoin nice and safely. Alex Theocaris there. He's got time to get back up to his starting position at least. They do a whole formation lap, so for those that are maybe new to racing, just a quick mention to the tyre warm-up again. So they're moving left and right to put a little bit of strain on the tyres, a little bit of friction. If you imagine that they're driving in a straight line, then all of a sudden they anchor the steering on left, the tyres scrub a little bit whilst they're rolling, and this generates heat into the tyre. The hotter the tyre, the stickier it becomes, the rubber becomes, and the more grip they have essentially for the start of the race. But it doesn't come without its dangers, as you saw, Theocaris spinning there. But you've also got to be wary of tyre wear. As good as the Comet tyres are provided for the Iame series, they've got the one set for the day, and they've got 2 more races after this. So you will see some drivers really looking after their tyres at this stage to have a pace advantage later in the day. Okay, here we go then. Formation lap coming to an end. They start to slow down as we see 128 Theocaris get back into position alongside Lisignoli then. And now the tension builds. The first heat of the day, the first bit of racing we're going to see as they come round the final turn. I think the gaps might be too long as they go down. Yeah, I can see them waving their fingers. It's a full start as the grid is too far spread. And the first full start of the day then for the mini category. Confirmation of an extra formation lap. When I was speaking to Matt last time out, actually, during these races, I asked the question, is there, I mean, I don't know this, I don't know this for sure, and I can't accuse anyone of doing it, but I was wondering if there's any strategy involved with full starts on purpose to maybe just drag out an extra lap of safe tyre usage. It's a pretty extreme conspiracy theory, to be honest, but it's not out of the question when everyone, of course, on the grid essentially looking for advantages when and where they can, within the rules, of course. And I believe they get 2 full starts before anything happens. The third one is when it starts to cause issues. I think the front 2 end up getting penalties if it happens a 3rd time in a row. We saw a couple of races last time where it happened twice in a row, but the 3rd time was successful. Here they come then into the tram lines. This looks a little bit better than last time out, and away they go. They're already battling side by side down towards the flat out turn 1. In they go to the heavy braking zone of turn 2. We're still looking at turn 1 at the moment. This is the exit of turn 3, and who's leading? It's number 133 Lisignoli from 128 Theocaris down into the downhill section of 4 then into the fast left, and 102 is out. He's sad, he's looking around. This is 102 Safe Al Khalifa in the under 10 category, stopped on the grid. not looking at anything on the track right now as the camera moves to the left. Here we go. Now we've got the karts going through the middle section of 9, 10, 11 into the fast right-hander of 12 then. And now they've got a little bit of a back straight where they can put their heads down and try and get ready to overtake down towards the hairpin of turn 13 as 196 goes down the inside. That was Vaiko Pajamaki making a move down the inside of 13. Lizignoli crosses the line in the lead then. And look at this nice little train. They're all going wide on that final turn. Couple of side-by-sides in the mid-pack there in confirmation of your order on the side of the screen. Lizignoli leads, Theocaris Sami up into third place. Into the left-hander of 4, down the hill. Here's a nice shot, exiting 5 and into 6, and now into the flat-out section of 7 and 8. All single file through this, apart from these guys at the back, nearly 3 wide into 8, and they now go under the tunnel down towards the chicane of 9, 10, 11. Here is 128, Theocaris being attacked by 134, Baptiste Augustin. Couldn't quite pull it off, slots in back behind. Is he going to go down the inside? Yes! Augustin down the inside of 13, moves up into P3. Theocaris drops down the order, has a quick look into turn 17. That's an unusual overtaking spot. But now we've got Sami, second place, Augustin in third. The 101 mark being hit by your leaders. Lizignoli still controlling the pace out front for your heat. But a great move from Augustin on the camera there at the back of the circuit. Your leaders swooping in to 4 and 5. Then you've got Page, Hanlon, Al-Sheikh, Atika Mer up in the top 8 after poor qualifying. I'm sure we'll see the changes in position from the timing screen at some point throughout the race. We've got Karashkovic entering the top 10. Peruzzi is now in P9 as well. All the way down to, we saw Pajamaki earlier battling. He's now down in 27th place. But Lizignoli still leads, only 4 tenths from Sami. Atika Mer actually has the fastest lap currently, the 101.7. So she's in P8, looking to close down Adam Al-Sheikh in P7. And here is your top 10 then, physically on the circuit. Ilyas Sami sets the fastest lap now, though Peruzzi takes it. You got 103 and 168 there, fighting. That's Anil Kumar. I think. Well, it wasn't 168 because can't see. Oh no, there's Patton. So 183 is Karajkovic and Patton. The 10th and 11th were fighting there, bumper to bumper. Into 5 they go down the hill. Look at this. I love this corner. They exit wide on the left and then they have to quickly bring it back over to the right-hand side to open up what is essentially a long flat-out corner. But look at the gap between your top 2. It's 2 tenths between Ilyas Sami and Lizignoli as we see 172 look round the outside of 152. He's got to switch back down the inside of 9. It's an unusual overtaking spot, but now we cut to your leaders then. Here they are, Sami, Augustin, Lizignoli, bumper to bumper. The gap very close between your top 3. Is Lizignoli tyre saving, or are Sami and Augustin, do they have the pace advantage? He's going to look down the inside of 2. Who's going to come out in the lead? We're looking at the exit of 3. Did Sami pull it off? No, Lizignoli holds on. Continues on his way. Sami looks behind at Augustin, but holds on to P2 at the moment. Or does he? It looks like Augustin's in the lead, so the timing screen not showing the correct order. Somehow, what we missed in turn 2, Augustin is now leading, Lizignoli in second and Sami in third. So Baptiste getting a great move done in turn 2. Into 12 they go, down the back straight. 134 leading from 133. And Lizignoli giving him a nice bump into turn 13, is not fighting at the moment. But I'll tell you what this allows. Whilst Augustin and these guys are scrapping, Theocaris in P4 is now catching him up. And look at Liam O'Hanlon in 1-2-2 there in the background in P5. Oh, a big bump into P2. Down the inside again of turn 2. Still no shots of that corner. As we look at the exit of 3, Ilyas Sami, I think, may have passed Lizignoli. We'll have to wait for them to come out of sector 1 to see confirmation of that move. Here we go, through the long left, into 7 and 8. Still side by side in the mid-pack. And it's Baptiste Augustin leading then from 1.26 Sami, from 1.33 Lisignoli. Confirmation on the timing screen on the left and of the 3 karts that we are watching in turn 13. Now through the chicanes of 15, 16 and 17. Keep an eye on Lisignoli. He tries to get a good exit out of 17. Down the main straight they go. Lisignoli, the 3rd kart in this train. Is he going to look down the inside of turn 1? They exit turn 3, and I think we've seen a change in the order again. Yes, confirmation again of 1.26, now leading. Ilyas Sami then in the lead from Augustin. Lisignoli looks down the inside of 8. That would have been dangerous. Keep an eye on your top 3 into 9 and 10. Augustin is looking for a way to retake the lead. We've only got a few laps left of this race. He has a look at the switchback through 12, down the back straight towards 13. Sami looks over his shoulder, tries to force his kart forward. You've seen him push his head down towards the steering wheel to try and give himself a bit of momentum. But your top 3 fight is pretty intense here for your mini category, and Theocaris is just waiting, as is Peruzzi, who's passed O'Hanlon. He's now in the top 5. Atika Mer's just moved up into P7 as they go across the line. Charlie Page down into P8, Adam Alshank P9 with Karajkovic in P10. Oh, down the inside of P4 there, and a strong defence as well in the background. Another change for the lead. Augustin up into first. Theocaris down the inside of 6 into the left-hander, moves up into P3. Ilyas Sami from 2nd to 4th. Lisignoli up into 2nd. Down in towards turn 9. Down the inside, Ilyas Sami on 9. They're still side by side. Theocaris keeping his nose in. Sami holds on to P3 then, goes back up into a podium position. Lisignoli still right behind Augustin, who goes a bit wide on the exit of 13. That's going to create an opportunity here. Lisignoli through the chicane into the final turn. Excuse me, down the main straight. Augustin leads, Sami in 3rd. Peruzzi up into 4th, has passed Theocaris after a great fight between Sami and Alexander. He ends up losing the position, but Augustin is still leading. Down into 4. And I think we might be on the final lap. We'll wait for the checkered flag signal. It says lap 8 of 9, but when they cross the line it'll say 9 of 9. I need to remember which way around it works. Here's 1.34 Augustin. 1.33 Francesco Lisignoli into turn 12. There's pretty much one more overtaking opportunity. Down towards 13. And we wait for the final corner. We're going to miss the overtake opportunity in turn 13. Here we go, into 15, 16 and 17. Lisignoli didn't do it. Round the final turn of 17. It's Baptiste Augustin. Crosses the line. First place. Lisignoli in 2nd. Sami right behind. Bumper to bumper. What a first race of the day. And we got an accident there. Oh, there's another lap, so it is, it's not over. It wasn't the last lap. The white flag is now shown. So we will continue this fight. It was bumper to bumper. Now we have a 3-way fight for the lead. So lap 9 of 9, 171 has had an accident. Mazzali is out of this race by the looks of it, but let's cut back to your leaders. Augustin, is he still leading? He is still leading, bounces over the curb into the left-hander. 1.26 Sami right behind. Peruzzi is now in 3rd, so Lisignoli has lost out somewhere on this final lap as they enter turn 2. Here they come. We're waiting for them to come across the line. They come across the back marker there. That'll be 171, 134. He's going to do it again. No, they are coming across the line, so I was right. Apologies there. The director telling me there was 1 lap to go, but it's okay. They are back in. The race is done. My bad, guys. So there we go. I was double excitement for the in-lap there. I saw the parents leaving anyway. So it was Baptiste Augustin. It was bumper to bumper at the end. Don't worry about that. So always remember, guys, on the live stream, that when it's, for example, lap 8 of 9, that is the final lap. And then when they cross the line, lap 9 of 9 is the checkered flag. So the Bambinos in their karts ready for their first time trial of the day. Number 44, talking with his engineer, Cheyenne Asgomi. Looking ready. But what a great race for the first start of the day, really providing the entertainment. We'll get confirmation of the result. There's Liz Ignoli, 133. And of course, the results are always, I always say provisional results, just in case the stewards have to get involved. Again, shout out to Emzo for partnering and sponsoring and supporting the Iame Series UAE. So Liam O'Hanlon there with 1-2-2, also getting weighed. And you're 1-2-8, I think that is. And let's cut to a highlight reel then of our first heat of the day.
What an action-packed race that was for the mini category. I mean, I can't even see. There's so many changes that happened, and I'm standing here with our P1 driver, Baptiste Augustin, driver number 134. That was impressive. Walk me through what happened. I think it was about lap 4 when you moved to P1, lost that position and gained it back. Walk me through that a little bit more.
So at the start, I didn't have a very good start, but I dropped down to 5th. And then I managed to overtake someone and my teammate, and then I was in 3rd. And then I tried to push away with Franchi and Ilias, but and then I took the lead from Franchi, and then Ilias sent it on me, and then we pushed away for a bit, and then I was first again.
Do you feel now a bit more confident going into the pre-qualifying session, the pre-final session? Apologies.
Yeah, I feel very confident.
And are you going to do anything differently this time around?
I'm not sure, but I think I'll try to do the same.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Baptiste. Stay strong, stay confident on the track, and I hope to see you again for the pre-finals.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Well, that was it. Our winner for the mini category for the heat session. We're going to send it back to you, Matt, to see what's happening on the grid.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Here we are for the Bambino first race of the day with the parent of number 44, Cheyenne, who's on pole position, and his father, Shaheen. Shaheen, I have a question for you. How do you prepare your son at this such an early age to go out there, race with other drivers, and get the best lap time?
Actually, that was my dream that to be such, but I had not this situation and condition in before. But when I came to made it, also I saw that he has the capacity to grow. So we started from last year, and now we are progressing to day by day and with training. So we are going forward. That's what we can do with Cheyenne.
Amazing, amazing to hear. So it was actually your dream, but now you're living it through your son. That's a great story.
The next one will come.
So he has a younger brother?
Yeah. He has one younger brother. He's 1 year old now. It's very soon. But when he is go next stage, he can to be replaced.
Wow, fantastic. So 6 years old, Cheyenne, and he's already on pole position. And the younger brother, 1 year old, I think he still has a bit of time before going back on track. What do you do to prepare your son now? Do you give him some advice, motivation?
Yes, exactly. We was working with his coach and to learn that how is the circuit, and we work it when he should to brake, when he should to retro, and finding the best road to go past the road. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, we wish you and your son the best of luck, and we are going to be passing it back to Jack in the commentary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt. Great to hear from so many different people on the stream. To be honest, like I mentioned earlier, that the parents deserve a shout out, but not only does this broadcast by Media Friends and Iame Series UAE shine light on the drivers, but all of these little interviews so far, and from my point of view as well, is giving more of an insight to team managers, supportive parents. We also get to see the odd occasional shot of the mechanics as well, and realistically, just like marshals as well. Shout out to the marshal team of each track that we're going to visit. We can't run stuff like this without these people, and it's not often that they get a little bit of limelight themselves. Your team managers, your parents, your mechanics, your marshals, your clerk of courses, your stewards, your track managers. Obviously we had Maxi, who runs the Iame series, but also the manager of Rack Track last time out. Maybe we'll hear from David Bright today or tomorrow with the in the interviews as the manager of Dubai Kartdrome, which is where we are today and tomorrow. A great little circuit with 17 turns of chaos. And we're about to head out to the Bambino category then for their first time trial of the day. Remember, no wheel-to-wheel racing. It's all lap times for these guys to score their points. Time trial 1, 10 minutes of lap time finding, just over a minute a lap. So, 95 on your screens, Robert Oganyan, the car advisor team, going under the Dubai Kartdrome bridge. Let's have a quick look at the YouTube chat to see if we've got any more people jumping in. That go-karter guy says, let's go CRG. Just remember that these comments might be a little bit old from various sessions, so just whilst I catch up with them. Also got Big H saying, hi, I think I read that one, let's go GGMT. Yeah, we love you, Luigi, I saw these earlier. Dazani Senior for President says Marco Peruzzi. We haven't seen that comment before, that's a new one. Come on JNKD, says Big H. That was exciting, says Kiwi K, that's good to hear. Just a request for the results from the previous class, which I'm sure we can show at some point once we have them. And then Richard Webb says, come Sam, Uncle Richard from Malta watching. That'll be another Sam Tester fan. Sam Tester currently on track in the number 31 car. We're looking at number 10, Yeshwan Kishore Kumar, Synergy UAE. With Sam Tester fastest in the warm-up, looking to take another fastest lap in this time trial. Number 7, Yusuf Al-Kaya, after his recovery. Cruising round. Number 6 there, Zayed Al-Ansari. Got a third place last time round in one of the time trials. I think it was Sam Karajkovic didn't score a result in one of the time trials last time out at Rack Track. I think time trial 1. And then Zayed Al-Ansari took advantage of that to get a P3. speaking of Sam Krashkevich, we didn't see him in the warm-up, but last time round in the warm-up and time trial 2 and 3, he got third throughout most of the day, apart from the no time in time trial 1. Sam Tester was first, second, and third, and then Mark Ristic was second, first throughout his day last time out. Now, these guys, as mentioned before, the 0 to 100 number, the Bambino category. This is the youngest category that you can enter on the karting ladder. It was 5 years old that you can start, and whilst they're not racing wheel to wheel, it's still a huge benefit to start karting at this age. And look at the speeds that they're going. This is camera of turn 6. Like, they're not going slow in these karts. And to start at this age, you develop a feeling for the go-kart, how it moves under your body. Remember, these guys throughout all the categories are sat pretty much on the floor, an inch off of the ground. You can really feel the karts move underneath your body as you steer it in. And depending on who's coaching them at this age and how much seat time and track time they get, they can really learn how the brakes can affect turning. I think we mentioned last time out when we were discussing with Matt how go-karting very much relies on being able to steer the car into the corner using not just the steering wheel and minimal steering, but also the pedal inputs, the brakes and the throttle. For example, a quick stab of the brake, which is on the rear axle, will quickly lock up the rear and essentially send your car into a slide. But you want to control it as you chuck it into the corner. And the faster the car gets, the more important this ends up becoming. But also, realistically at this stage, as well as the control of the car, I mean, they're only 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. So they also need to develop a sense of racing line. And whilst they're at this speed, there's less interaction with the brake pedal. I'm not saying it's flat out all the way around, but there is less use of the brake pedal at this speed, with the circuits being so wide and the karts being so small. They very much are learning the craft of racing line, and whether that's following their competitors on the circuit, whether that's watching maybe some onboards or some footage and revising their previous laps, they need to understand that this wide in, wide out philosophy of the racing line, because the faster they go, the stress on the car increases, basically. I think we are ready to actually go to the pit lane. We can hand it over to Matt for a quick chat before coming back to the Bambino category.
As the Bambinos are passing by into the first corner, this is T1, a very, very fast corner for the senior drivers that we have here. Now we have number 478 Yusuf and his mother, Karen, over here. Karen, as a mother with a son who's doing go-karting, how has the experience been so far?
Oh, it's really exhilarating, and it's so exciting to go around the country and go from track to track. And really, I mean, it's something that when I look at the sport, I'd even like to enter the sport myself sometimes I'm thinking, but you know, it's great fun, and it's great to see them like living their passion. And you know, I realized when he was younger he had a passion for karting, but then, you know, when the pandemic happened and everything, and so now he's got back into karting, but on a competitive level, and I realize he's got a real talent for it, so it's great. It's great to see it.
Amazing, great to hear. And how are the nerves? I mean, this is a pretty stressful weekend, I imagine. How are the nerves watching them all go into the first corner?
I mean, for me, I mean, I always will like say, okay, look, you know, pray before they go out, and you know, to be honest, it's the safety obviously is there first and foremost, you know. So, but it's I have every confidence, you know, that they'll stay safe on the track, and I mean, it's set up so well and everything. So, and it's a great venue.
Fantastic. And in terms of the video live streaming coverage, this is great for drivers like Yusuf who are able to use this to their advantage, showcase sponsorship, get new teams interested in them as well. It's a great way to get more exposure for the future. What are your thoughts so far on the partnership between Iame Uae and the Media Friends and Media Mania?
I think it's a great partnership, and there's been great coverage for Iame with it, really. It's fantastic at each venue, how it's set up, the highlights of the races, the interaction as well between the people on YouTube, and it's excellent. It's been really good.
Fantastic. And now coming on to you, Youssef. So P2 provisionally on the grid right now for the senior 170 class. I'm sorry. How are you feeling so far? How's the weekend been treating you?
So it's a bit stressful going into the weekend, as any race weekend is, but I'm feeling pretty confident going into the heat and pre-final and final. Qualifying is very short, as you know, so it's just kind of a bit of a warm-up. I'm 4 tenths actually off the leader right now, so we'll see how well I can do in the heat and the finals.
Okay, fantastic. Well, you've got your mother's support over here, so I'm sure that has to be an extra 10.
Yeah, it is really out on track. It's great to have the team supporting me, my mom. It's great to have, people there watching for you during your races,
Fantastic. And do you have anything to say to the viewers? Maybe some family in Ireland or even here?
That I hope I can win today for them, hopefully.
Fantastic. Well, there we go. Karen and Youssef, and we'll pass it back on to Jack.
Thank you, Matt. Great to hear from another driver and another parent's point of view. So we've got a few seconds left of your Bambino time trial 1, and I can tell you, for those of you watching on YouTube, because I know he's got a lot of support there in the chat, and I love seeing it. Genuinely, I'm not just saying this about the comments. It means a lot to the young drivers. Sam Tester, currently number 1 with a 110.8. Orlando in the chat saying, come on, Sam, as well. It's a third shout out for Sam Tester there in the YouTube chat. You've also got Yashwin Kishore Kumar in second place by 9/10 of a second, and Yusuf Al-Kaya has entered the fray with a third place. It's actually showing Sam Tester in the pits, so I'm assuming he finished early, set his quickest time, and then just decided to dip. And then, so, Kumar currently second, Ristic crosses the line in third, Oganyang in fifth, and Asgomi and Al-Ansari rounding off your Bambino field in seventh. So, just what I was saying before the interviews, this is where it all starts for your drivers. And I know it's hard to envision at this point, but these guys in the guys we're watching right now on this circuit in 10 years may end up being in Formula 4 cars, and then all of a sudden thrust into the full racing world, Formula 3, GB3. There's plenty of pathways to take, and if they don't go down the Formula single-seater route, there is of course the touring car GT route, the tin tops as we call it in the UK. There's plenty of opportunities to race in the GCC region in UAE, but of course, as mentioned also earlier by I think one of the parents or team bosses, they're not limited to UAE and GCC region. Many of the drivers going out and exploring Europe also for the tight and competitive fields. But for many of them, this is where the journey starts. Now, speaking of Europe, I believe the prizes are still Iame World Final tickets, which gets held in Spain. We see the last couple of drivers coming over the weighbridge, and I think we got another interview on the way. So let's hand over to Matt down in the pit lane.
So we have to be very quick because these drivers are about to head out on track. A long and very, very big grid, but we're going to start with pole position, Mitansh Jain. So he's ready and locked in right now. Let's ask a quick question. Mitansh, congratulations on pole position. What's your plan for the first corner to keep everyone behind?
Just drive and see what happens.
Fantastic. And any other tips and tricks that you could share in order to maintain that first place for the first corner? It looks like Mitansh wants to keep it all to himself, which is expected because we need to start moving right now. So we're going to pass the microphone back to Jack for the heat.
Okay, thank you, Matt. So we are getting ready then for the next category already. Nice and smooth so far. Here's confirmation of your top three from your Bambinos. It's Testa in first, Kumar second for Synergy 1-2, and then Yas Heat racing in third with Yusuf Al-Kayat after his hand recovery. He's going straight onto the podium, but the Maltese driver on the top. So, up next, already, we are on to your junior category. There's number 227, Leonidas Peruzzi, in the Predator Motorsport kart, getting ready for his first race of the day. Will the juniors put on as much entertainment as the minis did? And also, will I get the last lap right, or give you an extra lap of excitement on the in-lap once again? I'm sure time will tell. We will find out. Don't forget, jump in chat, get your comments in there, like, comment, subscribe to Media Friends TV. Shout out to Emzo, Iame, Media Friends, and of course all the sponsors here today. And of course Media Mania for the technical support. Gabriel Barracordi here in the GGM. Pole position for the number 200, it said there on the bottom left. Not sure if that was accurate or not. I can't actually remember the qualifying, but we'll get a confirmation of that shortly. The grid order will be shown before we head to the race and the formation lap. There is number 213, Ant Scheigel for MN Motorsport, or M&M, as you can see on the side of the kart. Will we see anybody save their tyres during the heat for later in the day? Okay, whilst we wait for the formation lap to start, here's confirmation of your mini results then. Augustin, Lisignoli and Sami, your top three. And look at the gaps between them. 0.071 when they cross the line. Ilyas Sami in third, just 1.5 tenths behind. I'm hoping it will refresh so that I can go through the rest of the order, but your top three confirmed there. Let's keep going, let's just wait for it to reset and go from the top again so I can get from fourth down to 32nd. Here we go, Peruzzi, Theocaris, O'Hanlon, Page, Mir, Al-Sheikh and Karajkovic, your top 10. Then it's Patton and Stubbs was 11th and 12th. Amar Tabaza, Samar Chopra, Junior Desani in 15th with Rivan Preetham in 16th. Then you have Austin Gray, Paul Frederick Schutzman, Ridan Anil Kumar and Enzo Falzerano were rounding off your top 20. Remember, this is the mini results from earlier. Alexander Freenstein, Hamad Koramifa, Saif Alabavli, Vaiko Pajamaki in 24th. Then it's Bagat, Sukar, Kumar and Garouche round off your top 28. And then just one more to round off your field before I pass it over. It's Rashid, Voronins and Mazzali and Bataille rounding off your field. But let's hear from Joanna in the pit lane.
Well, that was a great race for the Bambino category during the heat session. There was an unexpected problem that happened at the end. Here, standing with me is Sam Testa, our pole sitter with the fastest lap. Can you just walk me through what happened there at the end for you?
I don't know. I skidded a bit and my engine failed.
Do you think it was something that happened on the track, or?
I don't know really.
Awesome. And are you feeling excited for the next session?
Yes, that's my next one.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Santesta. I hope you can get the car working before the next session, and I hope to see you again up here. Good luck. All right, we're going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening on the track, as I can see the junior category just starting their session.
Thank you, Joanna. Looks like a sad Sam Testa there after taking victory still, so maybe an issue with the kart, but we'll come back to them later on. Let's confirm the grid for your juniors. 10-lap race coming up. Here we go. It's Jane and Clancy on your front row. Then it's Singh and Peruzzi there. Seigel and Chopra on row 3 with Realstone and Barracordi on row 5. Stevens and Londono on row 5, sorry. King and Doe. Then it's Alkazemi and Kallenberg on row 7 with Mason and Qureshi on the next row. Senaniaki and Potaro 17th and 18th with Pratish and Rivera on 19th and 20th. Debussy and Aina 21st, 22nd. Montanari and Albani. Kugay and Kappen on row 13. Then Batia and Boronov and Siddiqui and Husari rounding off your top 30 there, and that is confirmation of your grid then. So Matanch Jain and Connor Clancy on the front row as we watch them now complete their formation lap. Remember, they go round one full time on the circuit before then having to slow down and line up alongside each other. Keep an eye on Leonidas Peruzzi, who had a strong time last time out, as he did take the win in the final of round one. He took that first place, but he wasn't on the podium actually for the rest of the day. So he had a shocking start to round one and then climbed his way up. He's the orange car on that second row, the Predator car on the left-hand side. But we're watching Matanch Jain, Connor Clancy. Matanch Jain got pole last time out and 2 victories. He's starting first today. They enter the tram lines and away they go then across the line to start the first heat of the day in the junior category. Down towards turn 1, sweeping into the heavy braking zone of turn 2. And who will exit turn 3 in the lead? As we see, it's not Matanch Jain then. So Matanch Jain has been passed into turn 2 as they now swoop into turn 4 and 5. Exiting 5 down the inside. A great move there for somebody into turn 6 as we wait for them to cross sector 1 and see an update of the order. And look at this train of guards, single file through 7 and 8 into the chicane of 9. A side-by-side fight in the mid-pack as they go up the hill in through 9, 10, 11. Into the right-hander of 12 and now down the back straight towards the braking zone of 13. A big bump for 282 Harry James Callenberg as they enter turn 13. A big dive down the inside of 13 there. And there we have confirmation of Connor Clancy leading the way. Peruzzi up into second. I told you to keep an eye on him. And it looks like Matanch Jain is now currently down in 5th place. So it's Peruzzi, Chopra in 2nd and 3rd. Connor Clancy leading the way. Singh down a position. Jain down 4. Jack Doe has gained 6 positions at the start. Has number 205 Jack Doe for Motorscape. 222 out of the race, out of the car after contact with I thought I was going to see the number there. It's 287 Antonio Husari and 222 Jasvir Bhatia. I think both novices out of this race as they walk away and behind the barrier. So their race comes to a quick end then on the first lap of the race. And let's see, Matanch Jain sets the fastest lap, your top 5 within a second as they start their next lap. Someone looking down the inside of turn 1 there. Jack Doe is the cork in the bottle from 6th onwards. He's got about a 1 second gap from 5th place, so he's holding Barakordi, Stevens, Al-Qasemi and Qureshi just behind him. He's going to try and hold on to that 6th place for the fight, side by side through turns 7 and 8 there. A surprising amount of side-by-side fights through that flat-out left. I imagine whoever holding the inside line, keeping the position into the chicane of turn 9. As we see 219 now, Veer Chopra past Peruzzi. He's now in 2nd place, up 4 positions is Veer Chopra, and now within half a second of Connor Clancy, and will look to chase down Connor for victory today. Sets the fastest lap, does Chopra, and I believe actually Chopra had a good result last time out. Veer Chopra finished 2nd in the final to Leonidas Peruzzi from round 1 at Rack Track. Remember, this is just the heat race though. So there's 2 more races after this throughout the day. And down through 7 and 8, I would keep an eye on Chopra. I think he looks like he's got the pace to close in on your leader. Matanch Jain is back up into 4th, so he's past Aryan Singh, number 255. And there's 227 Leonidas Peruzzi, also holding on to your top 3 fights. So Connor Clancy leading the way, number 294. The Mumbai Falcons driver from Veer Chopra. Peruzzi sets the fastest lap in 3rd. Matanch Jain holding on. Jack Doe still holding on to 6th. He's got Stevens now behind him, 4 tenths behind. Barracordi's dropped back a little bit, so maybe an issue after a little bit of scrapping for Barracordi. Al-Qasemi and Qureshi rounding off your top 10. 6 places seems to be the common maximum in positions gained at the start for Jack Doe in 6th, Qureshi in 10th, and Leo Aina in 16th, all gaining 6 positions to start their race. It was a poor start for Londono, who's down 5, and Steigl also down 6. Ethan Reelstone down 11 places at the start. There's 2, 3, 5. Derek Rivera making a position for J&KD through turn 12 and into the final section, so keep an eye. Derek Rivera 2-3-5 trying to make some moves. Someone just ahead of him was side by side through 17, so another position might be up for grabs as they go down towards turn 1. And Peruzzi looks a little bit closer to Chopra there, only 2/10 gap between them, whilst the 3/10 gap between Clancy and Chopra is holding station. Oh, someone looking down the inside of 4. It's a dangerous move into 4 because it's quite a fast left-hander. And turn 5 really sneaks up on you. It's immediately after the turn 4 left. And here we have the turn 11 into 12 scenario. 2-1-6 there, I think. Or the number a little bit rubbed off, actually. Can't quite see it. Down across the main line. And with the amount of people going wide across that white line on the final turn, I'm not sure how many warnings they'll get for limits, or if the limits are strict through that final turn. But this is your top 3 fight. Down through 4 into 5. That's a great shot of that corner. This was the corner I was telling you about, where they have to exit it on the left to really open up the right, and then they throw it into this corner here, turn 6. The one where we've seen them exit on the left-hand side. There's contact here, 299 and 272. That's Luca Potaro and Kalyani Pratish. Pratish getting out the kart, the Hive Academy driver, rolling it backwards and getting back in to continue. So contact there, they're down in 26th and 27th at the moment. As we see, Al-Qasemi and Qureshi have only got 2 temps in between them. But now look at this, down towards turn 1. Someone defending down towards the fast right-hander of turn 1. Was that your leaders? As we cut to that camera, we're waiting for turn 3 exit to see who is fighting who. There's an abandoned cart, probably a yellow flag waving in that zone. As we see the cart being collected down in through 6. There's fights all over the place in this mid-pack. So it wasn't the leaders, it is your 4th, 5th, 6th fight. Into 9 they go, up the hill into the right-hander. You're looking at 249, Arhan Qureshi, and 210. That's Mohamed Al-Qasemi there with the rubbed off number. Got that confirmed now. So it wasn't 216, it's 210. Mohamed Al-Qasemi in P9 at the moment. But the gap looks extremely close between your top drivers then. And here they are, down towards turn 1. They were side by side, in towards 2 and 3. You got Clancy leading. Here they are, into 9, 294. Clancy still in the lead, under pressure from Peruzzi, 227. Now we're on board with your leaders. Into 12 they go. Connor Clancy still holding on to it. Down towards 13. Leonidas Peruzzi down the inside. Takes the lead. Chopra follows him through into 2nd place. Connor Clancy from 1st to 3rd in 1 corner. And look at Singh. And Doe as well is now up into 4th place. But look at Singh behind. Leonidas Peruzzi weaving down the straight to defend. I think we're on the final lap now, if the last race was anything to go by. Oh, defensive from Peruzzi. Chopra having a look down the inside, still down towards 4, they're defending. Look at Singh, round the outside of 4, down towards 5, we're waiting for the camera to cut. Peruzzi defends again into 6. What a great defence from Leonidas Peruzzi. And this is a defence that is telling me that this is the last lap, because they don't fight this much unless it's the last lap. Look at Peruzzi still holding on. from 217 Singh, who's found himself in second place after all the scrapping. Down towards turn 13, the final overtaking zone. Peruzzi defends again, gets loaded up. 217 Singh tries. Oh, he's up in the air. Peruzzi leads. Singh is down to third through the final corner. Look at the train. Peruzzi, Leonidas Peruzzi across the line. Checkered flag. Peruzzi wins from Chopra and Singh. What a finish. There's the junior heat. Can you believe that's only the heat? We got so much more racing today. Round 2 of the Iame Series UAE. Unbelievable stuff. Only the second round of a long season and we're seeing some fantastic racing. Let's cut to a replay of that finish. Look at this. Singh and Peruzzi into 14. Peruzzi's going to just hold his line and Singh is going to bounce up and watch Chopra come through the inside as Peruzzi's front wheels were airborne and had no turning. And then look at 205 try and take advantage of fourth. And that was Jack Doe trying to get past Connor Clancy there through the chicane. Oh my God, what a finish. I don't know if everyone remembers round 1, but there was, my voice was going towards, we blamed the heat in the end and a little bit of illness. Now the illness is gone. But if racing is going to be like this all day today, maybe a little bit concerned for keeping the voice for tomorrow's round. We've got to do this all again tomorrow, guys. Round 3 tomorrow, but we are focused on round 2 today. What a finish. Really putting on the performance there. Peruzzi winning. I cannot stress enough what a strong defense that was. He defended every corner. Chopra, opportunistic at the end, getting second place from Singh, after seeing a make or break move for Singh on effectively on the outside of 14. It would have been extremely difficult to hold, but he had to try. As a famous racing driver once said, if you don't go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. Let's cut to some highlights then of the junior race. The 205, there's Jack Doe, nearly got that position at the end from Connor Clancy. Let's go to the highlights of the junior race. Okay, a great highlights reel of your junior final then. Let's get confirmation of those results nice and quickly then. Peruzzi, Chopra and Singh. Then it's Clancy, Doe, Stevens, Kasemi, Qureshi, Jane and Barakordi, your top 10. Then we have Henry King in 11th, Aaron Mason 12th, and Steigl in 13th with Johansa Senanayaki in 14th. Derek Rivera is in 15th with Savali Kage in 16th. Ari Kallenberg, 17th place. Ethan Realstone ended up in 18th place for MN Motorsport, with Giuseppe Montanari and Brando Londono in 19th and 20th place. Malek Debussy, Ivan Boranov, Leo Aina and Rayan Albani round off your top 24. Then it's Aham Siddiqui, Kalyani Pratish and Luca Portaro in 26th, 27th after we saw them end the race with contact there. Rounding off your field and Antonio Hasari, Jasfir Bhatia, I think, at the end of the pack. So let's cut to Joanna in the pit lane.
What a heat session that was for the junior category. Standing next to me is our pole sitter, Leonidas Peruzzi. Well done out there. Walk me through what happened with you on the track.
Yeah, I think it was very tense, especially in the last 3 laps. Just had to get my head in and go through Bjorn Connor.
I mean, you came on top at the end. Are you feeling a little bit more confident going into the pre-finals?
Yeah, definitely.
And do you feel like you're going to change your strategy in any way so that you stay in P1 rather than go from P2 to P1 and that changes that happened?
Well, it's sort of simple. Don't have to overcomplicate it. Just have to try your best and keep your head in the game.
Well done. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the pre-finals. Keep going at it. And I hope to see you back here again. Best of luck. We're just going to hand it back to Matt to see what's happening on the grid with the senior category for the heat session.
Here we are for the senior first race of the day. Now we're here with number 337, Jules Dumont, third place. Jules, how's it been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. First time in Miami, so it's not that bad. Pace is there, just gotta get the racing right.
And what's your plan now into the first corner? Loads of drivers. You're lucky enough to be starting at the front of the field. What are you going to do to either go up in places, just two, to get that first place, or keep all the other drivers behind you?
Just race well, clean, and yes, take any opportunities that there is.
Fantastic. Any specific part of the track that you really like, a specific corner, a specific sector that you can tell us is your favorite?
Yeah, the chicane is really fun because you can feel the bump and it's really fast corner, so yeah, the chicane's pretty fun.
Fantastic. Now we're going to follow you with your kart now. So you're with Teleos, number 337. How has it been so far? The experience with Luigi, a very experienced team manager. How has he been helping you and adjusting to the Iame Uae Championship?
Yeah, it's been great with all the experience that Luigi and the team has. We've been pretty much on pace after 2 or 3 sessions, even though it's my first time in Miami. So yeah, it's been great. The team's been helping me a lot, and yeah, the experience is, I can feel the experience.
Fantastic. And now as for the kart and the engine, how is it different to what you typically race, which is Rotax, the S125 engine? How is it different?
There's no real acceleration, and yeah, the acceleration's pretty bad, and the biggest difference I think is the Comet tires. It's a lot different to Mojo's, and yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, there we go. That's our interview with third place driver Jules Dumont, and we are going to be handing it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, great to hear for some of the drivers. We see a nice shot of one of the marshals stood on the track, just examining the tarmac there. Let's head to the grid then, after seeing the secret hero. It's Damadasa and Montgomery Swan on the front row. Then it's Dumont and Pope on row 2, El Bassioni and Voling Vicious on row 3, with DeTroja and Dexter on row 4, Qureshi and Haddad row 5, K-Ruz and Ngoma on row 6, with Mohan and Kinua on row 7. Then it's Birin Piri and Gut on row 8, Al-Qasemi and Yamin on row 9, and Hartman and Bray rounding off your top 20. Then it's Kuri and Anivas and Busanad at the back of the field for the senior 170s. Oscar Bray on pole and Curry second, Anivas and Busanad third and fourth for your senior 170 category. There's a shot again of one of our secret heroes. The marshals keeping us ticking over. I'm sure he's just watching the live stream, because that's what everyone's doing. No, we're all watching the live stream and keeping an eye. Don't forget to comment, subscribe, get in the chat. Whilst we wait for them to do their formation lap, actually, let's have another quick look at the chat, see if I've got any updates for you. Anyone else jumping in there to say hello? We have Come On Harry, Let's Go Boy from Trisha. Go Harry 228, Nanny and Pop cheering you on from Perth, Australia. We've got a lot of viewers from Australia. No, Gavin Hill's asking about the 170 category, I guess, that's racing in this multi-class essentially race. We've got Gogo Ristic 88 in the Bambino category. So yeah, Ristic getting his fans back in the chat. And then Let's Go Amani, says Kiwi K. That's Kinua, the South African driver, on the mid-pack. So we're waiting for the seniors to come out and start their formation lap, which means we have another chance to shout out some of our sponsors from the Iame series. 800 Sport, the provider of gym equipment for villas, schools, big buildings, whatever you need, including Align Pilates, a JLT-based Pilates class business. Drivers Lab, out there somewhere on the flags. where you can get trained by real drivers with real experience on your Formula cars, your GT cars, or your go-karts, and of course Dan Wells Driver Management, one of the co-owners of Drivers Lab, also helping people manage their careers, whether it's fitness, nutrition, contract negotiations, or even PR training. A new sponsor for this round, Almeida Race Academy, the famous sim racer Suelio Almeida, with many courses teaching you. And you've got Minerva School Online. I think we should cut to the sponsor video before going through the last few.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
Okay, we are back. Thank you for the sponsorship videos there. A quick few adverts for those guys, but also a quick mention to Dia Design, the helmet design company, Drake Kart, the karting shop, drakekart.com, K-Roos Associated for the best legal office in the UAE, one of the best, and Key Sol, the investment company. Frontier Technologies, visionary teams and companies with the potential to transform entire industries across the GCC region. There's your 2 minutes board being shown for your senior category. So, don't want to jinx it, but everything running smoothly so far with in terms of delays and picking up cards. It's all pretty good. 2 minutes remaining then for your senior race and your senior 170s, your multi-class. Remember, when I say multi-class, it means there's 2 categories on the track at the same time. Can anybody remember? I'll give you 10 points, 10 random bonus points if you can tell me what the number range was for your categories. Of course, I can't wait for you to answer. I'm going to have to tell you, otherwise they'll just be sat in silence until someone puts the comment on YouTube. But it is 300 to 399 for your senior category, and any numbers with 400 in it will be your senior 170s. You've got 4 drivers on the grid for your senior 170s: Oscar Bray, Andre Curie, Alexandros Anivas, and Yusuf Busnad, the novice for this season. And many drivers in your senior category with the 300s. There's Dumont for Telios Racing Team, number 337. And they're all waiting. There's Nathan Pope, 354. He had a strong race last time, as did Montgomery Swan in 334. The green flag is waved. Now you can hear the engines coming round. Oh, a big old slide there for Damadasa as he warms up the rear tyres. There's plenty of heat there. So, we'll have an 11-lap race. 11, that was definitely all the wrong letters. I'll do that again. We've got an 11-lap race for these guys coming up. Remember, the formation lap, they go 1 full go round before heading, or slowing down, sorry, to be alongside each other for the start of the race here at Dubai Kartdrome. Round 2 and 3, the first doubleheader of the season. The Iame Series UAE, a 10-round championship with the Iame engines and Comet tyres. Shout out again, once again, to the marshals here at Dubai Kartdrome and Emzo, who are monitoring and stewarding today's race. Emzo being the Emirates Motorsport organisation, the SN for the UAE. Okay, so should now be entering the slowdown zone shortly. We'll see them back the pack up, ready for the start of the race. Big slide there from one of the XL karts, and he just gets one last little tyre warm-up in. Here we go then, 3-2-1 versus 3-3-4. Rayan Darmadasa and Jeremy Montgomery Swan on your front row. Then it's Jules Dumont and Nathan Pope on row 2. Adam Elbassioni and Linus Volonvicius on row 3. Who can get the best start? Here we go. We're about to start the first heat of the day for the seniors then. As they go down towards turn 1, it's a poor start for Montgomery Swan. Dumont down the inside of turn 1, who goes from P4 to P... Oh, look at that. He's got it done up into P2. Jules Dumont for Telios Racing Team then up into P2. Nathan Pope defends into turn 4, or attacks. He was on the inside nonetheless. And now they go into 5, down the hill into 6. Someone's off on the exit of 5. I think that might have been Pope, actually, who may have lost a couple of positions. It was Pope, but he's still in the top 6, side by side through 7 and 8 in the background there. Now up the hill through 9, 10 and 11. More scraps down in the background. You don't really want to be side by side through there. You'll lose heaps of time to your leaders. There's your senior class. Yusuf Busanad, and we see people entering 14 as well. Down the inside. It's a dangerous move, but people can do it. And there we have confirmation then. Darmadasa from Dumont, from Swan, from Elbassioni to Troja, and Pope down to 6th. Volonvicius down to 7th. Qureshi, Dexter and Haddad rounding off your top 10. 1 lap down, 10 laps to go then. Here we go, down towards 4. Into the left-hander. Exit on the left-hand side. Throw it into 5, exiting on the left again. Get it back over to the right to open up 6. Keep an eye on Jules Dumont, because he looks like he's hunting down Rayan Darmadasa for the lead already. Into 11, into the right-hander at 12. Dumont gets a wider line to try and get a good exit. He does get a good exit. Oh, Darmadasa defends into 13. Can Dumont get a switch back? He tries. He's on the outside of 14, in through the chicane, gives him a bump, and looks like he holds the lead, does Darmadasa, after getting a bit of a push through 15 and 16. If these guys fight a little bit more, Elbassioni and Swan to Troja and Pope can take advantage to try and gain some positions. We've got someone coming in to the pits in the background. We've got a new leader, Jules Dumont, up into P1 then. Darmadasa down to 2nd place. And one of the XL karts there was in 3rd as they exited. I think that might be 335 Elbassioni, yes, in 3rd place currently. Montgomery Swan and Pope now up into 4th and 5th. So Pope trying to make his way back up as well. And Telios Racing Team leading the way from GGM. Jules Dumont up 2 places. Now going down the back straight towards 13. Pulled enough of a gap to not come under threat, but now through 14 and 15, it looks like Darmadasa's all over the back of him, as is Montgomery Swan, who's chasing down Elbassioni. Down towards turn 1, gives a quick dip of the head to try and force his kart forward into turn 2. Looks over his shoulder for 3. Down towards, across the bridge now. Look at Darmadasa saying, focus forward. Come on, Jules. Let's try and get away a little bit before we start fighting. They never listen to each other, though, when they do these hand signals. If anything, the point forward, in my opinion, puts a little bit more pressure on the driver that they're talking to, because they're probably thinking, hang on a minute, I'm trying to pull away, and then they'll get forced into a mistake where they'll run wide or something. And there is confirmation as Jules Dumont is down in 4th place. Oh, look at this, Montgomery Swan down the inside of 13, up into 2nd. And Jules Dumont comes through, there's contact there. Oh, and I think he's lost another load of positions. I think that's Elbassioni. But Darmadasa leading from Montgomery Swan, and Pope is up into 3rd. After all that, Dumont in 4th. And we'll see confirmation when they exit Sector 1 of the current order. Dumont attacks Nathan Pope, but holds on to it, does 3-5-4. Nathan Pope into 4. Down the hill into 5. Back into single file, but one of the XL karts definitely up in the air on the exit of 13. I'm sure it was 335 Elbassioni. who's now down in 6th place. Rayan Qureshi also moving up into the top 5 as a result of that. Into 9, 10 and 11 they go. Up the hill. Back onto your top 5. Jules Dumont looks over his shoulder, not under pressure. Down into the braking zone of 13. There is 3-3-5. Oh, this is Dexter actually we're on board with. So it's a Telios Racing Team kart, but this is Max Dexter that we were looking at. El Bassioni just in front. And there was Jules Dumont chasing down Nathan Pope into turn 1. Rayan Darmadessa sets the fastest lap of the race at 54.1, so he's dug deep and found the pace once again. Pope still holding on to P3 at the moment. Montgomery Swan in 2nd place. So now is the tough situation where they need to look after their tyres. Jules Dumont has dropped to 6th, actually, and is now in front of teammate Max Dexter. So the Telios Racing Team karts next to each other on the track. Qureshi and El Bassioni up the road. I wonder if Dumont has some sort of power issue, or is he just struggling to get the laps together at the moment. You've got Axel there, 363. That's De Troja in P7, holding station from his qualifying position. Bassioni now down 3 places as Montgomery Swan sets the fastest lap then. Nathan Pope has Qureshi for company, who's up 5 positions. 53.940, fastest lap for Montgomery Swan. Darmadassa still holding on to the lead. Swan closed the gap by 2/10 on that last lap as they now go through 6, through the flat out 7 and 8. Got the long train of karts down to around 13th place there. I tell you what, Canua's had a good race so far as well, up 5 places. Hartman is up 6 places. Louis Hartman up into 13th place. And there is Montgomery Swan for JNKD. A really strong start to the season. Current championship leader, I might add, is Jeremy Montgomery Swan by 1 point ahead of Nathan Pope. Nathan might have won overall last time round in round 1, but it is Montgomery Swan who has 1 extra point. Another fastest lap, 53.9 again. How's that for consistency? Jeremy Swan pumping in the lap times. Another 2/10 taken out from Darmadessa's lead. Nathan Pope now 2 seconds off your leaders, but still ahead of Rayan Qureshi in P4 by about 4/10 of a second. Jules Dumont now back up into P5 with Max Dexter in P6, El Bassioni P7, Canua P8, De Troja P9 and Haddad P10. That's Nathan Pope on your screen for GGM. Into the chicane. And he has got Qureshi pretty close behind. Down towards turn 1 they go. Only a couple laps remaining, but look at Qureshi closing in. He's made the move into 2, forces Nathan Pope wide. And he's now going to have a look down the inside of 4. Nathan can't move over. Qureshi down the inside of 4. Did Pope hold it around the outside and have the inside of 5? No. Qureshi has moved up. I think he got a bit of a punt. Look who's getting involved. It's Dumont down the inside of Pope. 337 up into P4 now. And we've got a 4-car fight for the final spot on the podium in this race. So Qureshi costed Nathan another position there, who's now under threat from Max Dexter. 386 is on your screen. Dexter can't quite get the move on Pope just yet. Into the final chicanes they go. The gap now 1 second between your 2 front runners as well, so that threat no longer happening. Your closest fight is indeed 3rd place. Qureshi versus Dumont for Telios Racing Team. Qureshi 386 driving for Mumbai Falcons. Up 6 places. Nathan Pope looks round the outside of 6. I don't know if that was on Dexter or Dumont. It was a Telios kart. He got the move done. Into 9, looks down the inside, does the Telios kart at Dexter. Now they're scrapping, and they got another lap to go after this. But they are costing themselves time to the karts in front. They were fighting for P3. Now they're fighting for P5. Pope still leads the train. And 335, El Bassioni takes advantage, moves back up into P6. in towards turn 2. We're on lap 9 out of 11. And that's your leaders. Rayan Darmadasa, Montgomery Swan, holding station. This is on board with Dexter. He's got El Bassioni in front of him. The Telios Racing Team car versus El Bassioni. Down the inside of 6. It's not really a heavy braking zone. It was never going to work. And look at the exit El Bassioni got as a result. You never want to stick your nose in there. You want to wait for turn 9, really. But now he's defending as a result. Dexter having to hold the inside line. Big slide of oversteer through there. Into the left of 10, 11, and into the right of 12. Great onboard shot there from Dexter as he was struggling. And look, he's still fighting in the background there. There's Montgomery Swan. A nice little gap between your leader, Darmadasa. 1 second safety net. Coming round the circuit, down the hill towards 5. It looks like El Bassioni is no longer under threat. Is there an issue there for that car? Or is the race over? It says lap 9 of 11 on the screen. So that's a weird, that's a new one for us. The race is over. So apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But the timing screen saying lap 9 of 11. So even based on the previous races where 1 lap before the end was the final lap, now it's 2 laps apparently according to the timing screen. No blame on the director this time. Rayan Darmadasa was your victor, so give him a round of applause, your GGM driver. 334 Jeremy Montgomery Swan, 2nd place, and Rayan Qureshi coming up on my screen in 3rd in the end. Jules Dumont did finish in 4th with Nathan Pope in 5th. There's Montgomery Swan weighing in, and here's confirmation of your top 3. Rayan Darmadasa for Mumbai Falcons takes victory then in your first heat. Jeremy Montgomery Swan for JNKD Racing, and then Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons. Darmadasa 334. Sorry, Jeremy Montgomery Swan is 334. Darmadasa 321. Mumbai Falcons on my sheet, although the picture showed a different suit. There's your senior 170 confirmation then. It's Oscar Bray taking victory. Boutsadad had a great race, up into 2nd place with Curry managing to take 3rd place. Your senior 170s then enjoying a race of their own in this multi-class race. Let's cut to the highlights then.
That was for the senior category in the heat session. Started off with some action. Next to me is our P1 driver, Rayan Darmadasa. You lost your position to Dumont. I believe it was on the 2nd lap. How did you gain your position back? Walk us through that.
Yeah, I think just didn't have the pace at the beginning, so lost position on the 2nd lap. Stayed with him for the next lap and then made a good move in the 1st sector, and yeah, just drove away after that.
Do you feel like you're going to have that pressure again behind you going into the pre-finals?
Yeah, I think for sure it'll be close at the beginning. We just try to drive as good as we can and make a gap again.
Well, you are racing against some very competitive category. Are there any tricks that you do to your strategy that gives you that advantage from the start?
Not really, just try to be smarter than everyone else and stay in the lead.
Well, I wish you the best of luck, Rianne. I hope you can keep your position strong up to going into the pre-finals, and I hope to see you back here again. So thank you very much. We do want to speak to our P1 driver in the senior 170 category. They actually drive on the track alongside the senior category, so I am sure it must be a hectic time on the track competing against so many drivers, but yet they have their own category. Again, our P1 driver is Oscar Bray, which we interviewed previously in the qualifying session, and again here in the heat. Nice hat. I love the smile on your face. Walk me through again what happened with you on this track. I mean, it seemed like a pretty smooth ride throughout the entire session.
Yeah, I was able to get away from the rest of the senior 170 drivers, so I was just trying to stay behind the senior grid. I had a fuel leak during the race, so it wasn't the most pleasant drive with fuel on my leg, but yeah.
And what advice do you have to somebody in your position? I mean, they want to get into racing. Again, I know you haven't been doing this for so long, but what keeps you going? What keeps you motivated? What keeps you confident out there on the track?
Just knowing that at some point you'll succeed and you'll get what you want.
Do you feel like the team behind you is supporting you a lot? And is that an important factor for all the drivers?
Yeah, the team definitely supports you. You should listen to your coaches and your manager. Lots of feedback to your engineer, and they help me stay ice cold.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Oscar. I wish you the best of luck going into the pre-finals. Thank you. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to take a moment to thank our sponsors.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Hello everybody, and welcome back. Thank you to my co-hosts for those interviews. Let's have a look then at what's coming up next. As you can see, we move straight on into the next race. It's the minis with 11 laps. We've got Augustin and Lisignoli on the front row, Sammy and Peruzzi on row 2. Then it's Thea Karas and O'Hanlon on row 3, Page and Mir on row 4, Al-Sheikh and Karashkovic on row 5, Patton and Stubbs on row 6. Then we've got Tabaza and Desani Jr. on row 7, with Preetham and Gray on row 8. And then rounding off the top 18 is Shootsman and Anil Kumar. Then Chopra and Freenstein rounding off the top 20. Koramifa and Alabavli 21st and 22nd, with Bagat and Falzarano 23rd and 24th, Pajamaki and Garouche 25th and 26th, with Kumar and Rashid in 27th and 28th. Then you've got Voronins, Mazzali rounding off your top 30, followed by Al Khalifa and Sukar in 32nd, and Bataille rounding off the field in 33rd place. So we're currently on the formation lap. And are we ready? This is the pre-finals, ladies and gentlemen. So we are moving, we are ploughing through the time stages. So points are on offer from this point onwards. It's a repeat of earlier on in the day. We have pre-final minis, time trial 2 for the Bambinos. And then we do it all over again one last time today for the finals before heading to a bit of fun and games series. UAE round 2. Don't forget to subscribe. Plenty more action on the way. And they are side by side. Let's hope that the laps give me a good idea of whether the checkered flag is going to come out or not this time. They're on their way, the lights are out, and away they go. Down towards turn 1 then. They're already spread out wide in 2x2 formation, and I think that's Lisignoli then that comes out in the lead. They're side by side, Augustin and Peruzzi behind in second and third. Down towards the left-hander, that's not Lisignoli actually that's leading. I'm trying to identify by helmets there, the bright green helmets, but there are 2 of them at that front end which have the luminous yellow helmets, and that is maybe Ilyas Sami actually that's flying through the lead up the order. It's not Augustin. I can see that much as they come up through 9, 10, 11 and into the right-hander of 12. Now down the back straight then they go. Down towards 13. There's number 151. And here come your leaders then, flying through turn 14 into the chicane of 15, 16 and the final turn of 17. And across the line for the first time then is 125 Ilyas Sami, with Baptiste Augustin in second after a poor start there. And then you've got Atika Mer, who's up 1 pursuitsman, rounding off your top 10. In towards, through the left-hander of 7 and 8. Little bit smarter when it comes to racing. They'll wait until the last few. It just depends on what the drivers are feeling at the time. As you can see, I take back what I said. Doesn't matter. They're going to race anyway. I think the Sami go down the inside and retake the lead. Only sets the fastest lap in P6. Ilyas Sami leading, not far behind, being put under pressure from Lisignoli and Atika Mer. Down through 7 and 8, Baptiste Augustin is still right behind. They're bumper to bumper, your top 2 into turn 9. I imagine we might see the pointy finger pretty soon saying focus forward, so that they can try and pull away and stop defending to lose a number of positions from one overtaking attempt. As we see Augustin try and set himself up for a good exit on the main straight. Peruzzi definitely had one. In towards turn 2, Augustin looking down the inside of 2. Augustin now leads. Achilles Peruzzi up into second, and Charlie Page holding on to fourth, just behind Ilyas Sami as they disappear down into 4. And Peruzzi down the inside of 6. Peruzzi up into the lead. Sami following through into second. Augustin on the outside line. I think Page might then. 114 down the inside of 12. Third then for XL Motorsport. A big push from behind from Baptiste there, who involved Ilyas Sami, also trying not to get involved. See, needed that because much. Actually, they're still side by side. Page down. Lisignoli gets a warning flag for 133. 134. Oh, down the inside of 4. Oh, that looks extremely close to contact there. Charlie Page is fighting with Lisignoli, I think. And keep an eye on Thea Karras, who's looking down the inside of 7 and 8 and third. 134 Augustin versus Francesco Lisignoli into turn 12 and on to the back straight. And we're approaching the halfway phase of this race. Down towards the inside. This is on board with one of the XL drivers. Al Khalifa is that, I can see on the leg. I'm just trying to spot. I couldn't quite see who we were on board with there. I think it was Al Khalifa, down 102. XL Motorsport, yeah, so it looks likely. Francesco Lisignoli sets the fastest lap again. Into the left-hander. There we go, that's the onboard and the live view. So Al Khalifa showing how bumpy the circuit is on board his XL car. Into 4, into 5. But look at second and third, Augustin and Sami still fighting it out into 11. They're actually now, they look to be working together a little bit here now. No longer fighting each other too much as they try and close in on your leader, Achilles Peruzzi. I think that's showing up on the timing screen actually. Francesco Lisignoli, sorry, my bad, in third. It's the green helmet again, throwing me off. 133 Lisignoli in third. Just following Baptiste Augustin. to try and chase Peruzzi down. Here's your top three then. Fourth and fifth, not far in the background also. That's Sammy and Paige. Down the inside goes 1-3, Atika Mer. Couldn't quite do it in turn 4. But she's looking to gain a few more positions on O'Hanlon and Thea Karras. So Atika Mer looking feisty. She's the red suit car, third in that train. Bounces over the curve, does Augustin. The gap now half a second between these guys and Peruzzi. As they go down towards 13 and into 14. I wonder if Sammy and Paige also has the pace. Oh, Thea Karras, 128, big slide through 14. That'll hinder the train behind. As they go down through turn 1, in towards turn 2. Into 3. Down the hill towards 4. Peruzzi definitely being reined in now. Augustin just 4 temps back. 2 temps behind Augustin is Lizignoli in top 5 coming down the hill, and still Liam O'Hanlon is holding on to that train behind. Atika Mer is up into 7th place. Thea Karras down 1. And your leaders closing then. Here comes Peruzzi into the right-hander at 12. Baptiste Augustin can see that he's got the pace. He knows that he's been reeling him in a couple of tenths a lap. And will he wait for the opportune moment to make a dive for P1? Achilles Peruzzi is up 3 places from the start, as we see number 100 there. Rivan Dev Freetham go down the inside of 14 to make a move. Into turn 2 they go. This is on board again with, I think, Al Khalifa, who's chasing down Enzo Falzerano. This is for 24th and 25th place on the left-hand side of your screen. Atika Mer down the inside of 4 on the right-hand side of your screens. I think she'll pull that one off this time. Yes, she has. She comes out in front then. Moves up into P6 from Liam O'Hanlon, who she just passed around the outside of 5, inside of 4. Great move from Atika Mer. Achilles Peruzzi now under pressure. I can hear the audience outside. I don't know if something happened in the mid-pack through 9, 10 and 11. In fact, we've actually lost our 3rd place driver in this fight somehow. So Achilles Peruzzi and Baptiste Augustin on the right-hand side of your screens, your leaders. The 3rd place driver is now, where's Francesco Lizignoli? He's dropped, he's in 16th. Something has happened to Francesco Lizignoli. As Achilles Peruzzi goes to defend, Baptiste Augustin down the inside of 4, takes the lead. Down into 5, Baptiste Augustin on the right-hand side of your screens. Peruzzi opens up turn 6. Keep an eye on the right-hand side. This is your main fight for the lead. Down into 7 and 8. Peruzzi holds on. Augustin, wide line into 9. Up the hill into 10 and 11. But what happened to Francesco Lizignoli? Gets a bump from behind. We're on lap 9 out of 11. I'm wondering if this is the last lap or not, because they are fighting more and more on the last race. Here we go, round the final turns, in through the chicane. Peruzzi leading from Augustin. Round the final turn, we cut to the picture of the main straight. Is the checkered flag waving? I don't think it was. They're still fighting then, so now we're on the final lap. Here we go. Peruzzi leading from Augustin into 3, defending 114. Charlie Page down the inside of 134, down the inside of Peruzzi into 4. Charlie Page takes the lead into 5. 114 came out of nowhere to take P1. Peruzzi has switched back on 6. He's got the inside of 7 and 8, and he's going to get a push from behind from Baptiste Augustin. In towards 9, they've got the inside line. Peruzzi's going to lead into this corner. Page round the outside of Augustin. Into 11 they go, round into 12. Peruzzi holds the inside line. Charlie Page tries to get a good exit down towards the heavy braking zone of turn 13. Gives him a push. Peruzzi defends in through 14. This is definitely the last lap with this type of fight in. Augustin round the outside, down the inside goes Sammy to take P3. Wow, What a move through the final section. Where there's the checkered flag. Peruzzi wins from Charlie Page and Ilyas Sami. According to the timing screens, it's 1:16, 1:14, 1:26 and 1:34. What a finish again for your mini category. But Peruzzi showing another strong performance. Charlie Page, Ilyas Sami, and Baptiste Augustin. And shout out to Atika Mayer as well, P5. And Francesco Lisignoli, I'm guessing that's why I heard the audience go, oh, because after I heard that noise, he lost out of your top three fight after being well within a chance of at least second place, if not victory, by the looks of that final fight. Dear oh dear. So, Peruzzi a win. Charlie Page second, first podiums of the day for those two, I believe. Ilyas Sami, his second, third place of the day. Baptiste Augustin just missing out after winning the earlier race. There's Peruzzi getting weighed in. As we mentioned before, this was the pre-final. Peruzzi for Predator Motorsport 1:16 takes victory. Charlie Page for XL Motorsport on the left takes second place, with Ilyas Sami for GGM in third place on the right-hand side. Confirmation then of your top three. Wow, what a finish. Let's cut to the highlights then of the mini pre-final.
Standing next to me is Gilbert Banut, the team manager of Yashe Racing Team. He brings years of experience in motorsports and team management. I want to ask you, what sets Yashe Racing Team apart in terms of mindset and preparation from other teams?
Hi, Joanna. Good to see you. Yashe is a motorsport development initiative at Yas Marina Circuit. Under the management of Ithara. So basically we've restructured Yashe to have two pillars, the Yashe Racing and the Yashe Academy. The Yashe Racing, we start from karting all the way up to F4 and Formula Regional. And this is where we focus on our drivers from mental, physical, and development from the nutrition. And then we go to the circuit, starting from Al Sabak program, which is an initiative we started nurturing the UAE nationals from the age of 5 to 8. It's a program that we do once a year, and now in April we're going to do the second round. We will pick up 2 boys and 1 girl, and then we offer for the winners a full supported championship in Bambino, and then the winner of the boys stays and the girl stays and go up on their career pace. We do have also the Kartdrome Academy, which is at the Kartdrome at Yas Marina Circuit. This is where we give different courses for beginners and the other 2 programs and the private programs as well, age of 5 to 14. And then we have the top level, which is the F4. And this year we're going with 4 F4 cars, 1 national driver and 3 different other drivers. So basically, yes, it's an overall program from karting to single-seater, and we're working also on introducing the Baja Rally and esports later on.
Well done. I mean, this restructuring really gives the focus per category. You have also started a new initiative, a Sabiq, that focuses on highlighting and spotting young UAE nationals. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, we started Al Sabak program this year. 2025 was the premiere. So, and in 2026, April is going to be the second edition. We will call in all the UAE nationals from the age of 5 to 8 to register. And it will be done at the Kartdrome, and the 2 boys winner and 1 female winner, they will be offered the Bambino seat, as I said. And then the winner between the 2 boys and the girl will continue with us, fully funded program all the way up to the single-seater. We want to create, nurture actually, and discover and develop drivers. So we have the Kartdrome Academy, which is for non-UAE nationals and UAE nationals, but Al Sabak program, it's basically for the UAE nationals.
Well done. That is an incredible initiative. And finally, I just want to ask, how can people find and be part of Yashi Academy?
So the Yashi Academy and Yashi Racing, it's now available at the Iame and the Rotax Championship, and the F4 and Trophy and the Middle East Championship. And our 2 email addresses is the Yashi Racing at ymc.ae and Yashi Academy at ymc.ae.
Well done. Thank you very much, Gilbert. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know more about Yashi Academy and your incredible work. Thank you again. We're going to just send it back to Jack for a few seconds there before we start interviewing our P1 and P2 for the pre-finals mini category.
Thank you, Joanna. So let's have a look at the result then from the last race whilst we wait for the next interviewee. It's Peruzzi, Page and Sami, your top 3. Then Augustin, Mer, Hanlon, Karajkovic, Theocaris, Stubbs and Preetham rounding off your top 10. Then you've got Adam Al-Sheikh and Paul Schutzman there in 11th and 12th. Hamad Koramifa and Giovanni Junior Dezani in P13-14. Austin Gray, Rashid and Lizignoli, Samir Chopra, Patton, Tabaza, Pajamaki rounding off your top 21. Tal Zarano, Anil Kumar, Al Khalifa, Alo Bively rounding off your top 25. Then it's Sukar, Bhagat, Mazali, Batail up into 29th. Kushagra Kumar rounding off your top 30 with Garush, Voronins and Freenstein rounding off your 33, with Freenstein did not start this race. Okay, after the results, let's go back to Joanna in the pit lane.
Standing here next to me is our P2 winner, Charlie Page, from P7 to P2 in the pre-finals of the mini category. Walk me through, how did you manage to do that?
Yeah, just overtake one by one, and my start was really good. Like, I overtook some drivers in the start, and then I just picked my way through.
And I know the weather is way better, as you mentioned, compared to round 1. Is that helping a lot more with your tires on the track?
Not really. Like, the track temp's really hot, and like it just helps everything really, maybe because it's a bit cooler.
Well done. And are you feeling a bit more confident going to the finals now?
Yeah, a bit. I'm on the outside, so let's see how it goes, really.
Awesome. Well, good luck, Charlie. I hope to see you back here in the finals again, and best of luck. We're going to take a quick moment with our P1 driver of the mini category for the pre-finals, Achilles Peruzzi. Well done, from P4 to P1. That is an incredible work.
That was good.
All good. And how did you manage to do that? Walk me through a little bit that specific moment where you were able to overtake the previous P1 driver.
I just got a decent start, and I just worked my way up.
Did you do anything specifically with the team before the start of the race to help you, put you mentally in a better position going into the pre-finals?
No, I already know I was going to win.
I love the confidence. Well, I want you to keep that confidence, and I hope to see you back here in the finals again. Thank you very much, Achilles, and best of luck. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to send it back to Jack to see what's happening next on the grid.
Thank you, Joanna. Great to hear from Achilles Peruzzi once again. I got 3 words out of him this time instead of the usual. Yep, I'm going to win. He's a man of many words, confident. But as he mentioned last time in round 1, it's not over until it's over, basically, with the final. He said it's can't celebrate what was the exact words he said? He said something like, we can't celebrate until the end of the final, basically, because anything can happen. But a great win for the pre-final for him nonetheless. We are now back with the Bambinos for time trial number 2. Last time trial was Testa, Yashwin Kishore Kumar, and Yusuf Al-Kayat was your top 3. So we'll wait for them to set a time before we start talking about these guys. Thank you all once again, those of you that are joining us on the live stream, and of course live in the paddock. Those that are listening and watching, please again don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, set the notifications, and just follow Media Friends in general to stay up to date with the season. We have a 10-round season coming up with obviously Rack Track down, Dubai Kartdrome today, Dubai Kartdrome tomorrow, Sharjah karting track for round 4 and 5, Yas Marina circuit, and then Al Fasad followed by Rack Track to round off the season. Here, we've got 7 minutes remaining. Quick shout out again to Iame, Iame Series UAE for the season. Emzo, Rack Track, Media Mania and Media Friends. Get in that chat so that I can talk to you, the audience. My name is Jack, I am your host for the season, joined with Joanna and Matt Wells in the pit lane. So feel free to say hello if you see us around the paddock. Get ready for your interviews with those two. And at the end of the day, I believe we've got some fun and games planned as well, so don't go anywhere, stay tuned. For now, let's have a quick look. After Sam Testa sets the fastest time straight off the bat, let's have a quick look at the YouTube chat. See if I can catch up with what's going on in the chat. Refresh it to make sure it's live. Oh, we've got a lot of comments this time. Okay, so nice little catch up here for the next few minutes before we see the Bambinos set some more fastest time. Sam Testa yet again goes fastest with an 11.259. So we saw, come on, Ari. Let's go from Trisha. Go Harry 228. We saw that one from Australia. Amani, have a blast, you got this, from Kiwi K. DS Karting says, let's go AK. Sammy says, go Amani, Kinua. Stein Ryberg says, go Louis Hartmann from Denmark. We've got another country shout out in the chat. So far, I mean, shout out as many countries as you can, just to show how international the grid is, if you can. But so far, we've seen Denmark, we've seen Malta, we have seen... Oh, now, I don't want to get this one wrong, but there's a lot of flags that are similar to this. I want to say Slovenia for Ristic. Let me know if that was right or wrong. And we've seen Australia get shouted out a couple times. We could count Luigi's shout out as an Italian shout out. I don't know if that's a generalization from me, but there it is. Who else have we got here? Hi, Amani, push from Sammy. Lovely, says Calendar Badshah. Qureshi is who they're supporting. Up 7 places, go Louis. Up 8 places, go Louis. This was from the last race. I think we got a quick highlight of something in the Bambino category. Here we go. 44 and 95. Oh, big slide. Oh dear. I mean, 95. Robert Aganyang and Cheyenne Asgomi there in number 44. Realistically, 95 had nowhere to go. Remember, these guys are between the ages of 5 and 8. Very young age to be having impacts like this. But yeah, just a loss of the rear. I was saying earlier about the brakes, using the brakes to turn the car in. And that's what happens if it just goes a little bit too much. The rear of 95 just, 44 spinning round on the racing line with 95 directly behind. and not having enough time to evade. Testa still fastest with a 1:11.0. Kumar second with Ristic in third. Al-Kayat currently fourth. Ganyang continues in fifth as Gomi also continues in sixth after the contact. And Alan Sari, number 6 in P7 so far. Let's just finish catching up on the chat and then maybe we'll cut to the pit lane in a second to catch up with the other guys. So come on, Baza from Janus. Well done, Amani from Kiwi. You've got 18th in senior class, says Axman GT. Before I do the last few comments, let's cut to Matt in the pit lane.
Here we go now. We have some interesting stuff going on in the Bambinos, but an interesting interview coming up right now with the parent of driver 205 Jack Doe. This is Neil Doe. Now, Neil, how's it going so far? Obviously, we know you've helped a lot with MVA Minerva Virtual Academy. Could you give to the viewers right now a bit more information on what it is and how it could benefit these drivers here in the UAE?
Sure. Look, it's been a long season for us last year. This year we're racing with Motorscape, and part of that has given me time to develop MVA in the region. We're in the middle of lots of regulatory changes with KHDA to make sure we legalise the school here before we really do anything. But the main thing about MVA is it's designed for athletes. It tailors the education, the academic part about the drivers and the athletes in their chosen sport. So it gives them the time to flourish in both, but it underpins it with solid academic growth that sits behind it.
Fantastic. Now, this is really important for these drivers. You know, they're starting karting at such a young age, and if they want to maintain this high level of sport, they also need that time off from school. But now what MVMA does is it allows them to have, you know, top-level schooling from anywhere at any time.
Absolutely, and look, the UAE is a massively transient place to live. We've got parents from all around the world that may stay here, may go somewhere else, and this allows the education to go with you. But the most important thing for any sports person is to allow them to focus on their sport, and MBA gives you that. It gives you the time, in this case, to have your bum in the seat and actually putting in the laps, and that's the thing that makes you a fast driver.
Yep, couldn't have said it better now. In terms of driving, obviously you're supporting your son, 205 Jack Doe in the junior. It was a bit chaotic last race. How's it going so far? What are your hopes and thoughts for this pre-final?
I think the pre-final, as with any junior pre-final, will be entertaining. Jack's famous for having the most battered car on the grid because he just likes to drive through people. So I'm looking forward to that. A lot of movement going on.
Fantastic. And now lastly, this new partnership between Iame Uae, Media Friends and Media Mania, what do you think of it so far? How can it help these drivers, you know, with their exposure, getting this social videos, all of this stuff that they can then share with their sponsors and then move up the grid?
I think this is a massively underrated part of the driver development. Yes, you've got to be able to drive, but in today's world, if you can't convey yourself on social media, you go nowhere. And I think Media Friends and what they've done in putting this together for Iame has been a real step forward for the local karting community. And as you said, it allows the drivers to really develop their skills in front of the camera because this is how they get spotted. You can be the fastest driver on the grid, but if you can't conduct yourself in front of one of those things, you don't go very far.
Fantastic. That's some great advice there from Neil Doe, father of Jack Doe, driver 205, and we are going to be sending you back to Jack in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Great insight from one of the parents, Neil, there. And, of course, a good shout-out for MVA as well. We've got a few seconds left of the time trial. Testa has gone faster yet again, and Ristic is now up into second place with Kumar in third. Al-Kayat not far behind in P4. The last few comments, just to catch up with the live chat on YouTube. Nkosa Nagoma, you know the rules of the game, boy. Have fun whilst you're doing it. From Ethel. Then you've got a lot of support for Mark in the chat. Number 88, who's on track currently from Darinka and Alexandra. Go Mark Ristic. Go Sam, God be with you, we adore you, says Ingrid. Jeremy says joining from Zimbabwe. Didn't see that country getting a shout out, but there it is. Let's go Yusuf and Daria, says Via Chandilya. And Alexandra confirming, oh thank God, confirming my geography knowledge has not slipped. It is the Slovenian flag, I got it right, so that means I didn't offend anybody. Cheering for Mark Ristic. So yeah, a nice varied amount of countries being shouted out in the chat. namely Australia, Slovenia, Malta, Zimbabwe just now. I don't think... Oh, and Denmark earlier on as well for Louis Hartmann. Yes, Sam, you did it again. Best time, says Ingrid. So proud, 1:10.7. So we saw him a little bit sad earlier in his interview, which was surprising because he was fastest then as well. And he's done it again as the checkered flag comes out. And this time joined by Ristic and Kumar. So Testa makes it 2 out of 2. Kumar was second in the last one. He's now third. And Mark Ristic was second in this run. So great. There's the confirmation. Testa, Synergy UAE. Ristic, Synergy UAE. And Kumar, Synergy UAE. With the Maltese, Slovenian, and UAE flag there in the backgrounds. Okay. So that's Bambino's time trial 2. For those of you following the timetable, I'm not sure if we can have a quick look at that on the screen, but just a reminder, up next will be the junior pre-final, followed by the senior pre-final. Here's confirmation of your results. Testa, Ristic, Kumar, Alkayat, Oganyang, Azgomi, and Alansari are your 7 finishers in your Bambino time trial. And there's the gaps also on the right-hand side. So up next, junior pre-final, a lot of points on offer. And then senior and senior 170s pre-final before potentially a short break or maybe a number of interviews before heading into the finals of the day. Let's hand over to Matt in the pit lane and see who he's talking to this time.
Here we are now, the pre-final as the drivers are about to head out. Again, a very chaotic first race as that was. Now over here we've got Mohammed Al-Qasimi, who won the final of the last round. Let's see if we can have a small chat with him and if he can try and replicate it. Mohammed, how are you feeling so far?
I'm feeling good, pretty good.
Great, so you won the last round.
Yeah.
What is the trick to do it again for this round? It's a different track, one that potentially you may not know as well, but obviously you have the pace, you're at the top end of the field. Tell us, how are you going to try and make that 2 wins out of 2?
I'm gonna keep trying to push and like get better lap times, because since lap times matter a lot in this track, you know. And I'm gonna try to keep pushing, but I have a disadvantage since I don't drive in this track a lot, and you know.
Yeah, so compared to these other drivers who this is, you know, most of them, this is their home track, as you mentioned. You have a little less experience over here. What's your favorite corner or sector on this track, despite the less experience compared to the others?
I'm gonna say corner 13.
Corner 13. Now, where is that? That's after the chicane and into the back straight. That's a fantastic corner, very quick and fast-flowing corner. Well, what is your plan now into the first corner? How are you going to make sure to maintain position and even go further ahead?
I'm gonna try to keep behind Jack Doe, and I'm gonna like try to keep in touch of him in the bumper, and then I'm gonna like defend in the corner too.
Okay, perfect. Well, we wish you the best of luck as we'll keep moving up over here. We'll try and get a small conversation here from Peruzzi over here, Leonidas Peruzzi, who is starting in first place. Leonidas, not the qualifying that you wanted, however, it looks like you've made it back and you're starting in first place. Now, tell us a bit, how are you feeling? What's your plan for the first corner of this race?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, calm. Just have to stay in front.
And how was it in the first heat, you know, carving your way through that field? What's, you know, going to be the motivation for this one, apart from winning, obviously?
Well, just not backing off, be as aggressive as possible. And yeah, as always, just staying in front.
Fantastic. So this is your home track, you know, you've been doing and racing here for many, many years now. If I could ask one question, what is your favorite corner or sector on this iconic track in the UAE?
I think sector 2.
Sector 2, so...
The chicane.
Yeah, the chicane, you know, this has been a very popular answer. Many, many drivers today have told us the chicane is their favorite part of the track. Now, why is that, Leonidas? Can you tell us a bit more? You're coming fast under the bridge. It's a heavy braking, and take us through it.
Yeah, it's heavy braking. It's you have to get. It's very precise because you're getting pressured from the barriers as well in turn 10. So yeah, you just have to push the car to the limit as much as possible.
Perfect. Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck out there, and we'll keep walking throughout the big field. Now, we have number 217 Singh here, starting in 3rd place. How has it been today so far, and what are your thoughts coming into the first corner?
It's been not bad. I mean, we struggled a bit at the start of the heat, but I mean, we came back at the end. We finished 3rd, so power is looking good. Chassis feels good. So let's see what we can do for the pre-final. Obviously, we have really good drivers in front. Last year, I won the championship with Leonidas. We were at the front the whole time. He's a really good driver. Just work with him and see what we can do.
So it looks like there's a lot of respect between you guys, but at the same time, when you're on track, it changes. Okay, well, we'll wish you the best of luck, Singh, and we are now going to be passing it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt. We will, just before the formation lap starts, let's go to Joanna in the pit lane.
Next to me is our P2 finisher for the Bambino category in the pre-finals. These drivers are absolutely killing it, especially in this weather. Can you tell us how old you are? Mark Ristic, you got P2 today. How do you feel?
Good.
And how old are you right now?
5.
5 years old. Do you feel happy when you're on the track?
Yes.
And now I bet you're excited to go into the finals. Do you want to say anything to your family that's watching you online?
Yes.
What would you like to say to them? You love them and you want to thank
Yes.
them? Yes, okay. Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Mark Ristic. You are doing absolutely amazing, and I hope to see you again in the finals, all right? Good luck. Let's have a chat with our P1 finisher, Sam. Welcome back. Again, you're absolutely killing it in the heats, in the qualifying, in the pre-finals. I love the big smile on your face. How happy do you feel right now?
Very happy. It's been a long time I didn't go on P1.
It's been a long time. You've been doing it all day today, so I'm very proud of you. Do you want to say anything? You have a lot of family supporting you online. Do you want to say anything to them?
I want to say to one friend. I have a friend called Joshua. I love him. Keep strong.
I love that. Thank you so much, Sam. You're absolutely killing it. I can't wait to see you again back here in the finals. I hope you do your best. Give me a high five. Good luck. Thank you so much, Sam. That is it for the Bambino category. We're going to go head back to Jack to see what's happening up there on the grid.
Thank you, Joanna. Great to see Sam and Mark there in the interviews. Sam a lot happier than earlier. I don't know if he realised he was P1 in time trial 1, but he said it's been a while since he's been in P1. It was only a couple hours ago, but he's done it twice. Here's the grid then for the junior final. We got Peruzzi and Chopra on row 1. Then we got Singh and Doe on row 2. Stevens and Al-Qasemi on row 3. Then we got Qureshi and Jain in P7 and P8. And rounding off your top 10 is Barakordi and Henry King. Then we have Mason and Seigel on row 6. Senaniaki and Rivera on row 7, with Clancy and Callenberg on row 8. Then we got Ethan Rillstone and Giuseppe Montanari there in 17th and 18th. Debussy and Albani in 19th, 20th. Aina and Londono rounding off your 11th grid. Kage and Pratish there in 23rd and 24th. Potaro and Buranov in 25th and 26th. Siddiqui and Husari in 27th and 28th, with Bhatia rounding off the whole grid in 29th place. So, pre-final time. Can another Peruzzi do it again? Leonidas Peruzzi starting on pole. Veer Chopra second. Alongside him with Singh and Doe, P3 and P4. That's a great result for Jack Doe, actually, up there in the top 4. Keep an eye on him making moves on the first lap. P4 seems to be a good place to start based on the previous races. And the formation lap begins and is well underway. Remember, they will go round warming up the tyres for a whole lap before they then slow down again in sector 3, side by side, ready to start this 12 laps. And Just the director will be very helpful on the final lap, showing that checkered flag so that we don't do that the lap count thing happen again on the timing screens. But nonetheless, it's exciting. It keeps us in suspense with the action, even getting extra action at the end. So the formation lap then. They've just completed a full go round, which means halfway round this time. I'll tell you what, we've actually, again, I don't want to jinx it, touch wood. We haven't seen a full start since this morning. So let's see what Peruzzi and Chopra will do, leading from the front. Both the minis, in fact all of the races actually, provided plenty of entertainment, especially in those last few laps. And there's one of the marshals, the unsung heroes, telling him to slow down, ready for the start of the race. Shout out to Dubai Kartdrome, hosting round 2 and 3, and its staff for helping us. And the Iame Series UAE tick over for these 2 rounds. There's another one of the officials there on the left-hand side as we slow them down and get ready for the pre-final start of the juniors. 29 karts on the grid, coming round the final turn. And it sounds like they're in the tram lines. The lights are out and away they go then down towards turn 1, and Veer Chopra takes the lead in towards turn 2. One of the karts is off wide on the exit of 1, but Chopra leads. Peruzzi down the order, gets forced out wide on the exit of 2. He's now down in about 7th or 8th place is Leonidas Peruzzi, so not the start that he wanted, but Veer Chopra clearly in the lead as they try and shuffle themselves round now in the mid-pack. But Peruzzi, a shocking start for 227 as he was then forced off even wider through turn 3. Now up through 9, 10 and 11. A lot of the drivers are saying that this section is their favourite on this circuit as they exit the tunnel into the fast braking zone of turn 9, up the hill through the chicane, flowing left and right into the fast right-hander of 12. This is another selection of corners that people enjoy into 14, 15, 16 and 17. And now we'll get an update of the order. It's Kasemi in 2nd and Jack Doe in 3rd, with Singh in 4th, Barakordi 5th, Jane in 6th, Mason 7th, Senanayaki in 8th, and Peruzzi is down to 9th place. And Stevens also losing 5 positions, rounds off your top 10. Can Chopra then continue to pump in fastest laps and pull away from Jack Doe, who's now in 2nd place? He's passed Al Qasemi, the 205 driver, and they're side by side in through 9, 10 and 11. Jack Doe back down to 3rd, Al Qasemi up into 2nd. Oh, down the inside of 12. Jack Doe tries to take it back immediately and now loses pace down towards 13. Singh down the inside, 200 Barakordi round the outside. Jack Doe holds on to 4th then. So that was 217 Singh up into 3rd place as they cross the line. The start is under investigation as we continue to go round. Barakordi now ahead of Doe, who put everything on that move for P2, and actually they've really helped Veer Chopra here, because Qasemi and Doe fought so hard for P2 on those couple of corners, and he's still fighting with Barakordi now up the inside of 7, down through 8 and under the tunnel. They'll come out in turn 9. Are they still going to be fighting? I don't think so. Up the hill, 217 down the inside of 210. Al Qasemi, Aryan Singh also fighting him. So they're fighting so hard down the inside of 13. Aryan Singh up into 2nd then, ahead of Al Qasemi. And after only 2 laps, with 2nd place being fought for so hard, Veer Chopra has a 3-second lead and continues to set the fastest lap. And I think Jack Doe is back up into 4th in the background. The red cart has passed Barakordi. Peruzzi back up into 6th, ahead of Jane now. And you can expect Peruzzi will be trying to climb back up through the field. The Mohamed Al-Qasemi, will he settle down now, or will he try and attack Aryan Singh for second place even more so? And can Veer Chopra continue to set fastest laps and pull away from your second and third driver? Tanch Jain, 2.55 there, closing in on Peruzzi, who's on the back of Barakordi and Doe. 2.94 also Clancy and Senanayake on the back of this train. Jack Doe under pressure from Barakordi. Chopra sets another fastest lap, so he continues to set the pace. Jack Doe defends from Barakordi into 2. Peruzzi looks over his shoulder at Jain as he sizes up a move on Barakordi also. Is it going to be into 6? Peruzzi down the inside of 6. Gets Barakordi. Jain switchback through 7. Matanch Jain also gets the position then, and now Doe defends into 9. Peruzzi, Doe is going to fight this position as much as he can into 12. Peruzzi now, Barakordi and Jain still side by side into 13. Peruzzi's through, past Doe. Peruzzi up into 4th. Jack Doe holds on to 5th place then. Chopra, another fastest lap. Singh crosses the line. 3.5 seconds the lead now. This is exactly what the M&M driver wants. Veer Chopra, 3.5 seconds. May end up being quite a dominant pre-final for the 2.19 driver of 2.19. Singh and Qasemi, 6/10 between them for second and third. More fighting through 6 there in the background. Peruzzi now 3 in 4th place to try and chase down the rest. And Matanch Jain is the next on the back of Jack Doe into 12. As I see Clancy actually make a move on Barakordi in the background. Matanch Jain down the inside of 13. 5-second penalty for Veer Chopra. That's going to be big unless he continues this strong pace to pull away. But it's a 5-second penalty for 2.19. The gap is 3.6 seconds. So a start infringement for the M&M driver. At the moment, he'll be demoted to 3rd as it stands, but we're halfway through the race. He might be able to hold on to 2nd if he can pull 8/10 on Al-Qasemi. There's fighting into 6, side by side with Doe and Jain and Clancy. 3 of them. I think Jain is now 3rd car in the train, down the inside of 9 on Jack Doe. Up the hill, Clancy up 10 positions, just ahead of Matanch Jain now, who's now moved up another position as they exit Sector 2. The timing screen updates. That's Veer Chopra with a 5-second penalty, number 2.19, and the gap now 3.9 seconds. This will be a storming drive if he can pull 5 seconds. There's only one other driver that comes to mind that does this sort of thing, and I'm sure Veer Chopra would love to be compared to Max Verstappen. He's the only driver that comes to mind who gets penalties, I'm not going to say on purpose, but gets 5-second penalties by crossing over the limits of the rules, and then tries to pull the 5 seconds and hold position anyway. And we are seeing that today with Veer Chopra in this junior pre-final. 4.2 seconds on lap 7 out of 12. One more 10th to go and he holds on to P3. Does Veer Chopra, crosses the line. I mean, if these two in 2nd and 3rd fight, Veer Chopra will easily succeed, but I don't think he's even going to need them to. 4.3 seconds, the gap now. 7/10 to find in the next 4 laps. Barakordi, 200, getting a warning flag, currently in 15th place. Connor Clancy sets the fastest lap in 5th. Jack Doe is holding on to 7th place from Stevens. Harrison Stevens in P8. And you can still see, look, they're right on the bumper of Jack Doe in P7, 2.05. The Motorscape driver in the Birrell kart. Matanch Jain's nose cone looking a little bit wobbly as he was going through that section. And there is Jack Doe under pressure from 2.28 as they go down the back straight. into turn 14. Chopra crosses the line again. Confirmation that the gap is 4.4 seconds and 5 seconds to Al-Qasemi. So just needs to pull a little bit more to guarantee third place. But second still might be up for grabs if he can find 6/10 in the next couple of laps. There's not long left for Veer Chopra, who has a 5-second penalty according to the timing screens. So lap 9, Peruzzi has not been showing his earlier pace with this gap. He's about 2 seconds behind Qasemi, 7.2 seconds off the lead. So I'm wondering if Peruzzi has enough pace to close in that 2 seconds. He's going to need about a second a lap if he wants to gain a podium position in the pre-final. But he will be in a strong position for the final. I told you fourth was a strong starting position, and we did see Doe earlier in the race up in second place, so did have a good start. Conor Clancy continues to set the fastest lap. And there is Doe under attack from Harrison Stevens into turn 3. Doe holds on, and now Harrison Stevens under pressure from Rivera in the JNKD car down towards turn 6. Stevens defends. Rivera tries to exit 7, down through 8. Can he attack through 9? He's got a lot of time to try and close this position. Another move in the background. Kage and Senaniaki going at it behind. Kage's up 13 places for GGM. 2-1-3 is out. Ange Seigel. The car is stopped. Ange Seigel for M&M Motorsport. MN Motorsport, sorry. M&M Motorsport would be MN Motorsport. So that's not correct from me. MN Motorsport. Another fastest lap for Conor Clancy in 2.94. Jack Doe still holds on from Harrison Stevens here, which I believe is the final lap now. 4.9 seconds the gap from Aryan Singh and Veer Chopra. Veer Chopra needs to put in an astonishing final lap here to take victory in the pre-final. He's got a 5-second penalty, was shown from race control on the screens. 2.19 versus 2.17. This is Peruzzi on your screen, who's currently in 4th place. Where is your leader? There he is, Tarek Rivera. Checkered flag across the line. Is he 5 seconds ahead? Yes! Chopra with a 5-second penalty finishes 5.037 seconds ahead of Aryan Singh. 2.17 in second place. Al-Qasemi in third, 5.6 seconds behind. Peruzzi in 4th, Clancy 5th, Jane in 6th. Clancy gained 10 positions in that race, only beaten by Kage in 11th and Potaro in 14th, who gained 12 and 11 positions respectively. Jane in 6th, Jack Doe manages to hold on to P7 from Harrison Stevens then in the end. Another entertaining race. Veer Chopra then. Not sure on what the start infringement was, but there is your provisional race winner. I don't know if there's any more investigations in the steward's room, but that's up to them. Shout out Emzo for taking the responsible decisions for this sort of thing. Confirmation of your top 3. Veer Chopra, M&M Motorsport, Aryan Singh for GGM, and Mohamed Al-Qasemi for Rack Track. In 3rd, Peruzzi should be starting on the 2nd row for your final. Let's cut to your highlights reel then for your junior pre-final. Okay, so highlights from your junior final. Let's have a look at your overall results then. It's Chopra Singh and Nakasemi, then Peruzzi, Clancy, Jane, Doe, Stevens, Rivera and Senanayake rounding off your top 10 drivers in this field. In 11th place was Savalek Gay, Arhan Qureshi in 12th, with Aaron Mason in 13th place, and Luca Portaro and Kallenberg making it GGM 13, 14, 15. Leo Aina in 16th place with Gabrielle Barracordi in 17th. Londono, Montanari, Realstone, Debussy, Batia, Boranov and Siddiqui rounding off the top 24. Then it's Albani in 25th, Husari, Seigel, Tish in 28th place, who I think was out of the race earlier on. And that rounds off your full junior field. So, up next, let's cut to the pit lane.
Thank you, Jack. Now here we are for the pre-final of the seniors today. The tension is building, the hype is rising. Here we are, about to go out on track, and we are here with Nkose from AK Karting number 377. So Nkose, how has it been so far? You told me off camera it's been a bit of a mixed day, not the same as in the previous round at Rack Track. Tell us a bit from your perspective.
Yeah, day's definitely been harder than compared to Rack, but it's been a lot of battles, a lot of fighting. It's just harder to get that pace and get out in front when you're fighting a lot. But yeah, just put my head down, try and get up there.
And is this your home track or is Rack Track your home track?
I first started karting here, so I could consider this my home track, but then also my team's based in Rack, so it's between the two.
Okay. And so what are your goals now for this pre-final? Obviously, you've still got a long final after this pre-final. So it would be important to, one, not get a bumper, obviously, and take care of the tires and ultimately the karts. So what are your plans to make a successful pre-final but keep something in store for the final?
Definitely, I think about the tires for the final, but we are scoring points now, so I need to get up there, stray away from those bumpers. But yeah, it's just put my head down, get up there, try and get into the top 10 and try and stay there for the final.
Perfect. Well, you heard it there from Kosa. Now we're going to send it back to Joanna, who's interviewing drivers.
What a session that was. Thank you, Matt, for passing it over. Standing next to me is our P1 winner. Well done. From P2 to P1, can you introduce yourself and tell us how you managed to do that?
I saw that I did a jump start, and on the gantry it said I had a 5-second penalty, so I just wanted to put my head down and then just go flat and not worry about what's behind. And it worked, and I ended up P1 after penalties as well.
Veer Chopra, you are competing in a very competitive category, and you seem to be doing it very well. What, let's say, strategy do you have going forward into the final now that you have that pressure of leading a competitive pack?
Just put my head down and gap the rest and just end up winning the race.
Love that for you. Well, best of luck, and I hope to see you again here for the finals. Thank you so much, Veer Chopra. Again, we want to speak to our P2 driver, Aryan Singh. Congratulations, first of all, from P3 to P2. Walk me through exactly what led you to take the extra advantage in your position.
It was a bit tough from the start. I mean, the second half of the grid had a really good start. We had 2 karts behind on the pole side, so I struggled. I dropped down to around 4th and just made my way back up, kept my head cool, and that was it.
Do you feel a bit more pressure now going into the finals, now that you're a step closer to leading the pack?
Not really. I mean, it's an opportunity to win, so I'm going to give it my all and let's see what I can pull off.
Awesome. And do you feel like this weather is affecting your performance, or you're able to manage it well? Do you have a team supporting you always in the back?
My team, GGM, obviously, is a really, really good team with mental support, physical training. They did a really good job with the setup today. The car was getting faster and faster. And yeah, it's also about a lot of work, what you put outside the track and what you put on, and it reflects on your results.
Well done. Well, thank you again, and congratulations on all your position. We'll hope to see you again back here in the finals. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Back to Jack to see what's happening out there on the grid.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. Thank you for the drivers as well, hearing back from them. Let's talk to Matt, who's in the pit lane with the drivers.
There we go. Thank you very much, Jack. And here we are a bit to the back of the field now, but we're going to speak to an AK karting driver, number 369, Byron. Byron, I know now is the time to focus and get ready and get in the zone for a pre-final that's coming up. But we have a couple questions. Starting off, firstly, how's your weekend been so far, and what are you looking to improve for this coming race?
It's not been the greatest so far, as you can see from how far back on the grid we are, but feeling strong for the pre-final. Got a couple tricks off our sleeve from what we've learned in the last race.
Yeah, perfect. And any big improvements you've made since that first round? I believe that was your first ever race, or one of the first few races, and now you're on a super competitive grid with these drivers who have been racing at this specific track for over 6 years. So what are your thoughts going into this weekend, into this specific race? How are you going to use a couple things to your advantage and try and make more try and get further along the grid?
Yeah, well, as you said, they've been here for years and years, so they know every nook and cranny of this circuit. That's really going to be tough to get an edge on them, so we just got to follow them, see where they make a mistake, and capitalize on it.
Great. Okay, and now one final question. I've been asking this to all the drivers today. Could you tell us either your favorite corner or your favorite sector on this iconic Dubai Kartdrome circuit?
I think it's got to be the really fast left-hander just before we go under the bridge. You're right on the limit of grip, and it's a little mistake and you're done, but hopefully I'm not making those mistakes.
Fantastic there from Byron. Byron, well, we wish you the best of luck, and that was T6, T7 under the bridge. Very fast part. These karts are reaching about 105 kilometers an hour. Anyways, now we will give you back to Jack in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So we're on to our last pre-final of the day, and it is the senior and the senior 170s. It's Darmadasa and Swan on the front row, then Qureshi and Demont on row 2. Then it's Pope and El Bassioni on row 3, followed by Tetroja and Dexter on row 4. Then it's Hartman and Volung-Vicious on row 5, with K-Ruz and Mohan on row 6. Then it's Al-Qasemi and Gut on row 7, and Kinua and Haddad on row 8. Then it's Ngoma and Yamin on row 9, followed by Piri and Bray on row 10. Bray being the pole sitter for senior 170s. Then Kuri, Anivas and Busanad. The grid for your 400s. Remember, keep an eye on the numbers. The 400s are your senior 170s, and your 300s are your seniors. The audience is awaiting. The drivers are loosening up as he stretches his hands and his shoulders. That is Volung-Vicious. I believe that was just stretching his wrists there in the background. Stood up outside of his cart, preparing to join these guys in the race. Everybody else sat down, waiting, ready to go. Someone yawning in the background by the looks of it, or they stretching their shoulders maybe. I thought they were leaning back and just getting ready to sleep before they go on the race. But no, I think realistically, stretching the shoulders and the arms and the chest as they all get comfy. There's 3, 2, 1 Darmadasa, chilling, waiting in his GGM kart, grips the steering wheel, makes sure he's comfy and ready. And number 334 Montgomery Swan, who many times in his interviews last time out would say Wagwan General, and he was also in the YouTube chat. Today he's not distracted by the YouTube chat. He is waiting for an interview chance, I guess. Maybe he's been told not to go in the chat and to focus on the race today, but he doesn't need to focus too much because he is, well, he does. Everyone needs to focus, obviously, but he is very much up there in the top end of the field as he is. So, quick catch up on chat before they go out and do their formation lap. It says we've got some AK karting fans. Yes, Sam. Good job, Mark. Says Navy Blue. Go Luca from Australia. Woo, and some kangaroo emojis. Harry228, love you lots. Nanny and Pop from Western Australia. Luca 29999999. Come on, Portaro with a koala bear. Predators fans in the chat. M&M fans in the chat. Terrific for Luca Portaro 299. Says Navy Blue. Jane and Simon says hello. Stein Ryberg says go Louis Hartman. Let's see some takeovers again. The fire emoji. Okay. And the formation lap begins then for your senior pre-final. They will do one full lap to warm up their tyres. 13 laps. Sami says, go, 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 Amani. That one was pretty much a live comment. So now we will focus on this final race before the finals. So we've only got one more race for each category after this one. The all-important finals with the points, and then don't go anywhere after that because we've got some exciting games to play where some mechanics and teams will go against each other in some pit stop challenges. And it's going to be very exciting to see some of the mechanics go against each other. And there are the marshals telling the grid to slow down, so the seniors getting ready to line up. Here we go, the formation lap. 3-2-1, Dharmadasa. Alongside Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Round the final turn they go. And the pre-final for the seniors and senior 170s is underway as they go down towards turn 1. Montgomery Swan cuts across to slot into P2. Dharmadasa holds on to P1. It says extra formation lap on the top of the screen. So I'm wondering if it was a full start. I can't see any flags waving. We'll find out when they get to the second half of the lap. So they all come round, but it does look like at this speed that they are racing, to be honest, as they come down through under the bridge in towards turn 8 and 9, and there's an overtake. Yes, this is a race. It's not an extra formation lap into the turn 12. There's no yellow flags waving. They are racing down towards 13. Dharmadasa leading. Round the final turn, Montgomery Swan follows him. Look at that alternative line on the exit of the final turn. And away they go. Confirmation then for sure that they are racing. Dharmadasa from Swan, from Albacioni, Dumont, Pope, Detroja, Qureshi, Dexter, Alcasemi and Hartman are your top 10. Alcasemi up 4 places at the start, the biggest gainer of everybody on lap 1. Up from 13th place. Colin Vicious down 2 and Qureshi down 3. But now they're starting to swap around again and gain in that mid-pack, down towards 9. There's Andre Curie going up through 9 in the 170 category. It's actually Alexandros Anibas leading the senior 170s right now. He's gained 3 places on that start, the number 459, senior 170. So shout out to Alexandros. He's got Bustanad in 2nd place for your 170 category. They're showing us 19th and 21st overall, but don't forget they're in their own category as Montgomery Swan sets the fastest lap for JNKD. It's a 55.0. Half a second to go for him to catch up to Dharmadasa. Adam Albacioni, up 3 places, is in 3rd place. 1.5 seconds off the lead, 1 second behind Montgomery Swan. Dumont and Pope hold station in 4th and 5th. And here, bouncing over the curb, was 337 Dumont behind Albacioni in the XL car. So 335 all over those curbs. 363 ahead of Dexter, the Axel driver. 363 is the Troja, so that was P7 and P8 we just saw there. Dexter in the Telios Racing Team car with the onboard camera chasing down to Troja. Montgomery Swan sets another fastest lap. The gap now 0.4 seconds between him and Dharmadasa in the lead. Exit of 5 here. There's 354 Nathan Pope Behind him is Qureshi, who's down 3 places. Qureshi and El Bassioni pretty much just swapping over at the start of this race. There is Adam El Bassioni in towards 13, being chased down by Dexter. Sorry, not Dexter, that's Dumont. 337 is Dumont. Dexter is 366. So 335, Adam El Bassioni being chased down by Telios Racing Team driver Dumont in P4. Nathan Pope a little bit behind, with Qureshi now joining him for company. And the race is now on then, between your top 2 and your next 2 and your next 2. They're going 2 by 2. Nathan Pope loses a position to Qureshi there in the background. So Pope will drop down to 6th, Qureshi up to 5th. Darmadasa still leads from Montgomery Swan. El Bassioni and Dumont are still in 3rd and 4th in that order. Montgomery Swan, another fastest lap on that last lap. He's actually at the back section of the circuit. So that'll be old information popping up in through the final section. Here they come, 3-2-1 into turn 17. Down across the line, 3/10 the gap at 54.346. Pretty much matching his last lap for Montgomery Swan for JNKD. Hunting for a victory in towards turn 5. 3-2-1, Darmadasa is probably aware of his presence by now as he is closing in. Adam El Bassioni only 2 seconds behind, with Dumont only 4/10 behind him. And then you've got Qureshi and Pope, the gap already 9/10 from when Qureshi passed Pope. So maybe Pope nursing some sort of engine or tyre trouble, or is he just saving for the final? Max Dexter will be closing in on Pope next. Number 366, Telios Racing Team at Darmadasa and Swan. Round the final turn then. 3/10 the gap. Can Swan do another fastest lap? It's another 54.3. They're matching each other's pace. Darmadasa still ahead. El Bassioni still 2 seconds behind. So Montgomery Swan waiting for the opportunity as we approach the halfway stage of the pre-final for the seniors and the senior 170s. Alexandros still leads the 170 class, FYI, with Busanad behind. Both of them up 3 positions. Oscar Bray down in 3rd with Curry in 4th. But your leaders of this class, 3-2-1. Darmadasa versus 3-3-4. Jeremy Montgomery Swan. GGM versus JNKD. Down towards turn 13. Really riding the curbs. And you can see the vibrations on the body parts of the kart as they go over these bumps at the Dubai Kartdrome. And remember, they're sat an inch off the ground. I mentioned it earlier, they can feel every single bump and vibration through their own bodies, which is why karting can be more physical than people think or like to admit. This is why drivers need to stay fit and healthy, not just because of the strength needed to turn into these corners at the speeds that they're going, also to expand the G-forces, the bumps. I'll tell you what, I bet they feel it in their neck through 7 and 8. It's a nice long left-hander by the time they get to the end of the race. You see neck exercises key for some of the drivers. I'll tell you, he'll be able to tell you more about that. That'll be Drivers Lab and Dan Wells Driver Management. Some of the sponsors for today. And the series, the Iame Series UAE, being brought to you by Media Friends. Here we have Darmadasa, still followed by Montgomery Swan. El Bassioni still being chased by Dumont. Qureshi in no man's land in P5, not challenging Dumont, but not being challenged by Pope. Pope, I think, 1.3 seconds ahead of Dexter also. Troja, Colin Vicious and Kanua are fighting for P8, 9 and 10. Kanua's just got up another place. Keep an eye on this fight here. 3-3-5, El Bassioni and Dumont. Telios Racing Team kart chasing down for a P3 in the pre-final. Half a second now between Damadasa and Swan also. And look who's closing in. I think Qureshi is actually catching up to these two, but we're running out of time, so we need to start seeing some moves. In these final few laps. And look at Dumont, really close to Albacioni as they enter 6. He has a quick look there. That's going to ruin his exit a bit through 7 and 8, but he's right behind him. Albacioni in P3, Dumont P4. Where's the move going to come? In towards turn 11, turn 12. Nothing doing this time. Now down towards 13. Not close enough. That's Dumont's best bet, I reckon. Or into turn 2. Those are your main 2 overtaking zones here. Turn 2 and turn 13. Although being the main overtaking zones and the most common, they're also, is that a word? They are also the most easily defended. People are most aware of the overtakes into those corners, which is why we've seen some surprise overtakes into turn 4 and 5 and turn 9 in the chicane. The reason I say surprise overtakes is because you lose a lot of time. Oh, 4.59. That's Alexandros. No. He was leading the senior 170 category. Oh, that'll be frustrating for Alexandros. He was leading the whole way, and now he looks like he's out of the race. Busanad takes the lead in the senior 170 class, 19th overall. Bray in second now, and Curry's actually in the pits, so I think Alexandros will hold on to P3. He's going to continue. So Curry has retired from this race about 5-6 laps ago. But we're on lap 11 of 13. We're getting closer to the end. Montgomery Swan still half a second back. Qureshi has passed Dumont up into P4. Here are your top 2. So Qureshi did get involved in that P3 fight. They're 3 tenths back from Albacioni. This is a 6-tenth gap between Montgomery Swan and Damadasa. Round turn 13, there's your top 2, and in the background you can see 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here they come then. I believe they're about to start the final lap. Couldn't quite see if the last lap board was being held out there on the screen as they fly by the main straight. 7 tenths the gap now. Damadasa is doing everything he needs to pull away. But what about Albacioni, Qureshi and Dumont behind for P3? There's only a 10th between Qureshi and Albacioni, so those guys will be fighting in 3rd place. Keep an eye on the background, they're side by side. Qureshi up into 3rd, we just about missed it in the background. I'm sure Qureshi's moved up, he has. And there Dumont goes up into P4, passes Albacioni as well as a result, in towards 9. Dumont holds on through 9, 10, in towards 12. Dumont defends. Albacioni takes a wide line to try and attack down to 13, late on the brakes round the outside. I don't think that move's going to pull off, to be honest. Where's Damadasa? Damadasa wins the pre-final by a second in the end from Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Qureshi 3rd, Dumont 4th, Pope ends up in 5th. So Albacioni, there was contact there in turn 13. Just about saw it in the background. Albacioni down the order, and Nathan Pope and Dexter will enjoy that as they both move up in position. Now I can see the parents vacating the spectator area now that the pre-final for the seniors has finished. I think Yusuf Busanad has also retired in the senior 170 class, which means Alexandros, after getting back going, will have got a P2 there from the senior 170 class. We'll get confirmation of that shortly. As we see Dexter coming back into the pits. Not sure if we'll have a replay of what happened to Albacioni. We'll find out shortly. We'll definitely get confirmation of the results though after they do the weigh-in. drivers out of the karts. Another strong race. Jules Dumont is that the celebratory pose. Does that mean that he's happy? Here's your senior class, Dharmadasa. A victory, dominant in the end. 1 second in the lead from Mumbai Falcons. Jeremy Montgomery Swan chilling in second place, ready for the final. And Qureshi fighting his way up into P3 also for the Mumbai Falcons there then. 337 now coming into the pits, into the weighbridge. So Rayan Dharmadasa, victory. We'll go through the whole result very shortly. When it comes up on the screen, we'll go through it all. So it's Dharmadasa, Swan, Qureshi. Then we've got Dumont, Nathan Pope and Max Dexter, El Bassioni and De Troja rounding off your top 8. Amani Kanua up into P9 in the end with Linus Volonvicius in P10. Louis Hartmann and Antonius Haddad in 11th and 12th. Shivan Kartik Mohan, Rain K. Roos and Sakir Al-Qasemi in 14th and 15th. Crochet Goot in 16th with Biren Perry in 17th. Stefan Yamin in P18 with Oscar Bray taking victory in the senior 170s in 19th place. Alexandros Anivas in 20th, rounding off the field, with the rest of the drivers not finishing. That's Yusuf Busanad, Koze Nagoma, and Andre Curry did not finish this race. Okay, and 347, Louis Hartmann. We will be cutting after Louis Hartmann weighs his car and moves on. Let's go to the highlights then for the senior and the senior 170s.
What a race that was, the pre-finals for the seniors category. Standing next to me is our P2 finisher, Jeremy Montgomery Swan. Well done on the track today. How are you feeling about your performance?
I'm feeling all right. We were really quick in the middle of the race. And then I got to a certain point where I just couldn't catch him anymore. So I just eased off a bit at the end to save the tyre.
What do you think is that gap that you need to change to lead the pack in the next round?
Just get a better start, and then I'll see what I can do.
That's awesome. And you feeling more pressure on you now heading to the to the finals?
Nah.
I love the confidence. All right, well, thank you very much, Jeremy. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope to see you back here again for the finals. Best of luck. We're going to take a second here to talk to our P1 driver. Rayan Dharmadasa, you have been absolutely killing it today. How do you feel? Are you happy with how you've been performing so far?
Yeah, I mean, 2 P1s is ideal for the P1 start for the final, which is the best place to start.
I do have a question about the tires. With the weather heating up even more on the track, are they meeting your expectations, or is it making it challenging for you? Are you having to adapt your driving style on the track to keep your position?
Yeah, definitely try to drive a bit more clean because the heat just chews up the tires.
Awesome. Well, I wish you the best of luck for the finals, and I hope to see you back here. So keep pushing, and we'll talk soon. We're just going to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, and then we'll be right back.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MVA, the #1 school for athletes.
I'm standing back here with the senior 170 category. Next to me is our P2 finisher. Well done on the performance, Alexandros Vinas. First of all, well done, but second of all, I'm glad you're okay. Can you walk us through what happened there at the end?
Basically, I was leading the class, the senior 17, and coming out of the tunnel, I went for my normal braking point, and I realized that I have no brake, so I had to aim for the opening on the Tech Pro. Didn't hit something, waited there to cool down a little bit. Then I saw that P1 and B2 had already passed by, so it was 2 laps for the checker flag. I continued on a safe pace and with the remaining brakes that were working, watching not to impede the leaders of senior, and the P2 at one point also spun out and passed him. So it seems I did the right choice to rejoin and get the checkered flag.
Well, I'm glad you're okay. It takes a lot of experience and determination to be able to pick that back up and go back on the track and exactly know what decision to make when situations like this happen. One quick advice for drivers that want to be where you are today in terms of how to manage all the pressure that you have, especially with the heat that we have here in the UAE.
With the heat, it's better to always stay hydrated, take a lot of hydrolytes, and also get some energy bars to boost up your energy. I would suggest not to stay in closed areas with AC because you're getting in shock when you're getting from a cool place to a very hot place, and then you're sweating more quick and getting more tired.
Well done. Well, thank you very much again, and thanks for that advice. I wish you the best of luck into the finals. Do you want to say anything final?
Yeah, I would like also to thank my team that they are putting up with me, Predator Motorsport, Jimmy for providing the engines, and Kostas, that it's my engineer today, and we go way back almost 42 years. We started competing together, and then we remained friends. He's also my best man. So I would like to thank all these people for supporting me and being here, although I'm not that quick as the youngsters here, but we still fight and have a smile to our face and go fresh for work tomorrow.
I'm sure you're a role model to a lot of drivers on your team and others as well. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you back here for the finals. Thank you again. Well, I do want to have a chat with our P1 finisher, Oscar Bray. Well done again and again and again to qualifying, heat, pre-finals. You seem to have a proper grip on the track to maintain your position under a competitive category. Did you find that the heat on the track is giving you a bit of a challenge with your tires? Are you having to adapt your driving skills because of the tires, or are they going smooth as you expected?
Yeah, definitely the heat increases the tire pressure by a bit, which gives you less grip near the end of the race. And most importantly, it's quite hard to drive in this heat. It's really physically demanding.
And do you feel like for the finals now, you're feeling more pressure, or do you feel still calm and confident going forward?
Ice cold. I just gotta keep my head down, push forward. I know what I have to do, and looking to capitalize off my success so far.
So you're representing Australia, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to Australia for Christmas, so I'll make sure to ask around for you. But there's a lot of people supporting you in the comments. And do you want to say anything final to them?
Kiki, ira, skirt, skirt.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Oscar Bray. I hope to see you again here for the finals. Best of luck. We're going to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, but don't go anywhere because we've got an exciting guest on that we're going to interview and learn more about what they do.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Standing next to me is Sol Rose Tyson, the Business Development Manager of MBA. Now, you told me a little bit behind the camera about what you guys do, but can you tell everybody more about MBA?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. So Minerva Virtual Academy, we take pride in calling ourselves the #1 school for athletes. We're an online school that offers international GCSEs and A-levels flexibly online, so that students don't have to compromise and choose between their sports or education.
That's awesome. I'm sure a lot of parents are grateful for what you guys are doing, because these athletes are so focused to be performing well on the track, but academics is definitely an important factor to focus on. Do you think managing academics and racing early on helps the drivers set them up in the future for both motorsports and beyond that?
Yeah, 100%. I think Minerva Virtual Academy, we allow students to have 2 Plan A's, so they don't have to choose between the 2, and that sets them up perfectly for the future. That way they'll get their grades, be able to go to uni, do whatever they want to do in the future after they've, succeeded in their sport.
I love that. So you tailor different programs depending on the athlete's schedule, which is incredible. Finally, can you just tell everybody how they can reach out to the program and learn more about it?
Yeah, sure. So we're currently based in the reception here at the Kartdrome. You can find us on minervavirtual.com, Minerva_virtual on the socials, and mva.athletes.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much again, Sol Rose Tyson from MBA. Wishing you the best of luck, and thank you for helping all these athletes have a brighter future. Pleasure meeting you. Well, we're going to take a quick break and bring on someone very important that makes this iconic track what it is today. Standing beside me is a key figure behind Dubai Kartdrome, David Bright, the head of Dubai Kartdrome. I mean, thank you for everything that you're doing to all these young drivers, helping them in their motorsports future. Can you tell me about the progression of motorsports in the UAE from your experience here?
Well, I think one of the biggest catalysts is the new Dubai Autodrome Karting Academy. Since we launched that back in 2018, the amount of drivers coming through our academy and into the mainstream national karting, such as Iame, has been, you can't put the word number on it, it's just been the main catalyst.
I have one question to you. Seeing young drivers almost every day, do you have any advice for someone that's really looking to get started but don't know where to start?
I think a really good way to get started is start with our karting academy, and maybe look at our regular in-house activities like the Saudi World Series, the leisure karting. Get a grip for it that way, get a taste for it, and then if you want to go into national karting, look at the Iame series, and join one of the entry-level teams like AK Racing or Hive, and then progress all the way through the bigger markets.
Awesome. And finally, my last question to you. In your entire experience, have you seen unique drivers that have made it in, let's say, Formula 4 or bigger performances like that?
I mean, at the moment now, we have drivers such as Keanu and his brother Adam Alzari, Rashid Al-Daheri, Theo Palmer, Zach Schooler, and of course, Jamie Day, who's here today, giving back to the paddock, coaching some of the younger ones. Have all come through the Dubai Kartdrome and the Iame series, and now doing really well on the international stage.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, David Bright, for everything that you're doing to help young drivers across the UAE to get into motorsports and build their careers. So thank you again very much for your time. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, the key figure behind Dubai Kartdrome right in front of your eyes. If you want to learn more about Dubai Kartdrome, visit their website and see the services they have.
guys. Stay tuned to the live stream. We've got a lot coming up. There is plenty to come. Finals, all 4 categories finals. The Bambino's final time trial of the day. The Minis will be up next for their final, then the Bambinos. Then we'll have the juniors, and then the seniors. And then after that, we've got a little bit of fun and games between some of the inter-team rivalries with the mechanics. There's some pit stop challenges. Maybe some of the drivers get involved as well. That'll be with myself and Matt downstairs. But plenty to talk about so far. And thank you, obviously, to Joanna there, getting plenty of interviews in with different people. For the next few minutes, here we go, with a reminder of our final run. We've got Mini, Bambino, Junior and Senior /170s there. We're on the final section, the bottom right corner of your screens. Qualifying's done, heats are done, pre-finals are done. Just 4 races remain, and then depending on the stewards and the amount of penalties in the finals, we'll head after the fun and games to the podium. It all depends on the driver's behaviour in terms of the time between that, but we'll find out, of course. Exciting times. Let me know in the chat, in the comments, in the YouTube. Well, first of all, subscribe. Make sure you got that notification bell on so that we see you more often. But let me know, who are your bets on? Who is... who's going to win? Who do you think is going to take victory? Let's cut to Matt in the pit lane, see what he thinks.
Yes, thank you, Jack. Now, the day that all of these mini drivers, the moment that all of these mini drivers have been waiting for is about to begin. The mini drivers are about to head out for their final session of the day and the final race. Now, there's another full day of racing tomorrow, so very, very busy for them. But we are going to try and get a quick word with Giovanni Jr. Now, Giovanni Jr. had a bit of a complicated start, starting in 27th, but has now made many positions, up 16 positions in the first race, and now kept that streak, starting in 13th. So from 27th to 13th place, Giovanni saying good luck to Francesco over there. Giovanni, 27th to 13th place. Tell us your secret.
I mean, I just was very focused and just overtook many people. And the qualifying was very bad because everyone was rolling and they were slowing down. I had no choice but to go to the outside, and my tires were very bad. So out of the good lap that I did, it wasn't that good.
Okay, fantastic. So you've made up a lot of, wait, Giovanni, we're not done yet. You've made up a lot of spaces, a lot of places up on this very competitive and tough grid. What's your secret now, as we'll make space for the others? What's your secret now to keep pushing and keep making more positions and try and reach that podium?
I've got to be focused and try my best.
Focus and try your best. Best of luck out there to Giovanni Jr. as let's keep going up the field a little bit as we're still waiting for a few carts. So there's one driver that I want to speak to as well who moved up a lot, and that is Atika Mir. So a female driver, she's coming along now, number 113. We'll ask her a couple questions because she also made a massive jump and is now starting quite high up the grid in 5th place from a quite poor qualifying, which is unusual. But now she's shown it that through race pace and racecraft, she's been able to bring that back up. Let's see if we can have a quick word with her. Atika, not the best start of the day, but now for the final, which is the most important and the one that counts, you're starting 5th position. Tell us a bit of the roller coaster of emotions that you felt and how you were able from a pretty average start to now rack up in 5th place.
Well, I started 17th, and for the heat, I made a very good start on the first lap, and I came up to like P9 on the first lap, and then I finished P8. And then I started P8 and I finished P5 in this one. So hoping to have a better final and looking forward to the win.
Fantastic. So she's made spaces every single race today. Now, this should mean that for the final, you are going to be climbing up the ranks and trying to reach that podium and ultimately the top step, which is that win. Can you share your plan with us or not?
I don't know. You should, like, you can't really create a plan before you go to a race because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we'll leave you to it. I'm sure you know what to do. You've made so many positions up today, so congratulations on that. As now we are going to be passing it back to Joanna for the interviews.
We're back here with Raymond Kelly, the founder of 800 Sport. Raymond Kelly, you've been here for over 20 years in the region and you've built this company from scratch. Can you tell everybody a little bit more about the services 800 Sport provides?
About 800 Sport, yeah. I can start with the story behind the name of the business. We had a fitness business before we had a retail business. So 800 Sport is a retail fitness business, and 800 Sport was the telephone number. And I got kind of tired of people saying to me, so your business is called 800 Sport? I would say, no, it's the telephone number. And then when we were deciding on a more appropriate name, we decided on 800 Sport. And that was about 20 years ago. So our business is, I guess if I was to put it in a nutshell, I would say high-end home fitness equipment. And as you know, Dubai is on fire. It's been on fire for years. A lot of the big houses, the big developments, the houses which are built these days, they have enough room for a gym in the garage or a gym in the basement, or even a gym in a spare room in the house. And that way the whole family can benefit from having a piece of fitness equipment or 2 or 3 pieces of fitness equipment in the house. And our view is it's never too young to start a family in developing cardio and strength, endurance.
Cardio makes you live longer, no? Is that right?
Well, I think it's just a question of moving. You know, the fast food industry are advertising fast food so hard and it tastes delicious. So it's really easy to put on the calories, even as kids. So a lot of kids are at risk. So I think that the earlier you can start kids with a mindset of it's really important to move and burn calories, then you can enjoy some of the fast food that's on offer at the weekend.
I mean, physical readiness for these drivers is a key thing that makes them successful on the track, but also from a safety perspective protects them from neck injuries and so much more. And so many kids these days spend time in the house playing video games rather than working out. But when they have equipment in the house, I think it's a very important thing to do is to buy these equipments, keep them in the house, and have some fun challenges to push the drivers to practice from home. Do you feel like your equipment has helped families even build a bond together because they get to work out together and build challenges in the house?
Yeah, that's a good point. We're actually on a mission to make movement a movement. Yeah, and that's like if you consider the drivers today, their bodies are under quite a lot of physical stress. There's G-forces as they go round corners. God forbid there's an accident, a collision, so the internal organs have to be able to withstand that. But they're also under a good amount of mental stress. And I feel that movement, if you can instill this love of movement in the kids, it's helping them to develop mental strength as well as physical strength.
I mean, both of these are transferable to other aspects of their life, so they definitely have to work on that. And finally, for everybody watching, where can they find the equipment and inquire about purchasing them?
Oh, we're everywhere. We have about 50 branded vehicles in town, but our main showroom is on Sheikh Zayed Road in Dubai, and we have a showroom and office facility at Zayed Sports City in Abu Dhabi.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond Kelly. You're the best, and thanks for helping young drivers become stronger and live longer. That should be the... Awesome. Thank you very much. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you for a quick break, and we'll be right back on the grid watching the finals.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. She's a poet, and she didn't know it. Just came up with a tagline on the fly. Who needs ChatGPT these days when you got Johanna Bergen in the pit lane? So, the mini grid, Peruzzi and Page on the front row, Ilyas Sami on row 2 with Augustin. Then it's Atika Mayer and O'Hanlon, Karajkovic and Stubbs on row 4. Preetham and Al-Sheikh rounding off your top 10. Excuse me. Then it's Schutzman and Koramifa, then Junior Desani and Gray, Rashid and Lizignoli down in 16th, with Theocaris and Chopra there in 17th and 18th. Patton and Tabaza 19th and 20th. Then you've got Pajamaki and Falzarano 21st and 22nd. Anil Kumar and Alobivli in 23rd and 24th. Al Khalifa and Bagat in 25th and 26th. Mazzali and Garouche on row 14 with Kumar and Voronins on row 15, rounding off your top 30 with Greenstein and Sukar rounding off the field, and Bataille at the end with 33rd place. You can hear the engines out there, which means the formation lap has begun. We are about to get underway with your first final of the day. We're on the formation lap. I don't think they've done their full lap yet by the looks of it, because they're still going pretty fast to warm up those tyres. So they'll cross the line one more time before slowing down to go side by side for the start of the race. Predictions, people, predictions. This is what I need. Where's the YouTube chat? I will open it up whilst we wait for them to do their other quick lap and see what I've missed. Let's have a look. Amani's got some fans. Yusuf, more Amani, good Amani, keep pushing. Come on, Amani Core. All of the Amani fans were out, of course, not too long ago. Keep pushing. 317, that's it. Amani, 347. Louis Hartman. He's got some fans in chat. P10, well done, Amani. Come on, Amani, let's go. Wow, Kiwi was on it. Sorry to miss all of that. Ayan Singh watching you from Singapore, says Trisha. And then another comment for Ayan Singh. So, all of you watching, all of you subscribed, all of you staying tuned for the action, all the parents and the teams are along the spectator area wall, getting ready to watch the final race of the minis for round 2 of the Iame Series UAE here at Dubai Kartdrome. It's Peruzzi on pole alongside Charlie Page, Ilyas Sami and Augustin on row 2. Who's going to come out on top? Into turn 16 they go. Peruzzi gets a bit of a bump behind, but he won't let it intimidate him for the start. Round the final turn. Are you ready? Here's the final. And the lights are out by the sounds of it, and away they go down towards turn 1. Peruzzi leads. Sami comes through into P2 as they bounce over the curve of turn 1. Into turn 2 they go, and Achilles Peruzzi leads from Ilyas Sami. Charlie Page, I believe, down in 3rd place with a yellow flag being waved for turn 2, so an incident behind the barriers there that we couldn't quite see. As we wait for sector 1 to finish, we'll see an update of the order on your timing screens. I think the start is under investigation, just like earlier on, so I wonder if we'll see a time penalty, just like we saw with Via Chopra in the senior race, as they come round turn 7 and 8, down towards 9, 10 and 11, side by side into 9 there, into 10, that's 155, Adam Al-Sheikh that was fighting through there, and here's Francesco Lisignoli versus 170 Schützmann, fighting it out through 14. Great move there, actually, into 14. You don't often see the overtake work as it enters into the chicane of 15 and 16 and the final turn of 17. But this is the longest race that these drivers will have had to do all day. Peruzzi leads from Sami, from Page, from Augustin, and Ben Karajkovic up 2 places into the top 5. Swapping places with Atika Mer, effectively, who's dropped down into 7th, and Liam O'Hanlon back up into 6th place. You've got Preetham, Stubbs and Gray rounding off your top 10, and Lisignoli, who's up 4 places, is trying to break into that top 10, and as I say that, he does. He's up 6 places. Now in 10th place is Francesco Lisignoli. Look at Kumar, though, up 10 places, and Mazzali up 10 places on their start. Interesting, but not impossible. 113 Atika Mer, side by side with somebody. I think that's Charlie Page. Or is it? 122 Liam O'Hanlon, sorry, they were side by side with. Into turn 13. And 100 Preetham, I think, has also just got through. Atika Mer then now chasing down the other XL car in front of Charlie Page. So Preetham, as I said, up past Liam O'Hanlon, who's now down to 8th. Stubbs down to 9th. Lisignoli holds on to 10th. Peruzzi still leading by half a second from Sami. Augustin up into 3rd. Karajkovic up into 4th. So Page was the one that shuffled down the order a little bit and is now being chased down by Atika Mer in 6th place. Tika driving for Axel GP, Charlie Page for Excel Motorsport. Not to be confused, similar names, completely different spellings. It's Excel versus Axel. Through 9, 10 and 11, into 12. Tika Mer doesn't go down the inside of 12, but tries to get a good exit. This is on board with Al Khalifa near the 21st place, so chasing down Chopra up ahead of 111. Into turn 13 they go, side by side through 14. Interesting to see so many fights happening through there. Peruzzi sets the fastest lap, extends the gap to 0.8 of a second. I told you earlier on, he says to not celebrate until the final. And will we see him celebrate today as he tries to extend his lead? 0.8 of a second then. Augustin only 2 tenths back from Sami. Karajkovic only 4 tenths back from Augustin. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th still pretty close. Charlie Page and Atika Mer are extremely close, and I think Atika might have got that position actually as they finish sector 1. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, they have swapped over. Atika Mer up into 5th, Charlie Page down into 6th, and now Karajkovic will be next on the list, but he's about a second up the road as we see 1-3 Thor and 1-2-6. This is Augustin and Sami. Augustin ahead of Sami in 2nd place then. Baptiste into 13 ahead. Sami slots in behind in 3rd place. Keep an eye on Karajkovic. He's just on the tail of this fight in the JNKD car. Not far behind, only 0.3 of a second. So if Augustin and Sami fight a bit more, they will create opportunity. There is a driver out of the race by the looks of it, looking on as everyone else finishes. He says he's okay, gives the thumbs up. Baptiste Augustin sets the fastest lap as he pursues now Achilles Peruzzi, leading the race. So Atika now 0.8 behind Karajkovic, so she is closing in on your top 4 and has enough time to do so because they're only a quarter of the way through. And there is the driver walking away from their car. I couldn't see the number or the name on the suit, but I'm assuming it's 172 is in 31st place. That's Kushagra Kumar, Predator Motorsport, and it was an orange car, so I think that's Kushagra Kumar walking away from the kart there in sector 1. Fastest lap for Peruzzi, 101.7, immediately taken by Atika Mer in P5. So Atika sets the fastest lap, just about. There's confirmation on your screen at the top. She's the fastest one on track right now. She chases down Benjamin Karajkovic, Sami, Augustin and Peruzzi at the front. There's a move there for in turn 4. Is that Lizignoli on a charge? 133 is up into P7. Maybe against Charlie Page into turn 4 and 5. There's 134 again. Augustin fighting from Sami. Look at his nose cone bouncing over the curb. He's got a nose cone issue. I'm not sure, again, Zemzo's rulings to judge anything to do with nose cone and bumpers, but hopefully not penalty worthy for Baptiste Augustin's race. He's in 2nd place, up 2 positions. Ilya Sami holds steady in 3rd. Ben Karajkovic not too far behind, and he's got Atika Mer right behind him. She has caught up to P4, Benjamin Karajkovic, and Sami is pushing Augustin into turn 2, not making any moves. I think Sami at this point is just focused on trying to catch Peruzzi up the road, trying to work together. And I think Atika will also be thinking the same thing when she catches up to Karajkovic. Let's focus on trying to get P2 and 3. Attempts separating to 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th. And there they are on your screens. The JNKD car, it's Benjamin Karajkovic. Atika goes down the inside of turn 9. She does it, up into P4 then. So she wasn't waiting around. She's going to continue to try and now close down on Sami and Augustin and hope that Karajkovic can give her a bit of a push to catch these two up. They're right in the line of sight for Mir and Karajkovic. Charlie Page now a second behind in P6. You can see him just there at the back end of the screen, and this is Atika Mer and Karajkovic. She has a quick look over her shoulder down towards turn 2. And it looks like they play it. No, they don't play it smart. Karachkovic is back through. They're fighting for it. Karachkovic back up into P4. They need to focus. They can work together and try and catch second and third. But he wasn't waiting around this time. Meanwhile, Peruzzi extends his lead to 1.5 seconds. At what point will Ilyas Sami decide? Oh, look at that. Tikamer's back in front of Karachkovic. Turn 4 and 5, that must have happened, or 6. She's back up ahead into 12. Down the back straight now. Oh, now Karachkovic says, okay, look forward. I won't attack, but you never know to trust. I'm not saying Karachkovic in general, just any rivals on track. When they say look forward, don't worry about me, it either means one of two things. The first of it being look forward, don't worry about me, like that one. She's still defending from him though. Or the other meaning of look forward is look forward, lower your defences and I'll attack you. And there he goes, back up into P4. Charlie Page tries to go around the outside of Atika. She looks over her shoulder. Is she under threat into turn 4? Yes! Charlie Page down the inside. Can he keep it stuck around the outside of 5? There's Peruzzi, Augustin and Sami. There's Karachkovic, there's Page. Oh, Lizignoli's through as well. Atika Mer down to P7 then. So Lizignoli's taken advantage, moved up into P6, bounces over the curve. So too much fighting in the mid-pack. I was having a quick chat with Jack Doe earlier actually, saying how well he was defending earlier, but he did say that he didn't have a good race. The only suggestion I could possibly think of is that they were fighting for P2 too hard, which ended up backing them off into the pack and then fighting for P7. And I think we're seeing a repeat of it here in this class. They're fighting so hard for P4, 5 and 6 that the rest are just going to get away. There's Charlie Page and Lizignoli. Atika Mer back down the inside of 3, ahead of Lizignoli, down into 4. So Atika Mer back up into P6 then. Down into turn 5 and 6. Augustin still leads Sami. Lap 9 out of 13. And Lizignoli's back ahead of Atika Mer. So a lot of overtakes happening in turn 4, 5 and 6. At the back of the circuit. They're swapping left, right and centre here in your top 7 fight. I wonder if it will be enough for Albie, Jay Stubbs and Liam O'Hanlon to maybe close him in. There's not a lot of laps left, so it'll be a tall ask. They'll have to fight a lot harder than this. Peruzzi keeps extending his lead, 1.8 seconds for the last 2 laps. He's holding on and showing form just like he did in round 1 at Rack Track, and it's going to be another final victory potentially here for Achilles Peruzzi at round 2 at Dubai Kartdrome, brought to you by Media Friends, live on YouTube. Be sure to follow them, subscribe, follow them on Instagram and TikTok to keep updated with the Iame Series UAE throughout this season, the 25-26 season. Giovanni Junior Desani 148 gets a warning. We've got 10 rounds coming up. Charlie Page, 5-second penalty, that's big. Charlie Page currently in P6. He's been passed by Lizignoli, but 5 seconds will knock him back to around P9. So everyone directly behind Charlie. Oh, Rashid, 3-second penalty. Okay, Rashid is down in 26th. So he'll lose a few positions back there. And I'm wondering, oh, Jazani Jr. also 3 seconds. 3 seconds sounds like a track limit thing. But the 5-second may be a start infringement. I'm not sure what the 5-second penalty would be. The stewards will know better than that. Better than me, sorry. And it will be on your notice boards, I'm sure. Oh, there's a big crash. Big crash in the background at turn 13. Multiple carts involved. 102, Al Khalifa out of the cart. Kicks his cart for good measure. Marshall says, come, get off the circuit. There was a red cart involved as well in the background. I hope everyone's okay in that turn 13 fight. But everybody else still going then in the top end of the field. There was the drivers consoling each other out of the car. good to see them out of the cart. And like I said, hopefully everyone is okay involved in that. I believe we're going on to the last lap now. That's the last lap board being shown. Peruzzi leads by 2.3 seconds. Augustin and Sami still within a couple of seconds for second place. Karajkovic, I think, oh, contact there with 126 was that? I can't see the numbers on the screen. I don't think it was 126. Waiting for the cameras to cut across. Here we go. And the timing's back up, so Ilyas Sami is up into P2 from Augustin. Karajkovic P4, Atika Mer P5, Lizignoli P6 is an update on your order. Augustin back up into P2, looking at the timing screens. We wait for them to come round the final corner. Where are the leaders? Waiting for the cameras to cut across. Peruzzi, there he goes, across the line. Achilles Peruzzi then takes victory. 3.8 seconds ahead of your top two. Someone was waving their hand. Augustin in second place. Ilyas Sami third. Karajkovic fourth. Atika Mer fifth. Lizignoli in sixth. Up 10 positions. And the checkered flag is waved for your mini-final. We'll get confirmation of the results shortly. There's a kart there off on the final turn. So many things happening in those last laps. Okay, so let's cut to a replay. This is, airborne for one of the drivers there. From contact, that is, and then there was more contact behind. Some of the drivers trying to avoid the stationary carts. So airborne for the car in red, didn't quite see the number. As speed blurred the number a little bit. We'll stand by for the result then, as 116 Achilles Peruzzi kicks his car off of the weighbridge. Another victory for round two. Dubai Kartdrome in the final. And there is 126. Confirmation, Achilles Peruzzi. First place, Augustin in second, 134, and Ilyas Sami, 126 in third place. Great race for Peruzzi, dominant as he just extended. And let's have a quick look at the highlights then of your mini-final. Well, plenty of action there in the mini-final then. We saw another incident then. That's Yusuf Al-Kaya giving us, is that a 6-7 sign? I think that's 6-7. Again, I warned you last time in round one, I'm a bit old for these references, but I'm fairly certain he was showing a 6-7 there. That's the TikTok meme that we mentioned last round out. Don't know what it means. Hopefully it's not offensive. Let's leave it at that. Something to do with basketball, I think. Let's cut to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thank you so much, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a round two for the mini category, the finals, and standing next to me is our P3 winner, Ilyas Sami. Well done. Great efforts there on the track. Are you feeling happy that you're going to be up there on the podium today?
Yeah, I feel happy. It's been a good day today, yeah.
And do you feel like you're now looking forward to tomorrow's race and trying to secure the top position for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm securing P1 for tomorrow.
Awesome. And what do you want to say to your team and your family watching you?
My family, my mum and dad and my uncle and my mechanic and my sister and my brother and my team, George.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations again. I'm so happy for you. And I'm sure your family's all waiting to support you on the podium. Best of luck. We'll see you on the podium, yeah? Thank you so much, Elias. And then I'm going to head it over to Jag. But next, we want to speak to our P2 winner. So we'll send it back to you, Jag, and then we'll come back here for our second interview.
Thank you, Joanna. Yeah, let's go through some confirmation then of your mini-final results. Peruzzi, Augustin and Sami, your top 3. Then it was Karajkovic, Mer, Lizignoli, Page and O'Hanlon, your top 8. LBJ Stubbs and Revan Preetham rounding off your top 10. Then it was Austin Gray and Alex Theacaris in P12. Paul Schutzman, William Mazzali, Max Patton and Saif Alabavli in P16. Enzo Falzerano, Vico Pajamaki, Rehan Khan Rashid and Louis Bataille up in 20th place. Ridan Anil Kumar, Samar Chopra, Hamad Koramifa and Lucas Sakar down to 24th place. And then Giovanni Dezani, Jacques Garouche, Adam Al-Sheikh and Amor Tabaza, I think not finishing the race 3 laps down by the looks of it. Saif Al-Khalifa, Alex Freenstein, Kshagra Kumar and Ivan Bagat rounding off the field in 32nd, but again showing laps behind, so maybe not finishing the race. Let's go back to Joanna. I think she's going to hear from P2 in the pit lane.
Thank you so much, Jag. Standing next to me is our P2 winner from the mini category, Baptiste Augustin. Well done. You put up a fight today from P1 to P2, always pushing. You've done an incredible job, honestly. Did you expect to be in this position in the finals?
I had higher expectations, but I'll be better tomorrow.
Better tomorrow. I love that confidence. What do you feel like you're going to change in your strategy to give you that extra little bit of advantage going to P1?
Just talk a bit more with my team about the kart setup, and then we'll see what we can do.
Awesome. And do you want to say any final words to everybody watching you and to your team?
I'd like to say thank you to my dad, my brother, Paul, and Khalifa.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Congratulations again. Finally, I just want to have a quick chat with our P1 winner, Achilles Peruzzi. He's done an incredible job defending his position today. Well done. Congratulations. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
It was quite good. I drove till the end and I was fast, so I just pulled away.
Are you satisfied? I want to see you more smiling, because you're honestly such a fighter on the track. You're confident. You always have a strategy in your mind, and I can see that. Tell me, are there any post-celebration wins that you're going to do? Any post-celebrations with the family that you're going to plan to do after today?
No.
You're not going to celebrate?
It's not over yet. It's still tomorrow.
Okay, I love that. So again, you're staying focused, and that is honestly very smart. Do you want to say anything final to your family and your team watching you?
I want to thank, most of all, my uncle and my aunt, who, Jorgo and Jorgia, Christo and Jorgia, who are getting married today, and sorry.
That's awesome.
I missed the wedding.
But I'm sure you're going to see all the photos and the content, and as well they're going to see you online taking a win for the whole family, and I'm sure that's a win for them as well. So thank you very much. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Well done. That is it, ladies and gentlemen, the finals for the mini category. We're going to send it back to Matt to see what's happening for the next category.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Jack. Here we are now on the final for the Bambinos. Ready to go now. We have driver number 31 over here, Sam Testa, with his father, Victor Testa. Now, what I noticed, and I think all the viewers as well are going to notice, is the livery for this kart. Can you tell us a bit more? I see loads of, flags, designs, colors. Tell us more about the livery and the theory, the thoughts behind it.
Yeah. Well, basically, Visit Malta is the main operator to promote the Maltese island, and it's basically a mirror image of what the Maltese islands can give. And there's always also a nice picture of the Grand Harbour, which is a UNESCO heritage. And it's a great island to visit.
It's a fantastic island to visit. If I'm not mistaken, the only Maltese on the grid, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's just you guys. So hopefully through this, fantastic livery, we can attract more Maltese-based drivers to come and race. And tell us, how did you get into this? Is this your dream that you passed on to your son, or is it your son who was interested? Tell us a bit more how it all became.
It's a mix of both. Basically, we live in Baku for the time being, and we have the Formula One there. So thanks for the Azerbaijan Formula One Grand Prix. My son got interested into it. So we are always coming back and forth in Dubai because it's a great experience for them, and also for the Iame, for such a great organization to have here.
Fantastic. Yeah, so back and forth between Azerbaijan and the UAE just to race. Now, I noticed a couple of things as well on the helmet of this young driver. Could you tell us a bit about the autographs who are at the top of your helmet, who they are?
I have Science on my helmet, Lawson, I forgot them because these came quite a long time ago. Kimi Antonelli is here in the front, and I have a Max Engineer and one more. Ocon, and I think I have one more left. Yeah, I don't have any more. I think that's all now.
That's already a huge amount of F1 drivers on a helmet. I mean, that's, so lucky. A great piece, no matter the new helmets that he'll get later on in the future, I think you should always keep this one with all these signatures of these top F1 drivers. Well, fantastic. Love the gloves as well with the watch. We are going to leave you and wish you the best of luck for this final race and safe travels back to Azerbaijan. And we'll see you for the next round. There we go. Now we're going to pass it back to Jack in the commentary box.
Yes, thank you, Matt. Some more interviews there before we head into the final time trial of the day for the Bambinos. We saw Samuel Kagay go for half a hug, but also walk into, I think, one of his mechanics there. The cameras are always watching. I want to see more moments like this. So if you ever see interactions or things like this, then please, director, let me see it. Play some replays. But no, Bambino's up next. Sam Tester, a lot of support in YouTube chat from Malta, and many signatures on his helmet by the looks of that interview. That young man there saying, come on, let's start the next race. It's just, let's get going. Bambino's up next. I think I saw one of the signatures on Sam Tester's visor, which is an interesting position. I don't know if it blocks his vision at all or if it inspires him to go faster. And there you can see the breeze of Dubai Kartdrome and Motor City. A nice shot of the 282 kart there in the paddock area. 282 was Ari Kallenberg, the GGM kart. This is Robert Aganyang, number 95 for Kart Advisor. And everyone just waiting now for the Bambino finale, the time trial number 3. A reminder so far of your Bambino results. Sam Tester is on for a dominant day as we get a nice shot of the Comet tyres, the very used Comet tyres of kart number 222. That is Jasfir Batia, the novice driver. There's Mark Ristic from Slovenia, who also has a lot of people watching from around the world on YouTube, supporting him. And Mark Ristic's results so far today, he has a second place finish in one of the time trials. So Sam Tester has 2 firsts. Mark Ristic has a second. Yeshwin Kishore Kumar has a second and a third today. That's cart 10 that you can see in the background there, just behind Sam Tester on your screens. There he is. So cart number 10, Yeshwin Kishore Kumar currently has a second and a third. And then Yusuf Al-Kayat, I think in the cart, no, that's cart 6 behind, but cart 7. Cart 6 is Zayed Al-Ansari, who got a third place last time out at Rack Track. And Yusuf Al-Kayat has a third place this time round. So, God, what car is that? Did anyone hear the background, that car engine? I thought that was the Bambino go-karts for a second there, running some sort of Porsche engine. Not endorsed, by the way, not a Porsche sponsorship. But there the Bambinos are away then. The time trial begins. And 10 minutes on the clock. Fighting for the fastest lap time. Only one more run through. Sam Tester, first and first. Mark Ristic, a second. Yusuf Al-Kayat, a third. And Yeshwin Kishore Kumar, a second and a third so far. 9 minutes to go. You're looking at 88 Mark Ristic, Slovenia in the Red Bull car. Flying round turn 14. The wheelbase extremely small and short in these Bambino karts, and you can see how aggressive the curves are. I'd go as far as saying that the curbs are more aggressive in the Bambino karts than in the older categories because of how small the chassis is. You can see there that he was mounting the curbs. A bit distracted there as I see a conversation just outside the commentary box. Apologies for that. So, who's going to take the top of the times first for the Bambino category? And let me just see, check the family in the YouTube chat, because I guarantee with how much they've been showing their support today that they are back in the live chat. Let's go, Austin Gray says, Hyper Hollands. Love from your Scottish family in Qatar. There's another mix of countries mentioned. We haven't mentioned Scotland or Qatar today, so that's the first time for them. Thank you, Hyper Hollands, for getting involved. Barsha says, go my rising star K Kumar, number 172. Orlando says, come on Sam, we need the full 50 points. Andre Curry says, hi Jack. Hello Andre. Thanks for joining the joining the stream and getting involved in the chat. Again, please guys, feel free to jump in there, leave a comment, and when I get to it, you can converse with me during these sessions. Marco Peruzzi says, bravo Achilles. Well done, Vic, proud. Daddy says, Ingrid. Go Mark says, Alexandra. And Mark Ristic, 88, let's show them your unique skills. So a lot of support for Mark in this final time trial then. There's 7 minutes remaining with Sam Tester straight to the top of the times again. DS Karting says, hi Andre. And then says, let's go Mark. So good to see the support start young for the Bambino category. I'm wondering if you can hear that engine noise also in the background, not just the karting noise. Because it's happened more than once, I have a feeling that there's some sort of testing at the Autodrome, which is just over the road. One of the unique features of our round 2 hosted track, Dubai Kartdrome, is that it is next door to a full Grade 1 facility. Next door, the Dubai Autodrome. You can do all sorts of track experiences. Frank Johns says, hello Jack. He has the same surname as me. I don't know if we're related or not though. That's unique. But there we go. Anyway, 5 minutes remaining. Sam Testa back into the 111s. And Mark Ristic trying to find 2 seconds to chase down the Maltese driver. And it looks like number 10 might be on for another podium at the moment. He's within 1/10 of Ristic. And Yusuf Al-Kayat. Yusuf Al-Kayat currently 5 seconds off of the pole time. Don't forget, nursing an injury still. He's had a strong result so far today. He has had a 3rd place, but let's, whilst the Bambinos are going round, let's head over to Matt in the pit lane, see who he's talking to.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. So we've got the Bambinos going on now, but we've managed to find a pairing over here of a driver number 128 mini class, Alex. Now, we have the parent over here, Matthew, same name as me, so I'll try and keep it good, the best name. But it's been an up and down weekend so far, you know, another full day tomorrow, roller coaster of emotions from, you know, extreme highs, best qualifying position, best finishing position, and then sadly went away for the final and pre-final. Could you give us, you know, as a father, your opinion, your thoughts on his performance this weekend?
Yeah, look, I think it was fantastic. You know, qualifying P2 was very, very good. He came out strong. Obviously, as a parent, you're very proud of the way they drive and making sure they battle through. It's a very big field, 32 karts. You want everyone to be safe. So, look, with the way he drove, absolutely perfect. We picked up a couple of penalties, but these bumper penalties are a bit more common than you expect. Bit of emotions, definitely, but the way he drove was fantastic, and that's what you're proud of as a parent.
Yeah, fantastic. Couldn't have said it better there. It's been very chaotic. You know, the largest field, the largest grid on the entire, you know, let's say Iame Uae Championship this year. So it's bound to happen. You know, there's going to be a couple bumper penalties here and there, but regardless, great stuff going on, great racing. Now, I see you've got his helmet in your hand. Could you tell us a bit about the design? You know, what inspired you? Because it stands out. It's very easy to spot him on track.
Yeah, so look, I paint all of his helmets as a parent. You know, it's not just about money. This is where I can actually contribute a little bit as a personal touch. And he wanted flames, hot rod style flames. He wanted his flags on. He wanted a Miami fade on the top. So, you know, we had to kind of find out a way to integrate all of that. It's all done in lowrider techniques. It's flake and pearl from Tropical Glitz in Florida. His name is gold leafed on there with real variated gold. So yeah, he loves it. He feels the connection with it, so it's great.
Oh, fantastic. I think that's an extra 2 tenths at least.
Yeah, I'm pushing for 5 tenths.
Yeah, well, hey, there's another full day of racing tomorrow. Plenty of positives to take away from today. What's the mindset now, preparing for the same but better for tomorrow?
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think mindset-wise, technique-wise, he's doing great. We just focus and do exactly the same. Learn of, you know, from some of the mistakes or areas we could have been a little bit cleaner, try and avoid those penalties and shoot for a strong finish.
Fantastic. Well, there you heard it there from Matthew, from both Matthews, and we're going to send it back to Jack. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Matt. So we've got 2 minutes left of the Bambino time trial 3. 1 second now between Mark Ristic and Sam Testa. There's Yusuf Al-Kayat on your screens in the Yas Heat kart. He's still in 4th place at the moment. And Yeshwin has about 6 attempts to find. There's confirmation on the left to catch up to Mark Ristic in 2nd, whilst Yusuf passes number 95, Ganyan. And there's 44 as Gomi as well. So, after this, we have 2 races remaining as Sam Testa goes fastest yet again. I think Sam might end up being our 2nd driver of the season to get a Grand Slam. Achilles Peruzzi, last time out, was the first driver to do so at round 1 in rack track. Couldn't quite do it this time round, although he's had a very strong day again. Grand Slams being few and far between, especially in karting, to be honest. It's quite difficult to dominate a whole day when you've got qualifying and 3 races or time trials. Like, if you I just want everyone to just think about that for a second. Actually think about it. Qualifying, I mean, yes, there's 7 drivers in this category, but the other categories have close to 30, if not above 30 drivers. Qualifying fastest out of that 30, and then winning after starting alongside those 30 drivers 3 more times. Now that is a strong day. And Sam Testa looks like he's going to be the second driver to do so this season. As the checkered flag comes out, see if there's any changes in the times then. He's done a 1:11.0. He's very, very close to entering the 1:10s in this session. Sam Testa from Malta. No checkered flag yet. Alan Sari has crossed the line in P7. That's the number 6 car. Here comes number 10. Kumar, 2.2 seconds off. No improvement. Stays. Yeah, stays where he is in 3rd place. And where are the others? Here's 31. Look at Sam Testa leaning towards his steering wheel then. I mentioned that we would see some drivers doing that to minimise drag. Al-Kayat crosses the line, stays 3.1 seconds back in 4th place. Here comes number 31 and 44 then. 44 getting a nice slipstream from Sam. Can Sam break the 1:10s? Crosses the line, stays a 1:11.6 on that lap. As Gomi also stays in 5th place. Just Ristic now to cross the line. And he does so, and also stays 1.6 seconds back. So, a fist bump in the air. I think Sam knows that he's fastest. I don't know where he saw that. Is there a timing screen on the track that he just looked at? Oh, actually, no, there is. When I walked in, I remember seeing there's a big screen out there somewhere. But interesting to see that the drivers are looking at it. If there was one. I'm sure I saw a big screen. Where is it? I don't know if the drivers can see that, actually. I wonder how he knew that he's first. He's fist bumping before he's got over the bridge. But that's good to see. As I said, we saw an interview with Sam earlier today where he looked a little bit sad, even though he was first in race 1, time trial 1. And then he was a lot happier after winning time trial 2. As we have a look at the scrutineers there, waiting for the weighbridge. It looked like they were looking directly in the camera there, looking straight into my soul. But quick shout out to them, actually. We've mentioned parents, we've mentioned team managers, we've mentioned mechanics, we've mentioned stewards, we've mentioned marshals, but we didn't mention the scrutineers. So shout out to those guys there, weighing everybody in. There's Testa, first again, and a confirmation of a Grand Slam then, with Ristic from Slovenia in 2nd place. And then Mr. Kumar in 3rd place, the number 10 kart for your Bambino category. The last couple of karts coming across the bridge. Let's have a highlight reel then of your Bambino session. Okay then, so let's have a quick look at the full result from your Bambino category. It's Testa, followed by Ristic, followed by Yeshwin Kishore Kumar, and a Synergy 1-2-3. Then Yasik Racing in 4th place with Yusuf Al-Kayat, Cheyenne Asgomi for Kart Advisor, and Robert Oganyan for Kart Advisor in P5 and 6. And then Zayed Al-Ansari for Yasik Racing, rounding off your field in 7th place. Confirmation of your overall result. Right there. And now look at who's ready then. Look who's sat in the pit lane. It's your juniors, your number 200 to 299. And here is your grid. It's Chopra and Singh on your front row. Then it's Al-Qasemi and Leonidas Peruzzi on row 2. Connor Clancy and Jack Doe on row 3, and then Derek Rivera and Senan Iaki in row 4. Kage and Qureshi on row 5. Jane and Mason on row 6. Stevens and Portaro on row 7, with Kallenberg and Aina rounding off your top 16. Then it's Barracordi and Londono, followed by Montanari and Rilstone. And then we have Malik Debussy and Rayan Albani there on the next row. Then it's Ansh Seigel and Kalyani Pratish, followed by Henry King and Jasvir Bhatia in 25th and 26th. Then Ivan Boranov and Iham Siddiqui, followed by Pusari there in 29th place, rounding off your junior grid. 2 more races to go. Then a bit of fun with some inter-team rivalry and a challenge. Let's cut to Joanna. She's got a driver ready for an interview.
These are our Bambino finalists. They might be small in size, but they're big in talent. Standing next to me is our P3 winner, Yeshwin Kishore Kumar. I love the smile on your face. How are you feeling? Are you happy to be on the podium today?
Yes, I'm so good today.
Were you expecting to be on the podium?
Yes.
So you have that confidence. I love that. And do you have a lot of family watching you? Do you want to say anything to your family, to your team for supporting you today?
Yes.
What do you want to say to them?
I thank my team for giving a good engine, and I thank my parents for helping me to travel from Chennai to Dubai. And I thank my team so much to helping me.
And who are you excited to celebrate with after the podium?
I like to celebrate my mom and dad and my grandparents.
Amazing. Congratulations. And I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Well done. All right, we're going to speak next to our P2 winner, Mark Ristic. Come here on the camera. How are you feeling? That was amazing. Well done.
It was good.
Good or great?
Great.
Okay, that's right. Are you excited to be standing on the podium?
Yes.
And do you have a favorite meal that you like to eat after winning a race? And if yes, what is it? Ice cream?
Yes.
Ice cream. All right. So I hope the parents heard that right. We need ice cream for the incredible Mark for his incredible efforts today. And I can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. Do you want to say any final words for your family and friends and the team?
I love you.
You love them and you want to say thank you to them?
Thank you.
Amazing. Congratulations, Mark. Well done on your efforts. I wish you the best of luck for round 3 tomorrow. And finally, we want to speak to our winner from the Bambino category, Sam Testa. Congratulations. Well done. Look at that. All the support is for you today. You've absolutely killed it in the heat sessions, pre-finals, and now here you are in the finals on the top in the podium. Tell me how you're feeling.
Not bad. I'm very happy because it was a long time I didn't go to first place podium. We had a lot of relax, and it's good.
I mean, you were really close in round 1, but you did make up that loss in round 1 in round 2. Are you feeling more confident for tomorrow?
A lot more.
I love that. And who are you most excited to celebrate with after the podium?
My parents and everybody from the team.
Do you want to say any final words to them?
Thank you for supporting me and thank you for doing my kart.
Congratulations. I can't wait to see you celebrating. Give me a big high five. Well done. Keep being great. Keep being confident. And we can't wait to see you tomorrow again. Good luck. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to hand it back to Jack to see what's happening back there on the grid for the next session.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna, and thank you, Bambino drivers. All 3, your top 3 there, getting a quick interview, and the green flag is waved then for your junior final. 2 races to go till we end the day. Junior final, senior final, a bit of fun with some inter-team mechanic games, and then the final, of course, podium presentation with the trophies of today. Round 2 of the Iame Series UAE. But is that the end? No, remember what I said, it's a double header. Tomorrow we'll be doing it all over again for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE. There are 10 rounds in total across this season, and if you're joining us for the first time today, welcome. My name is Jack, This is Media Friends bringing you all the Iame action for the Iame Series UAE, and we have 7 rounds to go after this, or 8 rounds to go after this, so don't go anywhere. Like, it's not tonight, we're not watching all 8 rounds tonight, but across the season, stay with us, subscribe to the channel, hit that notification bell. Is this contact on the formation lap? What's going on there? A little conversation? Well, that's that. Anyway, just a quick reminder of where we're going whilst they do their formation lap. 215 has stopped. That is Ethan Reelstone for M&M. What was I saying? The calendar, rack track, ticked off, round 1, done. And Ethan's race comes to an end then before it gets going. Ethan Reelstone walking away from the kart on the formation lap. Round 2 and 3, the doubleheader is this weekend. We are about to finish round 2 with the final 2 races. Round 3 tomorrow, we do it all over again here at Dubai Kartdrome in the centre and the heart of Motor City in Dubai. Then we'll be heading all the way to Sharjah karting track, Sahara Amusements in the desert of the UAE, before we head to the glamorous F1 circuit of Yas Marina in Abu Dhabi. Then Al Fassan, which is also in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the UAE, often confused with Dubai. And then the final round, we'll be heading back to rack track to complete what I call the rack track sandwich. Please make that a thing, jump in the comments, pass around that the season is the rack track sandwich. Let's make a meme. Okay, then here we go. They come around the final corner, and the final round begins for the juniors. The Iame Racing Series UAE through turn 1. They have started, and around they go into turn 2. It's a Predator kart that emerges in P1 there as they come through turn 3, down into 4, still leading the way is the identifiable orange kart there of Predator, down towards turn 4 and 5 as they exit down into 6. They're side by side again. 217 goes for a move for the lead. Iame Singh then retakes the lead into turn 7 and 8. Into the chicane they go. So the Predator kart drops down to P2. We'll get confirmation of which one that is when they cross the line. You'll see the timing screens appear after they complete 1 lap. There's 235, Darren Rivera. Into the final chicane they go, and they're all trying to sort themselves out into single file. There was an amazing switchback there into turn 14. We've got another driver out, and here we go then. It's Singh versus Peruzzi, then Doe. So 217, Singh versus Leonidas Peruzzi. Jack Doe is up into P3. Is he going to show off some more of that sterling defence skill and hold on to a podium for the rest of the day? Al Qasemi down to 4th, Chopra in 5th, Senaniaki up to 6th, Connor Clancy down to 7th. As I say that, he's up to 6th now, Senaniaki 7th, Qureshi 8th, Mason and Aina rounding off your top 10. There's Jack Doe into 11, into 12. It's a 14-lap race. He's going to hold on to this fort and try and hunt down the next 2 drivers also of Peruzzi and Singh. Just needs to hope that they're going to fight a little bit as they go round in these first parts of the laps. Or are they going to work together to create a bit of a gap so they can fight later on in the race? It's Chopra who sets the fastest lap. Your top 5 within a second, and they are on your screens right now. Keep an eye on 219 Chopra, the 5th kart in that first train. He's the white kart, the red helmet. Into 4 and 5 they go. Down the hill, here they are. Chopra's still in 5th at the moment. He's looking at the white and orange kart, Mohamed Al Qasemi. Jack Doe is the red kart, greenish blue helmet, turquoise teal, whatever colour you want to call that. In 3rd place, there is Veer Chopra in the M&M kart, down towards 13. Can't overtake just yet. Well, he could have had a look, but he's not wasting any time. Connor Clancy is also joining this fight now in P6. So your top 6, there they all are in one camera shot. Iame Singh across the line. Connor Clancy now sets the fastest lap as we see Qasemi look down the inside of turn 1 on Jack Doe. Nothing doing, slots back into P4. Veer Chopra still on the bumper of Qasemi, trying to help him out. Qasemi down the inside of 4. Oh, that was a good move if it pulled off. Was there contact on the exit though? Al-Qasemi down the inside of 4. And don't know what happened there, but we're back. We're back live, and you can see now a bit of a gap between 3rd to 6th and 1st and 2nd. But what is the order? Jack Doe, 4th place, I think. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same order, just Qasemi up into 3rd. Jack Doe now ahead of 294 Clancy, who's just gone down the inside, 14. So Clancy gets through as well. Jack Doe now down into 5th. And Veer Chopra will be looking next in towards turn 2, I imagine. I think he just had a quick dart to the inside. And yeah, he's done it. Veer Chopra then up into your top 5. Jack Doe now down into 6th place. Confirmation just there as they disappear down into turn 4. Still, all of them up a position from where they started. Al-Qasemi staying where he is. And now it's updated. Now they're all staying where they are. Ignore the pit sign. They're not in the pits. They are on the racetrack. Here we go. 217 and 227. Iame Singh versus Leonidas Peruzzi. 1/10 of a second between them. And they have slowly pulled away from everybody else. And now I think Leonidas will be sizing up a move before Qasemi, Clancy and Chopra can get involved. Derek Rivera was all over the curb there. Nearly forced off into the tyre wall by Senanayake. I wonder who came out on top in that. 281 versus 235. Oh, and that looked like a revenge punt to me into turn 2. A very hard hit from Rivera into turn 2 on the camera. I'm sure, well, it's not my, again, not my judge, not my job to call. But there we go. Moving on. Back to your lead fight. And away they go under the bridge. Here is 281 and 255. This is Senanayake and Matanch Chain behind Derek Rivera now. Matanch Chain looking to pass Senanayake and GGM Kart. Into 13, can't do it. They're chasing Derek Rivera. Ioane snuck his way through there in P8. Qureishi's P7, Jack Doe P6. Clancy is now past Mohamed Al-Qasemi at the front end of the field. And here are your leaders, and there's Clancy, 294. Someone was waving their hand there. I think that was Chopra saying, let's go, just focus, let's work together. The usual hand wave or point up. Come on, focus forward. I'll tell you what, we have a fight for the lead here. Peruzzi went to look down the inside of 9. It's making Iame Singh defend. Went to the inside, but it's bringing Connor Clancy well into this fight. Iame Singh is defending corner after corner. Peruzzi bangs wheels down towards 13. Singh still defending. And look who's being brought right into the fight. It's a 5-kart fight now for the lead. Iame Singh parking it apex after apex. Peruzzi looking for a gap, looks behind, realises there's 4 karts all there fighting for the same position. Contact through turn 1. Who's leading into turn 2? It's still Iame Singh. Peruzzi holds on to 2nd. Clancy 3rd. Chopra 5th. Someone's got through into 4th. Qasemi's back up into 4th as a result of all of that. And it's all swapping over left, right and centre in your top 5. Here they are again. Top 6 and 7 now. Top 7 are all fighting for this position. Defends into turn 9 again. Gets a punt from behind from Peruzzi. Into 9, there's contact there. Mid-pack, I think that's Al-Qasemi, who will drop down the order at the end of sector 2. We'll see when it cuts across. 294 and 249. Might have been Chopra. 210 going down the inside. Big contact. Oh, I don't know what that was from 210 Al-Qasemi. But that's going to cost him a few positions. Nearly crashed into your leader. Unusual move, maybe just a lapse in concentration. Don't often see anything malicious, so it is what it is. But there's 217, there's 227. And there's Clancy, Qureishi, Aina now up to 5th, Doe still 6th, Qasemi down to 7th, Chopra down to 8th. So it was Chopra that went wide at turn 9 earlier on in the race, and then Qasemi, we just saw turn 13 had an issue. He's now down in 10th place. Derek Rivera has passed Qasemi now. One move, one decision can cost you 7 places, as proven there. Where Kasemi went for a move into turn 14, 260 is Kage chasing down Jane, and here is Jack Doe on the back of Leo Aina, 202 versus 205. Then you've got Qureshi and Clancy. And there's your leader, Singh and Peruzzi. The gap now 1 second. Peruzzi having to reclose that gap after the Kasemi move. He's got enough laps to do so. The gap is only a second at the moment, but he really needs to dig deep. It's 8 tenths now as they go through sector 1. So he's closed 2 tenths in one sector. A little bit squirrely down into turn 9. Some people were looking for a move there in the middle of the circuit. It's 202 and 205 again. Leo Aina versus Jack Doe. Down into 13. Jack trying to close in on the brakes. And a fight behind as well for Senanayake and Chopra. Chopra all over the back of Senanayake. Six tenths the gap now then at the end of that lap. Leonidas Peruzzi on the hunt, closing down Mr. Singh, who has defended very well from a number of karts in the early phase of this race. What can Clancy and Qureshi do? Can they get involved in the top fight for the lead, or will it be a 1v1 for Singh and Peruzzi? Chopra has passed Senanayake. I don't think, actually, to be fair to Connor Clancy, he's not that far behind. They're both closing in on Singh in the lead. 4 tenths the gap between all 3 drivers. Singh, Peruzzi and Clancy, 4 laps remaining. About to go on to lap 11. Here we go. And Arhan Qureshi now under pressure from Leo Aina down towards turn 2. Wonder if he sent one down the inside. Not this time. Blue kart staying behind. J&KD kart. Exits turn 3. Down towards 4. Into the left downhill of 4. Into the fast right of 5. There's the top 3 again, 1/10 of a second. Leonidas Peruzzi, ruthless pace, is straight on the back of Aryan Singh. There, it's 281 versus 255. That is Senanayake and Jane. And Barakordi getting involved, the number 200 as well. And this is for 8th, 9th and 10th, down into 13. Jane on the inside, Barakordi looking to get a switch back, gives him a push. Down through 16, 17. Your leaders have swapped over. I called it. It was only a 10th between them. Peruzzi back into the lead. Aryan Singh. Oh, there's a car off. Is that Peruzzi? Peruzzi's off at turn 2. He's out. Leonidas Peruzzi, after taking the lead, is out of the race. The Predator car has stopped. He's looking around, and somehow Connor Clancy has taken the lead with Aina in 2nd and Jack Doe in 3rd. Aryan Singh down to 5th. There was contact. There has to have been contact between your 2 leaders of Aryan Singh in 217 and Leonidas Peruzzi in 227. Oh, gutted, because we were about to see a great fight amongst your leaders. 294 inherits the lead, and he knows it. He's celebrating already. He's got a 1.2 second lead on Leo Aina, and this is the last lap. So he knows Leo Aina can hold on to 2nd, and Jack Doe managed to hold on so far to P3. Qureshi, though, right behind him. Qureshi is Jack Doe's only threat for a podium right now. 2 tenths the gap between 249 and 205. But Connor Clancy inherits first place after your lead 2. Look at him, he knows it. There's 1 lap to go. 294, he's pushing 1.7, 294 around the final corner. There he goes. Clancy, Leo Aina and Jack Doe, your podium for your junior final for round 2 of the Iame Series UAE. What a finish, but man, does your heart go out to Leonidas Peruzzi and Aryan Singh, who does bring it home in P5. It would be interesting. I'm not sure if we have a replay of that, to be honest, but to know what happened between those guys. Oh man, the checkered flag waves. There's Derek Rivera on the weighbridge, and your scrutineers. And then there's a few drivers giving themselves the thumbs up, cheering. Connor Clancy, 294 for Mumbai Falcons, the Kart Republic car. Victory. 205, Jack Doe. Does he know what position he was in? Gets out of the car. Rolls it forward. Here's confirmation of your top three then. Connor Clancy, 294 for Mumbai Falcons in first place. Leo Aina for JNKD, Synergy UAE, JNKD Super Synergy team. Let me just confirm that. 202 says Synergy on the sheet as well. Jack Doe, Motorscape, 205 in third place. Confirmation of your top three there. It is a JNKD kart for Leo Aina. The suit. I'll have to ask about that later, about the sign-in sheets or the driver list that gets sent to me and all the representatives, just to confirm any confusion, find out who's with who. There's 200, Barracordi, 299 coming onto the weighbridge now. It's Luca Portaro. Here's your order then. Clancy, Aino and Doe, Qureshi, Singh, Chopra, Barracordi, Senanayaki, Pataro and Jane round off your top 10. And then Savalek Agay, Ari Kallenberg, 11, 12. Kalyani Pratish, good result for Kalyani in the Hive car in 13th place. Henry King and Ange Seigel 14th, 15th. Giuseppe Montanari and Aaron Mason in 16th and 17th. Jasmir Bhatia and Brando Londono in 18th, 19th. Aham Siddiqui and Boranov, Albani, Husari and Rivera rounding off the top 24. Then it's Peruzzi, Al-Qasemi, Stevens and Realstone rounding off your 28. Realstone and Stevens, I think, not starting the race. But yeah, gutted for... You got three names there that were involved in those top fights, which was Al-Qasemi, Peruzzi and Rivera, who ended up 24th, 25th and 26th. Let's go to the highlights then for your junior final. So there's your highlights reel of the juniors. A race filled with action, and again, drama at the end. Up next, you got the 300s and the 400s, otherwise known as the seniors, and the senior 170s. That's a very nice helmet. Who's this? 386 is Rayan Qureshi with the blue, white, and gold liveried helmet. That's actually very, very smart. I wish I could afford to paint my own helmet, something like this. But we're ready for some interviews, so let's head to Joanna in the pit lane.
Thanks, Jag. Wow, what an unexpected results for this category, junior category in the final race. I'm standing here with our P3 winner, Jag Joe. Well done. Honestly, did you expect that coming here today for the race?
Honestly, it was a long time coming, definitely. I did get a bumper, unfortunately. But we had good pace yesterday. I think that's pretty much what sealed the deal today.
From P7 to P3, what did you learn from the lessons from the mistakes or the lessons that you made today and the moves that helped you go from P7 to P3?
It's definitely keeping your nose clean for the first 8 laps, and then the last couple of laps are a bit of a free-for-all, so anything can happen. So if you come back to 7th at some point in the race, which is what I did, there's always a chance to be back at the top.
I love that. Any final words for your team and family watching you?
Yeah, I want to thank Mark Rose. He's been my chassis man, my engine man, everything this week, and he's put so much effort in to rebuilding karts, rebuilding engines. He's done a brilliant job. And of course my family for bringing me here.
Awesome. Congratulations again. We can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to speak to our P2 winner. He started in P16 and ended up in P2. I mean, that is an incredible effort, and I can't wait to see how he feels about it. Iame Uae, he's done an absolutely incredible job defending his position. I mean, there was unexpected changes last minute, yet he was able to push through and get into that P2. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling really good. It was a really exhausting race. We went from P16 to P2. A lot of action. I just kept going in and in and in, overtaking as soon as I arrived to their bumper. It was just a really good race.
And what do you feel like your lessons learned for tomorrow to do better and maintain that position?
I think I need to stay calm and, yeah, just really calm. I have to stay in the race, so, yeah.
And do you want to say anything to your family and team that supported you today?
Thank the whole of JNKD. I want to thank my parents. I want to thank my coach, Diego. I want to thank Paul, Ash, Alfonso, and everyone at the team.
Thank you to his team and for all their efforts, and congratulations again. We can't wait to see you celebrating on the podium. And finally, we want to speak to our junior winner for round 2, Connor Clancy. How are you feeling? Congratulations, well done. I know from P5 to P1, it was a sudden change for you, but the pressure, how did you keep that going?
Yeah, well, obviously starting P5 wasn't ideal because in the pre-final I got a penalty, so I had to start P15, but drove to P5. Start wasn't good, so I dropped back a few. But then I was fast, so I just got the moves done. Then found myself in P3. And then actually I was going through the chicane, and then someone just like T-boned me. And I had damage and was quite slow for 2 laps, but then I got used to it. And then drove up, and then the front 2 crashed, and then I got into the P1 and just kept my head down.
I did hear you had some issue with your back tire, right, throughout the race. And do you feel more confident going to the round 3 tomorrow?
Yeah, 100%. Like this win, yeah, really good. Now I'm on a 4-win streak, I think.
And what is your celebratory meal after the podium win today?
Probably some chicken nuggets.
I love that. Any final words to your family and to your team that was supporting you today?
Yeah, well, I want to thank everyone, mum and dad, everyone at the team, yeah, everyone in England, Ireland, the dogs. And in the words of Gaia, that race was so slay. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Connor. Congratulations again. We'll see you on the podium next. Sending it back to you, Jack, to see what's happening with our senior category for the finals.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. I think Connor's been waiting for that interview to throw in some references there. I don't think I've heard a driver say the word slay in a long while, but there we go. Connor said it. And the dinner of champions, who'd have thought it? Chicken nuggets. Or you might say, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, I said it. I can hear the cringing, and I do not care. Get yourselves in the comments. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's see some interaction, guys. In fact, speaking of comments, whilst we're waiting for the grid, let's go and have a look at the YouTube chat whilst the seniors get ready for their final. This is the last race of today for round 2 of the Iame series. UAE, do not forget we're coming back tomorrow to do all the same thing, and don't go anywhere after this final race because we've got some interesting tasks for some teams to fight against each other. We haven't had much chat actually in the last race by the looks of it. A lot of Pataro fans. Send it, Luca. Come on, Arjan. Come on, Pataro, flying, Super Luca. Pataro, great race from down under. Yusuf put it on pole, and that's a catch-up of your YouTube chat, I think. Let me just refresh to make sure it's live. Yeah, that's it. So, no winner chicken dinners. Disappointed to see, but I'm sure over the season you'll start joining in. Guys, I know I can see a lot of parents out there watching on the stream, and of course, many of you abroad across the world. Australia, Malta, Slovenia, Denmark, to name a few. Scottish family in Qatar we saw. That's me just trying to remember all of the countries that have been mentioned. I saw one person in Zimbabwe also, but I haven't seen them since. And the name was Jeremy, and I'm not sure. I have a sneaking suspicion it might be Jeremy Montgomery Swan, but yeah, could be wrong. So if you're still out there, Jeremy, let me know in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe. Click that notification button so that you're updated with all media friends, live streams, and the rest of the Iame Series UAE season. I think a quick final shout out to the sponsors before we head to the final race on their formation lap. 800 Sport, Align Pilates, Drivers Lab, Danwell's Driver Management, Almeida Race Academy, Minerva School Online, Dia Design, Drakecart.com, K-Roos Associated, and Key Soul, your sponsors for the season so far. And of course, don't forget Iame, Media Friends, Emso, and Media Mania. And of course, our tracks for the season: Rack Track, Dubai Kartdrome, Sahara, Sharjah Kart Track, Yas Marina, Al Fasan, and Rack Track once again. That is pretty much everyone involved. And of course, don't forget, I might as well thank Joanna and Matt joining in the pit lane down in the paddock area. And of course, why not thank myself? My name is Jack Johns, and I am the host for today. And all the team, don't forget the director actually. He's been mentioning in my ear the unsung heroes of marshals, scrutineers, the Emso stewards, and everybody like that. And we should also shout out the guys in the truck out the back. Let's not forget that. So thank you, director, and everybody else listening, picking the cameras. I know it's not easy with so much action going on, but here we are. The final race of the day. The formation lap coming to a close. The seniors and the senior 170s. One more race to go. Darmadasa on pole, Montgomery Swan second, Quraishi Dumont, Pope, Dexter, El Bassioni, De Troja, Molong, Vicious, Hartman, Kinua, Haddad, Mohan, K-Roos, Kasemi, Goot, Piri, Yamin, Nagoma, Bray, Anivas, Kuri, and Busanad, and away they go! The lights are out for the final race of today. Down towards turn 1 and turn 2, the seniors are underway. Into 3 they go, and it all looks fairly safe from your pack as they enter turn 4. 3-2-1 still leads the way. That's Rayan Darmadasa, who's had a strong day. There's Alexandros Anivas there in the black cart in the senior 170 class. At the back, it's a Telios Racing Team car in second. That's Jules Dumont up from 4th place already as they enter sector 2. Into turn 9, 10 and 11 they go. Up the hill then, into the left-hander. Now into the right of 12. And that's Nathan Pope there in the white helmet, blue and white cart. Oh, another move. Oh, 3-3-4 sideways. That's Montgomery Swan. Parks it on the apex to block Nathan Pope. But Montgomery Swan there, all sorts of out of shape, entering turn 14. And Nathan Pope ended up stuck behind in P6. Dexter goes through as well. That is Telios Racing Team in 2nd and 4th as a result of that. One of the Axel drivers getting elbows out there through turn 3. I think maybe the Troja 363. Yep, looks like I was right with that one. Good. Starting to get the numbers and the suits and the helmets. The more we do this, the easier it will be. But actually, there looks like an issue there for one of the red suits. That looks like 367. Krishan Gut for Axel GP, dropping down the order. Here's 366. This is Max Dexter into 13, currently in P4. Look at the rear right wheel get kicked up there as they brake and turn into turn 13. Like a Renault Clio, throwing it through that corner. There's a lot of slow-mo shots out there of touring cars lifting up their rear wheel. If we have the capability of slow motion, that's my director's challenge. Oh, there's contact! Someone out and round. It's one of the XL karts at turn 2. It's 308. That is Antonius Haddad. Spun and down the order. Anyway, back to the director's challenge. A slow-mo shot of the rear right wheel kicking up into turn 13. Very specific. Challenge accepted, I am not sure, but there we go. Into turn 12, there you go then. Plenty of laps to go, as we're only just starting this race. There's 304, that's Volon Vicious in the Axel kart there. Chasing down Al Qasemi, the orange and white car up ahead. We're on board with Dexter in P4. This is an onboard camera, and he can see your top 3 there, and looks at a move down the inside. Third place, Rayan Qureshi on Dumont. Round the outside in turn 3, down towards 4 and 5. We're still on board with Dexter, who now closes the gap to the 2 karts in front. It's 3-3-7. Jules Dumont in third place now. So Telios Racing Team in third and fourth. Dexter, though, closing in on his teammate in P3. Enters turn 9. This is a great onboard shot of the action. Into 11. Watch this, into 12. A right-hander, fast right-hander. Didn't open it up as much as I thought, but I haven't driven these karts in a while, so what do I know? Into turn 12. Maybe he's worried from a kart behind. There is someone catching him up by the looks of it in a JNKD kart. Closing in through this section. And they all commit to the exit there of the final turn. In towards turn 2. Are we going to see Dexter pull off a move whilst on the onboard camera? Chasing down Dumont in towards 4. Quick left-hander. Down the hill, keep it on the left, open up the right of 5. Back over to the right to open up 6, and now flat through 6, 7 and 8. All the way round. Under the tunnel, into the chicane of 9. On the brakes, turns in, bounces over 10, into the fast left of 11. Keep it left to open up the right of 12. Runs a little bit wide on the exit, now into the braking zone of the hairpin of 13. Quick jink to the right, I don't know if that was a look or just his line. He goes down the inside of 14. Dexter, inside of 14 on Dumont, gets the move done. Didn't see that one coming, and neither did Jules Dumont. And that's that sorted. A move for P3. Rayan Qureshi and Armadassa still in the lead and still in that order. There's Nathan Pope and Jeremy Montgomery Swan, who have swapped over. I don't know if Nathan Pope was signalling to Jeremy there to focus forward. But Dexter up 3 positions on the start. Nathan Pope, same place. Jeremy Montgomery Swan down 4. The current championship leader versus number 2 in the championship there, Montgomery Swan and Nathan Pope. Are first and second in the championship before today, separated only by 1 point. And right now in the final of today, they are in 5th and 6th respectively, in reverse order of championship order. How many times can I say order in the sentence? Order. Anyway, Telios still in 3rd and 4th. Qureshi only 2 tenths behind your leader. There's your lead fight. Darmadasa and Rayan Qureshi 1st and 2nd, and then a big gap to 3rd at the moment. Nathan Pope had a quick look down the inside of 5. Risky, might put him under pressure now from Jeremy. Did not put him under pressure from Jeremy, as we see them going through 6 and 7. Unless Jeremy has a look into 9, not this time. I think they can focus again. 3-2-1 has been passed. Rayan Qureshi leads then. So Rayan Qureshi up to 1st place. Darmadasa down to 2nd. And the gap has closed from Dexter down to 2nd place. 3rd and 2nd now within a second of each other. In fact, all of them pretty much within a second. 2nd and a half or so. So has Darmadasa used too much tyre throughout the day? Or are they just going to keep fighting for position? So, Qureshi, 2 tenths in the lead. Darmadasa's just lost out on the last lap. Dexter can sniff higher position on the podium if these two keep fighting. And it looks like Darmadassa's not letting it go. In through 11, into the right of 12, down the back straight towards 13. Darmadassa hoping for another opportunity to overtake. Dexter and Dumont definitely hoping that these two scrap it out. Into the final right, down the main straight. Keep an eye on Darmadassa in the blue GGM car. He's hunting down the Mumbai Falcons driver, but at the moment the gap is around 2/10, so not close enough to make a move, unless Darmadassa gets very brave on the brakes and just launches one down the inside of a corner. Is it going to be in turn 4? Not this time. Exiting into 6, Pope and Swan holding station in 5th and 6th, also hoping that something happens up ahead. Down towards 9, up the hill now into the chicane. Darmadassa right on the back of 386. Qureshi into 12. This looks close enough for a move, and he really has to commit to it into 13, so not this time. 2/10's just ever so slightly risky. But he did have a quick look over his shoulder as well, just to make sure Telios carts weren't there. So Mumbai Falcons versus GGM. And if they start scrapping, it'll be a 3-kart fight, or a 4-kart fight, but 3-team fight for the lead. And Nathan Pope and Montgomery Swan also hoping to get involved. El Bassioni and De Troja a couple seconds back also. 3-4-7. Louis Hartmann chasing down De Troja is about half a second back. Here again, I think Darmadassa's retaken the lead. He has. So Qureshi back down to second. There's contact through 9. Oh no, he's down. One of the Telios carts up in the air. Pope goes through. Oh, more contact and out and around. Swan avoids it masterfully. Goes round the outside. I don't think that's Dexter. That is the other. That's Dumont in duels, and that is definitely 3-2-1 out of the race. Also, Darmadassa. Here's a replay. Contact between your leaders, and watch the Telios cart in 4th get collected by Darmadassa up in the air. Darmadassa's now out. Pope will come through. There goes Pope. Through past both of them. Watch Montgomery Swan. He's got nowhere to go. Round the outside of both of the carts. And he survives. Doesn't get it in the gravel. Just a little bit of a wiggle there. But carries on. And actually Louis Hartmann and De Troja and El Bassioni pass Montgomery Swan as a result. And that is a despondent looking Darmadassa after such a strong race. And there's so many laps to go, but Qureshi leads. And can you believe Nathan Pope, 2 rounds in a row, has found himself in 2nd place as a result of other people's fighting in the last phase of the race. Max Dexter, the Telios Racing Team, back down to 3rd. El Bassioni in 4th, De Troja 5th, Hartmann in 6th, Montgomery Swan holding on to 7th. Maybe that's all he can hope for in the next few laps, unless he can push to find 1.3 seconds to catch Hartmann in the closing stages. There is your leader, Qureshi. He'll be happy with that. He's done everything he needed to do down the inside of turn 9. I mean, again, not my call, Emzo's call, but from my perspective, everything looks fine with that overtake. But I know that Nathan Pope will be hoping for a penalty. He's 1 second behind. It happened last time. The leaders had a bit of contact. A penalty was given. Nathan Pope inherits the lead. Will it be a repeat of round 1 rack track here at round 2 Dubai Kartdrome? And can he hold on from Max Dexter? Because Max isn't letting this go as they go down towards 13. Looks over his shoulder. Doesn't defend though. Holds the line. Knows he's got a safe gap. Down through 14, 15, 16 and 17. Very wide on the exit of 17. 1.1 seconds the gap between Pope and Qureshi as we go on to lap 12. But I think all he has to do now really is worry about the kart behind. El Bassioni will potentially run out of time, but he's not far also from your top 3. De Troja, Hartmann and Swan definitely out of the podium fight unless we see some more contact. We've got Darmadassa, Dumont, Haddad, Volung-Vicious and Kuri in the pits. Kanyua also out. I don't think he started the race. Goma up in 17th. Piri in 16th. Busanad, Alexandros and Oscar in 13th, 14th and 15th in the senior 170s. Oscar leading currently in the final. Alexandros holding on to 2nd from Yusuf. And we're watching you fight Nathan Pope, 354 versus 366 Max Dexter. He does have a camera on board, actually, so we might get another on board. Look at Nathan just psyching him out, staring him out. I don't know if that means Nathan's in a weak position or not. Is he going to attack into turn two? He goes around the outside. Oh, I thought he was going to pull that off, but not quite. Slides through. Watch Adam Elbassioni. Nathan's going to want these two to fight to try and secure P2. There's another lap after this. They can't fight too hard. The exit 7. Nathan Pope. Oh, Adam Elbassioni on the inside of Dexter through 8. It's very fast through here into turn 9. Elbassioni on the inside. Gets P3 then from Dexter. Dexter tries to get a switchback. Now these two are going to fight each other. Watch this. Down through to turn 13. Exit of 12. Adam Elbassioni leans forward to try and catch Nathan Pope. But Max Dexter will not let that go down the inside of 14. He's done it once, he'll do it again in one race. Only another lap to go, and Nathan will be giggling to himself in that helmet because now he's got a 1 second gap between him and third place, and they're on the last lap. Qureshi looks like he's done enough. Pope would also have done enough unless he makes a small mistake, a slide, any loss of traction, slight difference in braking zone. We will see many things could change the result of this race. We got Max Dexter in third, Elbassioni in fourth, who's not close enough to make a move into 9. And what a fantastic final race of the day. Action-packed throughout round 2 at Dubai Kartdrome for the Iame UAE series. But it's going to be Rayan Qureshi who comes through the final couple of corners. There he is, through 14. There's Nathan Pope in second. Coming round the final turns. Stand up, give him a round of applause. It's Rayan Qureshi wins the final, and Nathan Pope P2 with Max Dexter bringing it home in P3. Elbassioni P4, Titroja, Hartman, Swan, Kasemi, Keiruz, and Yamin in P10. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our final race of the day. But don't go anywhere, because after this, after the highlights, after the results, after the interviews, we've got some fun and games coming up with some pit lane challenges before the final podiums, where we'll see some of the teams go head to head, one driver and one mechanic. I don't know if the teams know who they're against. We've got Predator versus JNKD, GGM versus Excel, and Mumbai Falcons versus Axel. Go through that later on. What a race. Another I can't even gather my thoughts after that, to be honest. I hope you feel the same way watching at home. Let's have a look at chat actually before we head over to the highlights and stuff. Monty Swan says go Jezza. Go Jules and Max. Good luck to all drivers. Let's go Amani 317. We're supporting South Africa and Kenya. Some more countries mentioned. Let's go Max, says Jean-Pierre Leclerc. So there's an update on your YouTube chat. As we see the drivers get weighed for the final time today then. Adam Elbassioni. There's your Axel driver 363. That's Jagrat Titroja. Confirmation of your top 3. Rayan Qureshi for Mumbai Falcons P1. Nathan Pope for GGM up there again. And I am guessing, as a result of that, maybe leading the championship, Max Dexter, Italios Racing Team, in third. Holding off Adam Elbassioni there, and that is Nathan Pope in 354. Let's get ready. He kicks his cart forward. I don't know if that's frustration or not being first, but he got a good result nonetheless. Let's go to the highlights then. Actually, before we do the highlights, we should mention the senior 170s after this. Okay, we'll go to the highlights first, and then we'll mention the senior 170 podium. have it. An action-packed final race from the seniors, and here is your 170 podium. It was Oscar Bray then taking victory in the CRG Middle East. Alexandros Anivas for Predator Motorsport in second place. Yusuf Busanad for AK Karting in third. Great job from your 170 drivers in the 400 range. Remember, we saw the stats earlier, 170. Why is it 170? Because it's a 170 kilogram class. And I can't. What an action-packed day. Here's the result. Qureshi, Pope and Dexter, El Bassioni, Detroja, Hartman, Swan, Al Qasemi, K. Ruse, and Yamin for MN Motorsports. Then you've got Krishay Gut, Kartik Mohan, Oscar Bray 13th overall, as well as Victor in the 170. Byron Piri, Alexandros Anives, Yusuf Busanad, and Kose Nagoma. And then we head to the people that are out of the race there at the back, with Rayan Damadasa, Jules Dumont, Antonio Haddad, Linus Volunvicious, and Andre Curry. And I don't think Kanua started the race. But let us know in the chat what was your favourite part of today so far, because I'm going to struggle to pick a highlight, to be honest. Really, really enjoyed some of the battles and action provided by the drivers. And to be honest, we're going to go through it all again tomorrow for round 3 of the Iame Series UAE at Dubai Kartdrome. Fantastic stuff, but don't go anywhere, because we've got more stuff to bring you here. We're going to have some interviews from Joanna or Matt, and we've also got the pit lane stuff. We've got some pit lane stuff on the way with some games between the teams. And we will also have, of course, the podium and the trophy ceremony. So let's cut to Joanna in the pit lane.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very intense final for the senior category. Standing next to me is our P3 winner, Maximilian Dexter, from P6 to P3. I mean, honestly, El Bassioni was on your back there for a second, really pushing you. How did you manage to keep your position?
Well, as soon as you got past, I think about half a lap later, we just dive bombed him into the last sector. So that's how it caught him a bit off guard.
What lessons did you learn from racing today, and how is that going to help you for tomorrow's round 3?
Well, for sure, we were changing the setup today quite a lot between each race. I think we're getting closer now. So hopefully tomorrow we can be there at the top.
Awesome. Do you want to say any final words to your family and your team that supported you in today's race?
Yeah, I'd like to say thanks to my dad for being here, the people at Telios, Andrea, Fiorenza, and Jimmy and Predator for the motor.
Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium. Thank you very much. Awesome. I want to speak to our P2 winner, Nathan Pope. He's absolutely killed it today from P5 to P2. Now that is an incredible win. Join me here. Congratulations. Great efforts there out on the track. How does it feel?
It feels good. Honestly, we struggled with a bit of problems today. Couldn't really break into the top 3, but then in that one we just went for it.
Do you feel like the tires also give you a hard time with the heat out there on the track, and how did you manage to maintain your position?
Definitely towards the end I felt them overheating a bit, but honestly I just defended from Max. We had a really nice battle, and it was just that's what it was. Sorry.
Do you want to say anything to your family and friends and team that was supporting you today?
I just want to say thank you to GGM for everything, to Lachlan, to George for everything, to Jacob as well, and to my friends for being here, and for my parents obviously for helping me do the sport, for supporting me throughout. So
I'm so happy for you. Well, congratulations again, and we can't wait to see you on the podium celebrating. Awesome. And finally, we want to speak to our senior winner for the final round 2 race. Here we have Ryan Qureshi. Please join me. Congratulations, Ryan. You did an amazing job, honestly, today. And I just want to see, what advice can you give people, and what lessons have you learned from racing today?
Well, I can't name many, but patience and keeping your cool is so important in this, especially in the lead. Over the summer we tested for quite a few months. I think that helped so much, just because in those final few laps I just try to pretend as if I was just driving in those test days. Just nice, calm, smooth, enjoying it. Yeah.
Did you come here today with a winner mentality?
100%, yes.
And are you going to go in tomorrow with the same mentality, if not even better?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, any final words to your team and family that's supporting you?
Thank you for everything. It's meant so much. And I have to do a special mention as well. I have to say, yeah, that was very slay. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to say that, but...
Love the words. Awesome. Thank you very much, Ryan. Congratulations, and I can't wait to see you celebrating with the family and the team on the podium. Congrats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to speak to our drivers from the senior 170 category. They are racing all together, but it is a different category. Please join me here, our P3 winner, Yusuf Basnad. You did an incredible job with your position today and supporting that. How do you feel racing in such extreme conditions with the heat, and what advice do you have to other drivers that want to be in your position today?
It's always important to stay hydrated. To be hydrated is we lose so much water weight when we come in, it's unbelievable. So staying hydrated, staying consistent, making sure you're focused before each and every race. So every lap matters and counts.
Are there any lessons learned? What are you going to be changing for tomorrow's strategy to help push you to that P2 position?
My overtaking, most likely. I had the pace, but the overtaking skills just weren't quite there. So I think I need to work a little bit on my overtaking for tomorrow.
Awesome. And any final words to your team and family that's watching you?
Thanks so much for all the support to all of you, Alan, AK, all the mechanics in AK, and my family at home for watching. Thanks so much to everyone. Thank you.
Of course, no problem. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium. I do want to get our P2 driver from the senior 170 category, Alexandros Anivas. If you can please join me here near the camera so we can ask you a few questions about what went down for the final session. It was a very hot day and a very exhausting day, I am sure. I can see it on your face. You've had a really long day, but talk to me more about how you're feeling. It's the end of the day. You're in P2. You're on the podium. How does it feel?
Well, it feels great because my goal is just to do all the laps in the final and get the checkered flag no matter what. Getting a position there and having to fight for it with the younger boys it's a top up. It's a bonus for me. So it's nice. It's gonna until the end of the season. Hopefully, it's gonna come there.
Awesome. And are you going to be changing anything in your strategy for tomorrow's round 3?
No, strategy is gonna remain the same. It worked for me for the past 40 years, so it's okay.
Well done. Well, any final words for the team and the family watching it today?
I want to say again a huge thanks to the team, to Jimmy for the support, to my engineer Kostas, to my family. Unfortunately, they weren't able to be here today, but I hope tomorrow I'm gonna have some fans on the grandstand. So, yeah.
Thank you very much and congratulations. I hope you have a great celebration with the team on the podium, and we can't wait to see you in a few minutes. Thank you very much, Alexandros. Awesome. I'd like to ask Oscar Bray, our winner for the senior 170 category, to join me here, and I have to say, well done. Congratulations. You put up a fight all day today. How does it feel, and are you happy with the results? Obviously, you're happy, but any final words that you want to give?
I'll just say it was a tough race. Lots of crashes, so it played into my advantage. But just, again, tried to keep up with the rest of the pack and stay focused.
Do you feel like the tires also give you any challenges on the track today? And did you have to really change the way you're going about your technique there to keep that position, that lead position?
Yeah, with the heat and all, the tires wear really fast, and I have a broken chassis, so that adds to the tire wear. But it's just all about management and trying not to let the back spin up too much.
Love that. Can you just give us final words to your family in Australia that's watching you and the team that's been supporting you all day today?
Hi guys, I love you all. Thank you for the support. Let's get another one.
Let's do it. Congrats again. We'll see you on the podium very soon. Thank you very much, Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it for round 2 of the Iame Championship. My name is Joanna Borgen, and it was an absolute pleasure bringing you behind-the-scenes interviews with the drivers. I did forget that I would love to speak to the parents of some of the drivers today, so give us a minute here to get some of the parents in front of the camera before we end it off and send it to the podium. Hello. Can you please introduce yourself again?
I'm Ryan Qureshi.
And you have your mother here with you today. How are you feeling for his win?
On top of the world.
As a parent, how do you stay calm behind the scenes? I mean, it must be a very tough position for you to watch him go through such an intense race on the track. Can you give advice to other parents that want to be in your position one day?
Well, it's not the best advice, but it works for me. I never watch the race. Yeah, but that's the secret. That's helped me stay calm, and yes.
I mean, he's very confident off on the track no matter what the results are. What do you guys do at home to keep that confidence up with him? I mean, I know it is very challenging for young drivers to go through such tough challenges on the track, but the parents' support always helps them at the end of the day. So what do you guys do to keep that confidence with him?
Well, the thing is, for them, it's their passion, and as parents, I think it's a gift if we can just get to support them. So in whatever way we can support and take a back seat and then just let them do their job, I think it's the best thing.
I love that. Thank you very much. That was incredible. Thank you both for doing this interview, and I wish you the best of luck. I can't wait to see you guys celebrating on the podium. Thank you very much. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you very much for having me on, for bringing you exclusive interviews with drivers behind the scene. I'll see you again tomorrow. Don't go anywhere, because we're about to go celebrate on the podium.
achieving also.
It's not really good.
All right, lift it up now, show the camera. How do you think you did?
I think I did good. It's like the proper sketch.
All right.
Oh, well, yeah, because you lifted it.
I like the concentration. Yeah. How do you think you did?
Sounds good.
Good. Good job.
Well done.
Yeah, very well done. All right.
I'll let you go. I'll go.
Alright, now you show it to the camera and say which track it is.
I mean, it's not that bad, I think. It's alright. Let's do my Kartdrome. Yeah. My Kartdrome. Yeah. Well, it was initially, and then it was. It's not good stuff. That's actually really not bad. Bloody hell. Close enough.
That's not bad. Right.
Yeah, that's actually really not bad, yeah.
Alright, show the camera and say which track.
Right track.
The T section for rock. Yes.
Yes. Wow, that looks good.
Can I open my
Open his
eyes?
eyes? Yeah, open your eyes.
Not that bad.
Not that bad.
I guess. I think I can do better than this, but in general, with my eyes closed, not that bad. Oh, you don't know. Does rack count? It's a bit unlimited. I tried to draw a rack track, but I think I was out of space. I'm really bad at squinting.
Oh, well. So lift it up to the camera and tell us what you have.
Well, it's a monstrosity, and I'm sure you don't want it up, so why not? Yeah.
Which height is that?
By all the jokes. I don't know, it looks better in my head.
Yeah, it looks like a roller
That looks like a notebook. It's a Kartdrome.
My Kartdrome.
Yeah, it's my Kartdrome. I think it was not too bad.
Yes. Tell us which track it is.
I told you to run this time. This track is supposed to be on like Sharjah. I don't know what it's called. It's in Sharjah and yeah.
My Kartdrome.
This is my Kartdrome.
Yeah. What do you think, Francesco?
Oh,
Oh.
I mean, it's not that bad. Better than mine. Yeah. Oh, that was sad.
So it's Dubai, yeah?
I accidentally opened my eyes.
Nice. So that was Sharjah, right?
Yeah, so wait, it goes this way.
Perfect. Oh, which one is this? Rack? Nice. Yeah.
Track, track.
What is your favorite corner on this track?
6.
I got it. So like okay, yeah, you answer. The one after the back straight. I would say, you know the two corners that go like that, and then it's a few last corners. Yeah. That one is so smooth. I love it.
What's your favorite post-race meal?
McDonald's.
Any?
Pringles.
Can I give specifics? 2 burgers, quarter pounder McChicken, and a Fujitsu peach iced tea.
Sour cream Pringles.
Okay, we actually like those two.
I used to bring in Pringles every time I used to.
Every time, like I trade mine. McDonald's fries for the Pringles.
Yeah.
I know what I have every time. I get McDonald's, yeah, a lot of it as well. Yeah, I can't even lie. I get Big Mac, 6 nuggets, cheeseburger, extra large fries.
I don't know. Our favorite. After race, you get probably like a nice pasta, something, white sauce, chicken.
Creamy chicken.
Yeah.
Steak?
Solid.
Oh, salt burger.
McDonald's. A Happy Meal. Like mom's homemade pasta or tacos. Ooh, just pasta with me. It's plain. You can't just over it. Okay, it's like a type of like restaurant. It's like it has chicken and lots of those. Solid.
I mean, I'd like to go out and celebrate with sushi. That would be my go-to. Just go to a station and drink current tea.
Like, I'll be celebrating, eating. Probably like French fries.
French fries, Giovanni?
And I'll be drinking water, like 5 bottles. So, I will do the ice bath. Oh, ice bath, 100.
Is that food?
No, food! They ask you.
Food! I'd like
Which pasta?
spaghetti.
Carbonara.
Spaghetti what?
Spaghetti pesto.
Shawarma.
Shawarma for you?
Ice cream.
What's your favorite track to race at?
Dubai Kartdrome. There's so many overtaking spots. You can die from it.
This track?
It lives here, bro.
In Dubai?
Yes. In the UAE. And for you?
Dubai. Definitely back. Oh. Dubai out of jump. I gotta go with my home track. Favorite track? Dubai.
Dubai?
UK.
Which track in UK? Christmas corner track? Nice, good track.
Sharjah! Oh no, Franciacorta.
Sharjah or Franciacorta?
Franciacorta has too many straights. So does Cremona. Wait, yeah.
If money, if you guys had unlimited money, dream car.
A really old Skoda Octavia.
You get that for like £500.
Yeah, but I'll take it anyway.
Dream money, like unlimited.
Yeah, that is dream, and then I'll keep the rest of the money.
You won't be able to drive it,
I will. I'll use the remaining money to get it serviced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan, what about you?
Oh, probably like a McLaren of some sort.
Which one?
720 is nice.
I mean, I personally like McLaren's best, so I'm gonna go with one of those McLarens. I'd buy an F1.
Yeah. Which one? Like which team?
A random team. I would just spin a random wheel and yeah.
An F1 car.
F1 car.
I'll be driving along the streets.
Can I pick twos?
Yes.
Wait, can I pick
You can both pick two.
What about three?
Nah.
Okay, F1, that would be nice, and
You can have one race car and one road car.
I don't know if this is probably not. I mean, I don't know if it's legal, but Koenigsegg just go.
Why Koenigsegg?
I mean,
I'll go like with a Ferrari. Probably
which one?
LaFerrari.
Would you win from the front or win from the back of the grid?
Win from the back, it's so fun.
I don't know.
Like you'll just be like the first lap, basically overtaking everyone. Second lap, catching to the front, and then pushing, and then to like the sixth lap in first, and then we gain.
Yeah, and if I start at the back, at the race start, it's easy to overtake the slow people.
But it'll be quite hard on the not that hard, but like they could be dumb.
Yeah.
Like they will, you will be right there on the inside, and they are gonna be blind, turn into you, and then crash and lose the race. Unless if you manage to pull your car out and still go on.
I mean,
well, you need the muscles, mate, to pull your car.
Yeah, I mean, if they turn into me, they're just gonna go out. Because if they turn into me, then they'll go out.
But if they hang around the corner,
then they're
cooked.
If you weren't a racing driver, what sport would you do?
Ooh, swimming. Oh yeah, wind, then tennis.
Swimming or paddle? I love paddle, man. Maybe, yeah, paddle.
Karting. Fun.
You can't race.
Oh, okay.
Any sports, but no racing.
Not any motorsports?
Nothing.
No, like, not GP, no? Okay. I didn't see. Probably football. Or basketball. Because...
I mean, I like rugby.
Did you put on skincare?
No, skincare.
Who's the most aggressive driver
On the grid.
on the grid?
He used to be on the grid, Orion.
Me.
All right, do you agree?
No.
Currently.
Currently, yeah. Maybe, I mean, there's a lot of new ones, aren't there?
Yeah.
Junior. So we'll see about Jeremy, maybe? Do you think?
He's the most.
I don't know. Yeah, I think everyone's quite fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone's quite fair. There were more aggressive ones. There were less.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Who was it last year?
No,
Oh, you were here. I wasn't here last year. So what do you think?
Senior last year.
Yeah.
Probably. I can't name some.
Oh, me.
Actually, no. Because today's session, I saw some kid just die. So. I think that was. No, you know, squad rater went from like this to this. The person in 116. No, 169 killed me once. You know, you made my chassis look like a Pringle chip. I'm not joking. I'd say he was Pritzy.
You know his suit on that?
No, his brothers.
Oh, okay.
But it's not.
No?
Jesus, quite tough.
Yeah.
I'll go with me. I'm honestly quite tough. Sometimes, but if I have the things to do it, I can. I think we know.
Crazy, well.
Both of you most aggressive drivers, yeah?
Yeah.
We could be.
Me.
146.
Cleanest driver? Who's the cleanest driver?
Cleanest driver, probably like a newbie. Because they would not be overtaking, and they would just, and they would be like cruising.
Oh, look at the beautiful view.
Perfect.
And then cruising. I mean, yeah, they'll just go slow and they won't like try very hard, and they'll just slide everywhere. No, I mean, if you try hard, then if you try and brake a bit later, sometimes you can slide. You know, they just be like braking like 5 meters earlier than you. Yes, and then they would literally just go la 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 la.
And let you by.
Who has the best design for the suit? All right.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
So for this challenge, you're gonna try to match the cart without crossing the lines.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I think it's good.
No?
With the red. Go with without the red ones.
I really don't know.
Just get present. Go ahead.
Just because I was getting past that. Okay?
Nice. Yeah, you got it.
It was on me, bro.
It was on you, it was on you, it was on you.
Well done. All right.
Okay, right. Help each other. Yeah, all the way on the outside. Yeah, and then. Oh, yeah, stop. Yeah, and then like that, and then we can go through. Yeah. You think? Yeah, try. Like that. This one, and straight through. Yeah, there we go.
Yep, that's the quickest one.
That was the
6
quickest
seconds.
one.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, you should have seen the Bambinos. 2 minutes, man. It was crazy.
Work together.
No, it's better.
You can erase it.
Wait. You're almost there. And then
Good job. You got it.
Oh.
You can start.
Start with green. I think green should be, yeah, just go straight. Now I think blue next. I think this is the only way. Oh, maybe around? No way. No, but then it'll cover off red. Oh, yeah.
You can use eraser at the top.
Oh, I think we did the green wrong. So maybe we have to do the green across. Yeah. No, but we can't go under. I think they're coming. Yeah, I don't have the. Let's maybe start with red. You want to start with red? Yeah. It's too hard.
You guys can do it. It's easy.
I wish. Okay. Yeah. I think, oh yeah, this. And now this. Yeah, and.
But you can't go over the top one.
Oh shoot. Oh dang it. This is already used. Now I think we have to do green. No, I think we did red. You know, I believe in you. I don't believe in myself. I believe in you. And I think we also have to make yeah. We have to make blue goes right here. Okay, I believe in you. So. Oh, like that? Okay. And now, wait, no, that's no space for red. So that means blue has to go this way. Okay, then this is your weapon. Oh wait, fell. Sorry guys. It's okay. I think that's the only way for blue, but then green. That's half. Can we do that?
That's cheating.
Okay.
Nice try.
Can you give us a Oh, I got it. Oh, okay. I believe in you. Oh, yes. Damn, so you're smart.
Wow.
I wish I got that.
Nice. The quickest one all day. I mean, you saw it, man. Good job. That was the quickest one. Nice. That's the quickest one so far. What? Everyone, yeah, that's the quickest one so far. Okay.
First, before drawing it, we gotta memorize this. So what if we do this here? No, here. We can't. Oh, wait. Can we remember it out after you do it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this way. It's here. Oh, wait. You gotta be careful. Then this. I don't know if it counts, but I'll do it. Nah, that doesn't count. The line have to be straight. The red is nice.
Yeah, we can't.
But the blue one is...
Yeah, guys, we can't see the whiteboard. So you have to be like profile based.
There's no space. There's no space. Wait, what? I completely messed up. Exactly. Can you see this? Okay. Wait. To make it better.
Yeah.
I'd
In
say
10 seconds we get
the
done.
right one is quite long. No. For the red one, we can go like this. Okay, so apparently they said that we can't go out until we leave this. I don't think we're ever going to go out. It's quite hot in here.
Guys, do you want a hint or no?
No.
No
we
hint.
do this
Okay.
with common sense. Yeah.
Okay. I'll say for the. Oh, I know what to do. I know what to do. Go very close here, and then. Yeah, but we can't just go through there, because. Yeah, and then for the red one, it's wrong. Red one is really wrong. Like the funny, let the camera see. No, it's this one's wrong.
Guys, we'll give you one hint.
No, we want to do this with common sense.
The red was correct. So you erased the one that's correct.
There.
So.
And then I see it. Erase the blue and the Tony card, the actual Tony.
I am so confused.
Okay, so we go like this.
Yes.
This. Correct. This. Yes.
That's it. Ooh. Okay, yeah. Last one. Nice. Perfect. You got that. We won.
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Wet race or dry race?
Wet race, there's more risk.
Dry race.
Dry. Yeah, dry. Wet's horrific. Horrific.
Wet. So wet. I'm dry. I would like to be like wet first, so I would go with wet.
Nice.
I'm good at wet. I never raced in the wet. I'd say in the dry. I'd like wet a lot. It'll be fun, but dry, it'll just be like nice, fast paced, and you can have battles.
Wait, wet, so fun.
I know.
Wet at 49 went from 27 to 6. Yeah, 6. Francia Corsa training was so fun.
Racing in Dubai heat or European rain?
European rain.
European.
Oh, European.
I would do it hot.
European rain.
UAE.
UAE heat. So when it's like 50 degrees.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I mean, I'm kind of tired of the UAE heat, and plus it'll be nice to experience something new. So I would say European rain.
So UAE heat or European rain? Oof.
I think. I don't know. I think
Crash out in style or finish 5th with no drama?
this is no drama. Yeah, it's a hard one.
You like your drama?
Fifth with no drama.
Okay.
If you crash, you will get lost. So going race is going to be better.
Boring race as well.
Always finish on the podium. It's about the championship.
And for you?
Win the championship, like basically the same.
What if it's the World Finals?
World finals.
So say one big race in the World Finals or Oakland or something.
Okay.
And then
No, but you need to win the championship.
Yeah, like it's world finals.
Yeah.
Definitely one big race.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, one big race.
Yep.
It's better to finish on the podium consistently. I mean that because the guy that won first for the first season probably will be first, 7th, 2nd, 8th, and then they'll not be consistent. Instead, you'll be more consistent, and then you'll be at the top of the championship, and then you will be going to the world finals.
I'd say to win the world final, because then if you do some small some races around the world,
Better to be smart though.
if you do some races around the world and you won the world champion, you would probably dominate them.
Who's got the loudest cart on the grid?
One of the seniors.
I don't know.
So Nathan Pope.
Okay.
TJ.
Okay, so note it down.
Huh? Yeah, tell me one kid that I was racing. Exactly.
I don't care no one.
This is who has the best helmet design.
On the grid.
Yep. I mean, I like my helmet the most.
I
has to be named the Pope's white one. Plain white. I mean, you can't be anything else. Yeah, mate, I've got the name ones like that. Pure white, that's brilliant, yeah.
Okay. Oh, definitely Alice. No, isn't there a kid with the Land of North helmet? The Land of North helmet design is crazy good.
My one is white, so that really helped mine. And it's also after a flip, so there's like, I mean, I don't know, in my opinion, I'd say I like mine best, because it was customized by my dad.
Yeah.
So, I like it, it's not damaged, like maybe like a few scrubs, but nothing much. So yeah, it's great.
You? Henry King? Who's the funniest driver on the grid? Boom. I would probably say Jeremy. Surely.
Yeah, but again, he's the most.
He missed. Yeah, I know. I think we all know. What do you think?
Probably Jeremy then.
Yeah, Jeremy. Yeah, he has his good moments. It's really good moments. Yeah.
That's hard. Okay, now team or paddock?
Whichever one. First person that comes to mind.
Well, everyone's here trying to act like a nonchalant dreadhead, so no one.
Joseph. Yusuf. I'll maybe say myself, I'll make the grid a good laugh. I don't know.
What's your best celebration after a win?
It's the bird for me.
Can we see that?
I just say, if it has a whole explanation. I just go in the spinning chair and do this.
Well, Norse is, I'd like to say Norse is champagne when he does that. And then Garda Shui is also cool. Those would be favorites. I don't know.
No one?
Probably those two because I like how he broke Max Verstappen's streak.
Getting water and putting it in our head.
Nice, Same thing.
I'm saying one of the accent because he had the water last EMC water and he sprayed it on her.
Just one.
Like this, and then I did this. Yours was this. In Dubai, remember? No, you were supposed to do this. Either this or this.
What's the most common excuse when someone loses a race? What do they always say?
My car broke down.
And what do you always say when you lose a race? What's a common excuse that everybody says the same always? You blame it on who?
No one.
No one, okay.
My tires were not firing. For me, let me think. So I was looking up and I saw a bird and it just like distracted me so I couldn't drive. So I just looked at the bird. That's how I got the bird celebration.
Which track is your dream track? So any track where you want to race at. It could be in cars, any track, your dream track. Monaco?
I mean, we can drive. I couldn't waste like $2 billion on the car because of crashing into the corner where Charles Leclerc always crashes. But pretty soon I'll quite learn that.
For karting, I would say Carmona, but for Formula 1, I would say
I would say
Instead of the traditional system, we've built a school specifically for athletes and anyone who needs a more flexible education. We provide a full school curriculum including GCSEs and A-levels, mentoring support from ex-athletes, and the ability to study from anywhere in the world at any time. Welcome to MBA, the #1 school for athletes.
Who won last year's Iame UAE Championship?
Aryan.
Name 3 kart brands in 5 seconds.
Tony Kart, KR, and Fernando Alonso.
Rhymes with Sony. Tony. How many corners are on this track?
13.
Close.
14.
A little too much.
12.
11.
Who won last year's Iame Uae Championship? Mohammed, yeah. How many corners are on this track?
Are we counting the little kings?
Say a number.
11. Yeah, 10.
Name 3 card brands in 5 seconds.
OTK, KR, RN.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who won the micro championship last year?
Hello, everybody. Okay, right. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Iame stream. We're here and ready for the final podium and the presentation with all the medals and all the trophies. We're going to be starting off with the Bambino category. The trophies are going to be given by MVA Business Development Manager and professional basketball player. Is that what you said? Okay, Sol Rolls Tyson will be giving out the awards. Give him a round of applause, guys. He'll be giving the awards out for the Bambinos. We will start in reverse order. So starting with 7th place with 78 points. A round of applause, please, for Zayed Al-Ansari. Has he gone? He's quick to get out. Okay, a round of applause then for the next position, number 6, 86 points in total, Yeshwin Kishore Kumar. Yeshwin, here he is. Give him a round of applause. Up next, in 5th place, with 100 points, a round of applause for Yusuf Al-Kayat. In 4th place, joining them, the number 44 with 106 points, Cheyenne Asgomi. He's already changed and ready to go home, collect his medal. Now to the top 3 then. Just 2 points ahead of Cheyenne. A round of applause for cart number 95, Robert Oganyan. In 2nd place, 20 points ahead of Robert. A round of applause for number 88, Mark Ristic. Your overall winner for today, collecting the maximum amount of points. The loudest cheer, please, for Sam Tester. And that is your overall performers in the Bambinos. Get up on the same step, guys, before you come down. Together, Yeshwin, up here, everybody on P1. Get together for a photo. Everybody jump up before you jump down. That's it, guys. Well done. Okay, Bambinos, if you want to jump down, we'll move on to the under 10 category. Can we have a round of applause giving the awards out today? The manager of Rack Track and the Iame Series UAE, Maxi, will be giving out the awards for these three. In third place, a round of applause for Samar Chopra. In second place, a round of applause for Louis Bataille. And your winner overall for the under-10s, a round of applause, please, for Enzo Falzerano. Thank you, Maxi. Guys, if you want to jump up on the top step together for one last photo, and then we'll move on to the next category. That's it, guys. Give your under-10s one more round of applause. Enzo, Louis, and Samar. We'll move on to the mini category. We'll start with the top three, and then we'll add the novices at the end. This award will be given by Martin Bean. In third place, a round of applause, please, for Ilyas Sami. Joining Ilyas in second place, a round of applause for Baptiste Augustin. And for the second round in a row with another dominant performance, a round of applause for your winner today, Achilles Peruzzi. And then joining them on the podium, we have two novices. So a round of applause for Louis Bataille. And another one for novice Lucas Sakar. I think Lucas has already gone. So if you four just jump up on the top step for one last picture. And now we'll move on to the junior category. The awards being given out by Martin Bean. Again, we'll do the top three, and then they'll be joined by the novices. So in third place in the junior category, a round of applause for Arhan Qureshi. In second place in the junior category for JNKD, a round of applause for Leo Aina. And your winner of the junior category, a round of applause please for Connor Clancy from Mumbai Falcons. Okay, and then we'll go to the novices joining these guys on the podium. A round of applause for Jasvir Bhatia. Not here, the next one, Iham Siddiqui. Next one, let's go to the third one, Ivan Boranov. 3 in a row, and one more. A round of applause for Antonio Husari. We'll give them a round of applause anyway, but all the novices have gone. If you guys want to jump on the top step for one photo together before we move on. Thank you very much, guys. Let's move on to the senior 170s. Provided by Martin Bean. Again, we have in third place, a round of applause for Alexandros Anivas. A coach for many of the young drivers, showing them how it's done up on the third step. In second place, a round of applause for Yusuf Busanad.
Yusuf, get up there, my friend.
And your winner for the senior 170, a round of applause please for Oscar Bray. Rocking the Australian hat on the podium. That's it, guys. Jump up on the top step together for one last picture before we move on to the seniors, where the trophies will be awarded by Dubai Kartdrome manager David Bright. Okay, on to third place in the senior category then. A round of applause for Adam Elbassioni. In second place, a round of applause for Maximilian Dexter. And your winner for today, the loudest cheers please, for Rayan Qureshi. That's it, guys. Just jump up on the top step for one last picture together. Come on, guys, all get up on the number one. That's it. Thank you very much, guys. So that's your final podium for today. A quick shout out once again to all of the sponsors here today. Thank you for Dubai Kartdrome for hosting round 2 of the Iame Series UAE. Thank you to those of you watching at home. Thank you to those of you supporting in the paddock. Thank you, Maxi, Iame, Emzo, media friends, and all of the sponsors out on track. This is round 2 of a 10-round series. We're back tomorrow for round 3, same place, same time, same amount of races. Who do you think is going to win? Let us know in the comment. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.